Many years ago, a giant gate opened, bestowing power but also bringing monsters. The world plunged into chaos, with only a ruined tower remaining amidst a sea of white bone. Finally, a hero emerged, possessing extraordinary talent, wisdom, and luck. He reached the highest floor of the tower, where a brilliant purple star shone amidst outstretched hands. That hero was Lin Xiao, the light of humanity, destined to end the Dark Era. Lin Xiao stood firm in his silver armor, along with his team, ready to face the final challenge. In his mind, the blonde hero told himself, "This is already my third regression." He affirmed that all attributes and skills had been upgraded to their maximum level. Lin Xiao had also collected all the most powerful weapons and tools in the world. He believed that the system had guided him for years, and he only needed to overcome this final floor. However, a worry persisted. The system provided no information about the monster at the top of the tower. A masked teammate commented that the leader was lost in thought again, while the mischievous black-haired person teased that he was thinking about another girl. Lin Xiao chuckled, hastily explaining that he was thinking about the future after defeating the Demon King, which made the masked teammate suspect it was just an excuse. The young man sighed, knowing that he was the only one who could see the system prompts, so he had to make excuses whenever he was misunderstood. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor, with sparkling blue crystals scattered everywhere. The red, brown-haired girl exclaimed in surprise at the beauty of the crystals. The teammates whispered, wondering about the emptiness of the highest floor and the appearance of the final boss. Lin Xiao secretly thought that perhaps because this place looked like paradise, his teammates had lowered their guard. He warned the group not to let their guard down, even if the appearance seemed safe and beautiful. In his heart, Lin Xiao admitted that this was the first time he had reached this level, despite having regressed 3 times. The 3 remaining teammates enthusiastically praised Lin Xiao, believing that thanks to him, they had reached this point, and victory was within reach. The red brown-haired girl approached the leader, calling his name with full trust. She smiled brightly, asserting, "With you here, victory will be within our grasp." Lin Xiao smiled in response, but suddenly, blood splattered. He cried out in horror, his eyes wide with extreme shock. Blood splattered everywhere. The red brown-haired girl and other teammates fell in panic. Lin Xiao stood stunned, watching his teammates fall, blood staining the entire floor red. He also fell, lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by the bodies of his friends. The traitor, the black-haired man, smirked, his eyes full of malice. A mysterious black shadow appeared behind Lin Xiao, piercing through him, and uttered a cold greeting. "Hello!" Lin Xiao looked up at the traitor, who was transforming into a terrifying entity with glowing red eyes, and exclaimed in surprise, "The Demon King." He had an eerie appearance with glowing purple eyes. Lin Xiao wondered in astonishment how a monster could take human form. The Demon King replied that he was the embodiment of humanity's fears, born from their dark nature. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, activating his max-level skill, Eyes of Truth, his eye glowing brightly with a magical symbol. The young man stared in shock at the display screen. The opponent's health bar was still intact. Lin Xiao couldn't believe it. His strongest attack had caused no damage to the Demon King. The enemy merely smirked. The young man suddenly realized something more horrifying. The Demon King's health and mana bars were both locked at infinite. He cried out in despair, "Invincible?" The Demon King transformed into a giant black shadow, engulfing Lin Xiao, while the system continuously displayed extreme danger warnings. Lin Xiao tried to remain calm, realizing he was facing an unbeatable reality. He grabbed Lin Xiao's neck, the danger warning still flashing wildly. The enemy tightened his grip on his neck, the system screen still displaying terrifying warning messages. A loud explosion rang out as the Demon King slammed Lin Xiao to the ground, shattering the system screen before his eyes. Lin Xiao lay slumped in a pool of blood. The Demon King bent down, realizing that he had found a special item, one that had guided him to find the strongest weapons. He smirked, declaring that although he didn't know what the item was, it was now gone. Lin Xiao was utterly terrified. He screamed that his opponent could see his system. The Demon King reached out his hand, a surge of dark energy surrounding him, confidently stating that even if he couldn't see the system, he could still destroy it, because he was invincible. Lin Xiao lay gasping, his body covered in injuries, feeling more desperate than any previous death. He couldn't think of any way to defeat the Demon King. The young man struggled, refusing to give up, determined to try harder in the next regression. Green cross-shaped light rays continuously surrounded him. He was surprised to realize that those light rays were healing magic, and wondered why the Demon King was healing him. Lin Xiao felt the highest level healing energy continuously flowing through his body, a warmth spreading, as if it would never end. The Demon King stood right behind him, continuing to maintain the healing spell. He turned his head, questioning his enemy. "Why are you healing me?" The Demon King smiled meaningfully, asking Lin Xiao directly, "You are a regressor, aren't you?" He analyzed Lin Xiao's familiarity with monsters and skills, speculating that he possessed precognition. The Demon King continued, asking if this was his second or third regression. The enemy explained that if he killed Lin Xiao, he would regress to the past and start over, repeating in an endless time loop until he could defeat him. Lin Xiao's horror was evident, making the Demon King laugh, mocking him for not being calm enough. He pointed his finger at Lin Xiao. A powerful surge of purple energy enveloped him and declared that he would not let him die. The Demon King praised Lin Xiao's armor as the strongest in the world, and as expected from someone who had regressed for the third time, he possessed excellent equipment. Lin Xiao was in extreme pain, continuously screaming, "Why?" The Demon King declared that the healing spell would keep him alive forever, and the armor would become an eternal prison, binding him so he could never escape. The young man was disfigured, trapped in a loop of healing and binding, neither dead nor alive, only able to scream why. The Demon King calmly walked away, leaving Lin Xiao writhing. Then he leisurely sat on the throne, smiling triumphant. A loud sound echoed. The Demon King, seated on his throne, looked down at the fallen heroes, including Lin Xiao, who was covered in blue energy. Blue energy shattered around the red brown-haired girl. Blood splattered as the narration questioned who the true protagonist was. Sharp blue crystals emerged from the ground, as proof of the assertion that only the one who stands firm in the end writes history. The Demon King coldly declared, because he was the last one still standing on the throne. He smirked, his purple eyes glowing brightly, confidently asserting, "I am the strongest final boss." The scene shifted to the human world, where a reporter was broadcasting on a large screen of a high-rise building. The reporter sorrowfully announced that hero Lin Xiao and his team had been completely annihilated on the final floor of the Magic Tower, just one step away from victory. Crowds of people gathered, their faces despairing upon hearing the news, while the Awakening Association urged everyone not to lose hope and to continue fighting. However, no one knew when the final battle would take place, or how many more sacrifices would be needed to get there. Amidst the gloomy scene, a brown-haired young man and a red-haired girl held hands, entering a secret S-rank dungeon. The brown-haired young man looked towards a ruined building with a no-entry sign, as the narration explained that dungeons were gates connecting the Magic Tower to the city. Giant monsters continuously poured out from the Magic Tower through teleportation gates, attacking the city. Therefore, only the elites of the Awakening Association were allowed to attack the Magic Tower, while others would clear dungeons within the city. The two of them stepped into the teleportation gate, heading straight into the mysterious S-rank dungeon. The red-haired girl asked if the S-rank monster in this dungeon truly dropped the Bloodhammer and if the rule-based artifact could be used against the Demon King. The Bloodhammer is a rule-based artifact. Each attack from it will cause a specific type of damage. The brown-haired young man sternly said that justice would triumph over evil, and Tiantian's faith still needed more training. Tiantian quickly apologized, saying she trusted him absolutely, and praised him as truly talented and young. The girl excitedly declared that with just a few more years of training, he would be even stronger than Lin Xiao, and she would always support him. They arrived and were astonished to see a giant monster dead and a young man holding the Bloodhammer. The Demon King smiled sinisterly. Knowing that intelligent humans would try to use rule-based artifacts against him, he revealed that the reason he came here first was for these monsters to hand over the Bloodhammer to him. Bai Qingfeng clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "You did well, young man." He stepped forward, extended his hand, and commanded, "Now, hand over that Bloodhammer." The Demon King sneered and asked Bai Qingfeng if he didn't know who he was to dare try to snatch an artifact from his hands. Bai Qingfeng angrily retorted that for the sake of humanity, it wasn't theft, then introduced himself as Bai Qingfeng, who could use the artifact better than him. The Demon King suddenly attacked with a crimson energy blast, sending Bai Qingfeng flying. He was astonished and in pain from the sudden blow. Bai Qingfeng quickly activated the crystal cube, creating an absolute blue defensive shield. He was horrified to realize the Demon King's incredible magical power, wondering if this kid was even human. Bai Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the blue light from the cube enveloped him. The Demon King held Tiantian tightly, sneered with a challenging smile. "Ah, so you are Bai Qingfeng, the mysterious genius said to be Lin Xiao's most promising successor?" He stood on the back of the giant monster and made a condition. "All right, how about this? Destroy that crystal magic cube right now. As long as you destroy it, I will let you and your admirer go this time." Bai Qingfeng stared at the glowing crystal cube, his eyes filled with conflict. He clenched his fist and declared dramatically, "Tiantian, you are sacrificing yourself for humanity. I will ensure a monument is built for you after your death." Immediately, the young man soared into the air, attacking the Demon King directly without hesitation. The traitor held Tiantian tightly and smiled contemptuously. "You didn't hesitate to attack me, nor did you care in the slightest about your loyal admirer. It seems I still have much to learn about human nature." He pointed directly at the Demon King and roared, "The greatest heroes often walk alone. It is inevitable that those around them often end up sacrificing themselves. You are the one to blame, Delaware Mon King. The Demon King glanced at Tiantian and said casually, "But it seems not everyone thinks that way." Tiantian burst into tears and cried out in pain. "How can you be so heartless? Bei Qingfing, I've followed you for so many years. But even then, you treat me like this," she screamed in despair. "Bai Qingfing, just leave me! Run! Use your crystal magic cube and escape!" Bai Qingfeng soared up, his aura soaring to the sky. "I am a genius, the new hope of humanity. There is no way I will flee from this battle. Justice will triumph over evil. Because our belief is deeply rooted, and we are determined to sacrifice ourselves for humanity, for a future, and for the world. I will." Tiantian looked at him in shock, unable to believe her ears. The Demon King covered his eyes and burst into maniacal laughter, the terrifying sound echoing throughout the dungeon. He sneered, his purple eyes glowing with malevolence. "If you're not going to escape, then don't blame me for not going easy on you." A surge of dark energy erupted, forming a giant purple magical vortex that swallowed Bai Qingfeng. The young man was thrown into the air, his sword flew from his hand, and fell into the abyss. He fell freely, horrified. He wondered, "Who? What? I lost? Just like that? Will I die?" The Demon King stood high above and waved mockingly. "Just nibble on the lava when you're hungry, okay? A righteous hero like you must have been ready to sacrifice yourself if needed, right? So, you can consider your death a heroic one." Bai Qingfeng struggled in despair and screamed, "Washington IT, number don't kill me. I can't die. I don't want to be sacrificed." This is not how I end. He gradually disappeared into the darkness of the abyss, pleading desperately, "Let me go! Please let me go! Delaware Mon King! I beg you, Delaware Mon King!" Bai Qingfeng's sword plunged into the cracked ground, creating a deep fissure. The Demon King turned his back and walked away, leaving Tiantian sitting bewildered on the ground. She burst into tears, whispering in despair, "Bai Qingfeng, he's dead. I'm going to die too." Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. The Demon King stepped into the magical teleportation gate, making Tiantian exclaim in surprise, "He's leaving? The Demon King is just leaving like that? Aren't you going to kill me?" He turned his head back and said casually, "Oh, didn't I say before? As long as the crystal magic cube is destroyed, I will allow both of you to leave this time. I always keep my promises." The traitor smiled sinisterly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Of course, he won't be able to learn now. I will kill you the next time we meet." Little girl, Tiantian, was utterly terrified, her face pale. The Demon King fully stepped into the teleportation gate, disappearing without a trace. She was still in shock, muttering to herself, "He really let me go." A mysterious, black-haired young man appeared from a brilliant blue teleportation gate. He walked among the bustling crowd on a modern street. Finally, he arrived at the Awakened Association headquarters, a skyscraper under the moonlight. A beautiful receptionist smiled, asking if he wanted to join the Awakened Association. She enthusiastically explained the rampant monster situation, then invited him to join, especially a handsome awakened like him. The black-haired young man smiled meaningfully, introduced himself as Bai Qingfeng, a mysterious genius, and expressed his honor to join. Inside the headquarters, in the Hall of Seven Elders, a man stood alone in the vast space. A hooded elder sighed, regretting that among the 7 elders, only 6 remained. Unexpectedly, Elder Lin Xiao, a regressor with the ability to reverse time, had failed when challenging the Magic Tower. Another elder spoke up, warning that as long as the Demon King remained in the Magic Tower, he would unlock the tower's lock and infinite energy abilities. He declared they could not continue to sacrifice the weak, calling on all humanity to stop challenging the Magic Tower. He explained that everyone was searching for an item to seal the Magic Tower, trapping the Demon King and monsters inside, ensuring permanent safety for human city. He revealed he had summoned a traveler from Earth, a fated child from another dimension. A beautiful female elder said that this secret was kept hidden. Even the traveler didn't know they were summoned to save this world. She revealed the traveler's soul was in the body of Lin Feng, Lin Xiao's younger brother, and he was leading a team to find the item to seal the Magic Tower. A prophetic elder with spiky hair recounted that on the full moon night last month, he had divined for Lin Feng. The divination indicated that Lin Feng would soon find the item to seal the Magic Tower. The old man's eyes crinkled in a smile, his cheeks flushed, happily concluding that the Magic Tower would soon be sealed. A surprised exclamation rang out. "Oh, really?" The receptionist happily asked the prophetic elder if Lin Feng would truly find the sealing item, and if the Magic Tower would soon be sealed. She cheered joyfully, believing humanity would be safe. The old man suddenly became serious, asking the girl if it was true that the Demon King had escaped the Magic Tower and infiltrated human cities. She realized it in horror, stammering to ask what they should do then. The old man burst into hearty laughter, making the young girl jump and scream. The girl pouted, blaming the old man for being unpredictable, but then chuckled, thinking that the Demon King could not possibly leave the magic tower. The old man continued to analyze that even if the Demon King escaped, he would lose the tower's abilities, his power only equivalent to a top awaken. He would only have two choices: to be imprisoned forever or be killed upon leaving the tower. His divination had confirmed that Lin Feng was indeed the fated child, and tonight he might find the item to seal the magic tower. The receptionist hastily excused herself, saying she had work to do and asked to leave first. The old man clicked his tongue, muttering about young girls these days, then told himself it was time for Lin Feng to return. The prophetic elder jumped in surprise, whirling around when he saw a man appear and greeted him. "Oh, you scared me to death, so you are the new reclusive genius Bai Qingfeng?" "I've heard a lot about you." Bai Qingfeng humbly replied that he was no genius, but honored to contribute to defeating the Demon King. The prophetic elder waved his hand, telling him not to be so formal and to sit down. The young man stood opposite him, revealing he had heard of him as the only one among the 7 elders capable of predicting everything. The silver-haired elder merely chuckled, claiming to be just a tired old man. However, Bai Qingfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said he came here to ask him to predict the future of the Demon King. The prophetic elder leaned back in his chair, sighed, thinking the young man was too naive to believe defeating the Demon King was simple. He asserted that if he could do that, he would be the light of humanity, not Lin Xiao. The old man sat up, explaining further that he could only glimpse a person's future by touching them on a full moon night. Immediately, Bai Qingfeng lunged forward, grabbing the elder's collar, his eyes glowing red. He growled, "Prophetic elder, isn't tonight a full moon?" The prophetic elder was terrified, clutching his chest, saying the young man was pretending to be foolish. He had just clearly stated that the important thing was to touch that person, not just that it was a full moon night. The old man continued to lament that he had no combat ability, nor had he broken through the magic tower. So how could he find the Demon King to divine for him? He couldn't imagine the Demon King personally coming to his doorstep. Bai Qingfeng tightened his grip on the elder's neck, his face darkening. The old man realized something in horror, stammering, "Whoa, young man, you!" "Wait, you're not Bai Qingfeng?" "You are." Bai Qingfeng's face distorted in the darkness, his eyes glowing with malevolence. The elder prophet was utterly terrified, screaming, "Why? You are the Demon King." At that moment, a surge of energy erupted, activating the great prophecy. The image of the elder prophet appeared, and he foretold, "Next season, when the snow begins to fall, the Demon King will be slain by a human." In the prophetic vision, the Demon King was struck fiercely by lightning, and a mysterious dark figure appeared and attacked him. At this moment, Bai Qingfeng had activated his mind-reading ability, his eyes glowing red, his expression cold. The elder prophet writhed in agony, his limbs twitching. Bai Qingfeng tightened his grip on the old man's neck, red threads coiling around him. He pressed, "Are your prophecies accurate, prophet?" The silver-haired elder fearfully denied repeatedly. "Accurate? No, not accurate, not accurate," he pleaded, saying he could still be useful. Bai Qingfeng's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he smirked. He challenged the old man. "Then, predict your own future. Predict this. Will you be killed by me tonight?" The elder prophet's mouth hung open in horror, his whole body trembling, unable to utter a word. The scene suddenly shifted, and a line of text appeared. This is a typical transmigration web novel. The narration continued, describing the novel about a man who transmigrated to another universe, beginning to summon, upgrade, fight monsters, and make friends along the way. Finally, on a snowy day, the protagonist defeated the Demon King. A brown-haired man, wearing headphones, was reading a book on the sidewalk. He introduced himself as a salary slave on Earth, living in the lowest class. One day, while reading this novel, disaster struck. He was hit head-on by a car on his way to work and died. The book fell, splattered with blood. The narration metaphorically stated that this is how every traveler begins their journey. Indeed, a traveler, the text affirmed. His eyes suddenly glowed, and a surge of energy erupted. He had transmigrated. The long-haired blonde young man, wearing a pristine white military uniform and a red cloak, stood proudly. He had transmigrated into the world of the novel, becoming one of its characters. Specifically, he had become Lin Feng, the useless younger brother of Lin Xiao, the light of humanity, the second son of the Lin family. Lin Feng, with a cold expression, commented on the original character. Arrogant, despicable, always living in his brother's shadow. But he affirmed that everything would change, for he had arrived. Lin Feng, in his new body, secretly thought of Li Ya, an ice princess he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his previous life, who was now his fiancée. He couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling how ironic fate was. The young man continued to recall Tian Tian, the girl he had saved along the way, likening her to an easily startled rabbit. Lin Feng gently patted Tian Tian's head, reassuring the girl that the headquarters was a safe place. The red-haired girl happily replied, profusely thanking Brother Lin. The blond young man closed his eyes, secretly thinking that even silly, sweet people like Tian Tian were easy to get along with. He concluded that travelers like himself truly had the ability to cheat in this universe. Lin Feng turned around, informing Tian Tian and another man that he had something to take care of, and they could handle the rest themselves. Tian Tian asked in surprise what important matter Brother Lin had. He turned his back and walked away, saying he needed to meet the elder prophet, then bid everyone farewell. In his mind, Lin Feng calculated that once he became the hero who sealed the magic tower, these women would no longer hold any significance. The scene shifted. Li Ya and Tian Tian were standing in front of the reception desk, where a brown-haired girl had her back turned. Li Ya politely spoke up, asking for assistance. The receptionist turned around, smiling brightly and asking what they needed. Li Ya said she wanted to introduce someone to join the association, and the receptionist asked for the person's name. Li Ya pointed to Tian Tian, introducing her as the person Lin Feng and she had rescued in the dungeon. She emphasized that Tian Tian was the only one who had ever met the Demon King and survived, and suggested that the girl join the association. The receptionist was utterly terrified upon hearing Demon King. Tian Tian smiled, confirming that she had met the Demon King. She also revealed that she was the sole follower of Captain Bai Qingfeng, a famous mysterious prodigy. The receptionist and a brown-haired man standing nearby were both surprised. The employee exclaimed that Bai Qingfeng had just joined the association, still alive and well. The man asked in astonishment, "What?" And the receptionist added that Bai Qingfeng had just mentioned he was going to visit the elder prophet right now. Tian Tian and Li Ya both showed extreme astonishment, asking again if Bai Qingfeng was still alive. At the same time, the Demon King appeared with glowing purple eyes and a sinister smile, a swirl of dark energy coiling around him. He was strangling the elder prophet, causing the old man to writhe in agony. The elder pleaded not to be killed, but the traitor coldly asked if he had finished predicting his own future. The elder prophet trembled and begged, promising to obey and do everything the Demon King wanted, asserting that he was still useful. The Demon King turned his back, still gripping the old man's neck, saying with annoyance that he kept repeating the same old boring words. He secretly thought that he once believed humans were all brave and righteous like Lin Xiao, but now he found human nature truly incomprehensible, and he still didn't truly understand his enemies. The Demon King looked down at the elder prophet, saying that knowing people like him existed helped him worry less. He granted the old man the favor of going his own way. A terrifying explosion rang out. The elder prophet cried out in horror, "What?" Number, then was crushed to dust by the Demon King's dark energy. The Demon King walked away coldly, leaving a part of the elder prophet's corpse lying on the ruined chair. He stood amidst the purple energy, contemplating his dilemma. If he returned to the tower, Lin Feng would find the sealing artifact, but if he stopped Lin Feng, things might not go as predicted, even increasing the risk. He wondered what he should do. The Demon King decided that leaving the magic tower was too risky. Since he already knew the predictions, he would return to the tower first, perhaps finding a way to prevent those predictions later. He suddenly remembered there was a back exit here. The Demon King hastily turned around, accidentally bumping into someone else's shoulder. He was astonished to realize he had bumped into Lin Feng, Bai Qingfeng, and secretly cursed. The Demon King coldly asked who the person in front of him was, as he had never seen him before. Lin Feng, Bai Qingfeng, smiled, introduced himself as an awakened who had just joined the association, then asked if there was a problem. The Demon King stared at him, exclaiming in surprise, You? He noticed the badge on Lin Feng's shirt, asking in astonishment if it was something only S-rank awakened possessed, and if he was truly that strong. Lin Feng, Bai Qingfeng, placed his hand on the Demon King's shoulder, smiling and inviting him to join his team, saying they were about to retrieve the sealing artifact. The Demon King asked in surprise, "Sealing artifact?" Lin Feng smiled confidently, introduced himself as Lin Feng, who was about to become famous, and invited him to join the team because he saw his talent. The Demon King repeated the name Lin Feng, and the blond young man replied, "Of course." In his mind, Lin Feng secretly challenged the elder prophet, wondering if his predictions would truly come true. Lin Feng continued to invite the Demon King, saying he was lucky to have met him, someone who was about to become famous. He told him to just follow along, observe, and he would be treated fairly. Lin Feng also elaborated on the mission, saying he had saved a beautiful girl who turned out to be Bai Qingfeng's associate. He revealed that she was the only one who had ever seen the Demon King and survived. Hearing this, the Demon King's purple eyes flashed, and he asked again, full of suspicion, "The only one who has seen the Demon King?" Lin Feng smiled brightly, confirming it was true. Her name was Tian Tian, part of his team, and he would meet her soon. Suddenly, the Demon King turned his back and walked away, surprising Lin Feng, who asked where he was going. The Demon King fabricated a reason, saying he suddenly remembered his sow at home was about to give birth and he needed to go back for postpartum care. Lin Feng froze upon hearing this, asking in astonishment, "What? A sow? Pregnant?" Just then, Tian Tian and Li Ya appeared, calling out loudly, "Captain Lin Feng." Lin Feng secretly thought, "Ah, the girls are here." Tian Tian happily waved and called out to him, while Li Ya stood beside her with a cold expression. Lin Feng waved back, boasting to the Demon King that he couldn't understand the feeling of being surrounded by girls all day. He said sometimes he was tired, but they kept clinging to him. Tian Tian looked at the Demon King. Her expression suddenly changed, and she recognized him in astonishment. The Demon King also turned back, a surge of purple energy flaring in his hand. The Demon King smirked, his purple eyes glowing brightly. Secretly thinking he had just encountered the worst possible situation, he gave a sinister smile, greeting Tian Tian sweetly. "Hello, lovely girl." The Demon King's purple eyes glowed even brighter, a powerful surge of energy emanating from Tian Tian rushed to embrace the Demon King, calling him Captain Bai Qingfeng and expressing relief that he was safe, having escaped the Demon King. Lin Feng stood beside them, astonished. Lin Feng was stunned, wondering, "He's Bai Qingfeng? But if I remember correctly, Bai Qingfeng died a long time ago." Tian Tian still held the Demon King tightly, her cheeks flushed, saying that ever since their last parting, she had always been worried and longed to see him again. The Demon King looked at Tian Tian, secretly thinking she knew he wasn't Bai Qingfeng, but she called him the Demon King. Tian Tian looked up, her eyes full of admiration, expressing gratitude that he had saved her from the Demon King last time. She said she wasn't the type of person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, and she would definitely repay this kindness. The red-haired girl declared that she would follow him from now on, because she admired him and believed she could repay his kindness. The Demon King smirked, finding it amusing that a human admired and wanted to repay the Demon King's kindness. He said he understood the current situation and would not treat her badly. Lin Feng was astonished, shouting, "Huh, a follower? I'm the captain." Li Ya stepped forward, smiling, and asking the Demon King if he was the legendary genius Bai Qingfeng. She said she had heard much about him and was delighted to meet him. Lin Feng turned to Li Ya. His face panicked, asking if she was his fiancée. Li Ya turned to him, confirming it was true. She and Tian Tian had both seen the Demon King. She asked what he looked like. The Demon King and Tian Tian answered in unison. The Demon King said he was a demon, terrifying, while Tian Tian innocently replied, "Oh, he just looks like a bad guy." The Demon King, Tian Tian, and Li Ya all laughed happily, chatting animatedly. Lin Feng looked at the Demon King, his face full of suspicion, secretly thinking, "The more I look at this guy, the more suspicious he seemed." He recalled the original plot. Bai Qingfeng was killed by the Demon King, and Tian Tian was the only witness. He wondered if his actions had caused a butterfly effect. Lin Feng decided he must ask the elder prophet about Bai Qingfeng first. He turned to leave when he heard a scream. A receptionist ran over in a panic, her face horrified, reporting that the elder prophet had been murdered half an hour ago. She requested to seal off the association and search for those who had met him. Lin Feng was deeply shocked upon hearing this. Tian Tian was utterly terrified, her eyes wide open. Li Ya and Bai Qingfeng were also stunned, she stammered, mentioning the prophet elder. Bai Qingfeng exclaimed in shock, "Dead?" The black-haired man smiled sinisterly, casually announcing that the people who had met the prophet elder this time were him and Lin Feng. Bai Qingfeng roared in anger, asserting that he had never met the prophet elder. He also accused others of acting suspiciously. The young man suddenly realized something, his eyes wide with surprise. He quickly cried out, "No, wait!" Bai Qingfeng spun around, pointing directly at the black-haired man. He accused him of murdering the prophet elder, asserting that he had known he was a threat. Tian Tian and Li Ya quickly held Bai Qingfeng back. Li Ya tried to calm him down, while Tian Tian thought he was jumping to conclusions too quickly. Bai Qingfeng forcefully pulled his hand away from Li Ya, his face angry. He yelled, "Let go, you fool!" He still maintained a resentful expression, asserting that the black-haired man had deceived everyone. The young man said he couldn't possibly be Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng couldn't restrain himself and charged straight at the black-haired man. The traitor merely smirked, casually uttering a meaningful "oh." Bai Qingfeng threw a powerful punch at his opponent, shouting, "Take this!" The black-haired man easily blocked his attack. He scornfully cursed, "You trash! Not even as good as Lin Xiao. Do you deserve to speak to me like that?" Bai Qingfeng was sent flying, crying out in pain. He collapsed, unable to believe his eyes, muttering, "How can this be?" Bai Qingfeng lay sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with blood. Tian Tian and Li Ya rushed over to intervene. Tian Tian hurriedly told them to stop, while Li Ya anxiously called out Lin Feng's name. The black-haired man stepped on Bai Qingfeng, his gaze cold. He casually said, "Now, You can calm down." The traitor looked down at Bai Qingfeng, his glowing purple eyes flashing with thought. He wondered, "Strange, why is this kid so sure I'm not Bai Qingfeng?" The black-haired man remained standing on Bai Qingfeng, while Tiantian and Li Ya looked at him worriedly. He said to Bai Qingfeng, "I've heard about you, the younger brother of Lin Xiao, the light of humanity." He continued to step on Bai Qingfeng, his eyes filled with disdain. The traitor uttered harsh words. "Useless, trash, talentless. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and I found you to be even worse than I thought. I prefer your brother." Bai Qingfeng gritted his teeth, trying to get up in his rage. He growled, "Who are you calling trash?" The young man sank into thoughts about his transmigration journey, gaining cheat powers and becoming stronger than others. Li Ya knelt down, trying to protect Bai Qingfeng. She explained that Lin Feng didn't mean it. He was originally honest but recently became impulsive, and begged him not to harm him. Bai Qingfeng on the ground still yelled, "I'm asking you. I'm no longer trash." Bai Qingfeng suddenly sprang up, launching a new attack. He used the C-grade weapon, Claws of 8 Desolation. The sharp claw-shaped weapon gleamed in the light, ready to tear through anything. The black-haired man was surprised by Bai Qingfeng's weapon, his purple eyes glowing again. He wondered in surprise, "Oh, this kid actually has an S-grade weapon? A normal S-grade powerhouse can't defeat me." But I clearly remember the humanities genius list didn't list him. A man with a goatee appeared, his expression stern. He began to say, "All of you." The man with the goatee stood in between, a powerful surge of energy erupting. He roared, "Stop!" Bai Qingfeng was horrified to realize his power vanished into thin air. The black-haired man was also surprised by this phenomenon, whispering, "Rule enforcement ability?" The president of the Awakened Association frowned, yelling, "All members are valuable combat forces. How can you fight each other?" Bai Qingfeng looked at the president warily, realizing he was no longer in the magic tower where rules were bent. He told himself to be more careful with his action. The black-haired young man immediately bowed, apologizing to the association president for causing trouble. He promised not to repeat it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, secretly cursing the president as an old bastard in his heart. The blond young man angrily questioned the president, believing he was deliberately favoring the black-haired Bai Qingfeng. He yelled that he was not trash to be looked down upon. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, glanced at Lin Feng, secretly assessing his opponent. He doubted whether this guy had enough talent to possess an S-grade weapon and an artifact map. The president dismissed the accusation, asserting that all his actions were for the future of humanity. However, Lin Feng did not believe him, maintaining his angry attitude. Lin Feng roared, declaring that he would soon find the artifact that sealed the magic tower. He would prove that he was the true child of humanity, the only one who could save everyone. The association president could only sigh in exasperation. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, secretly flashed a sinister smile, his eyes full of hidden meaning. The association president turned and patted Bai Qingfeng's shoulder, praising him for being not only strong but also humble and polite. He asked him if he was Bai Qingfeng. He smiled in response. But deep down, the black-haired young man despised those compliments. The president solemnly explained the death of the great prophet. He stated that initial investigations showed traces of magic, possibly caused by monsters from the dungeon, unrelated to humans. The president then assigned an urgent mission to Bai Qingfeng and Lin Feng. Both had to search for the artifact together, as the future of humanity lay in their hands. He again flashed a meaningful smile, secretly thinking that he was indeed responsible for the future of humanity, but in a completely different way. The association president encouraged the young people to strive, for the future of humanity lay in their hands. Then, he turned and left. Li Ya turned to Bai Qingfeng, saying that she would go check on Lin Feng, as he had recently become very unruly. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng held Li Ya's hand, signaling her to stop. He asked Li Ya about Lin Feng's change, but inwardly worried if she was suspecting it. Li Ya blushed, quickly apologized and said she had merely spoken out of turn. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, patted her head, but inwardly reminded himself to be careful, unable to reveal his secret. Li Ya nodded, secretly thinking that Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, was very kind now, even caring about Lin Feng. Li Ya began to recount. She said Lin Feng used to be useless, but recently he suddenly woke up, and his personality completely changed. She recalled Lin Feng's strange words after waking up, such as transmigration, another world. She had thought he was delirious. After that, Lin Feng not only became braver, but also knew the locations of S-grade weapons and artifact maps. He even summoned an S-grade weapon, making Li Ya believe he was the child of destiny. Nevertheless, Li Ya still assessed that his power, even with an S-grade weapon, was only just enough to reach the level of an S-grade hunter. Li Ya continued to say that the elders all believed Lin Feng had experienced enlightenment or awakened some skill. However, he refused to reveal anything. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, secretly thought that things were not that simple. He believed Lin Feng was not the real Bai Qingfeng and dared not state the reason. Tiantian was also worried, not understanding why Lin Feng was hiding things from his family and fiancé. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, flashed a sinister smile, speculating that Lin Feng had been body-snatched. He believed that if he told the truth, he would die. Suddenly, a loud, piercing noise rang out, startling Bai Qingfeng, Li Ya, and Tiantian. The blond young man in a white military uniform was rampaging on the battlefield, confronting the A-grade monster. Dead Dog. He wielded the S-grade weapon, blazing ice blade, his aura soaring to the sky. He roared arrogantly, "You puny A-grade monster, do you dare seek death in front of me?" A surge of icy energy erupted, piercing through the monster's body, shattering it into pieces. The blond young man raised the S-grade weapon, Meteorite Sword, grandly declaring, "I am the hero who protects everyone. All eyes must be on me." His eyes shone brightly, his face full of self-satisfaction and arrogance. A dazzling beam of light from his sword shot straight into the monster's head, finishing it off. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Lin Feng as a genius. They chanted his name, asserting that even an A-grade monster was nothing in his hands. A brown-haired girl exclaimed, "Mr. Lin Feng is truly amazing." Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, mused, explaining that the dead dog was originally a stray animal that was abused. Its resentment accumulated in the magic tower, transforming it into an A-grade monster. He smirked, revealing that most people were unaware of a mysterious characteristic it possessed. The dead dog was struck by countless golden lightning bolts, as if being cursed. Die, die, die. This characteristic is, after taking enough attacks, the crowd cheered, "Oh, the monster is dead! Lin Feng is amazing!" It will enter a temporary hibernation state. And then, Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, flashed a demonic smile, his purple eyes glowing brightly. "Become even stronger than S-grade!" The blond young man still stood there, proudly, like a victorious god, before the monster's corpse. The people continued to cheer, expressing their fervent love and admiration for it. Meanwhile, Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, maintained a cold expression, with Li Ya and Tiantian watching from behind. The blond young man smugly ran his hand through his hair, telling the crowd, "I merely subdued a small A-grade monster. Just wait and see. When I return to seal the magic tower, that's when I'll truly become world famous." Suddenly, Li Ya was startled, looking suspiciously towards the monster. She exclaimed, "Huh?" The blond young man's eyes widened in astonishment as the dead dog at his feet began to stir. Its mouth gaped open, and its fiery red eyes blazed with fierce flames. The dead dog mutated horrifyingly, transforming into a giant, spiky S-rank hellhound. The blond young man was utterly terrified, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? The monster roared, spewing a torrent of crimson flames that incinerated the entire space. He was engulfed by the flames, thrown far away amidst horrifying screams. The blond young man collapsed to the ground, his body in extreme pain. The hellhound continued to spew flames wildly, while the panicked crowd scattered in disarray. The hellhound growled ferociously, its fiery red eyes sparking with electricity, as if wanting to devour everything. Below, the blond young man Lin Feng collapsed, his body in extreme pain. A brown-haired girl rushed over, frantically calling Lin Feng's name. She quickly helped him up, urging them both to flee from the danger. But the giant monster continued to roar wildly, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. The girl hugged Lin Feng tightly, shielding him with her body from the impending attack. Witnessing the scene, Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, closed his eyes, his face full of contemplation. He suddenly plunged into the battle, leaping into the air and unleashing a powerful blow towards the monster. His eyes glowed purple, magical energy swirling around his hands. Bai Qingfeng told himself that Lin Feng could not die yet. He needed him to find the artifact before he could be completely eliminated, so he was forced to intervene and warn the monster. Lin Feng and the brown-haired girl were utterly astonished by this sudden appearance. The hellhound cowered, letting out a fearful whimper before his overwhelming power. Bai Qingfeng looked coldly at the monster and commanded, "Get lost!" The S-rank monster continued to tremble, its weak whimpers echoing. He growled again, decisively chasing the hellhound away. The giant monster fled in panic, leaving Lin Feng and the brown-haired girl bewildered on the battlefield. It continued to flee desperately, disappearing from sight, carrying extreme fear with it. The crowd began to murmur, wondering about what had just happened and Bai Qingfeng's power. Two other men also questioned whether the monster had grown stronger or Lin Feng had grown weaker. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, still stood there, observing Lin Feng and the girl while the crowd praised him. The brown-haired girl smiled, thanking Bai Qingfeng for saving their lives, and was curious about how he had scared the monster away. He smirked, thinking to himself that Lin Feng was only strong in appearance, and saving him might help him avoid trouble later. Suddenly, Lin Feng angrily pointed at Bai Qingfeng, blaming him for everything. Bai Qingfeng said nothing, only gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly. The blond young man was astonished, trying to pull his hand back but failing. Bai Qingfeng mocked Lin Feng for lacking skill, only trying to save face, and he wouldn't help him do that. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, utterly furious, unable to utter a word. The crowd continued to discuss, criticizing Lin Feng for not distinguishing right from wrong when Bai Qingfeng had saved him. They thought Lin Feng was just trying to save face, and Li Ya even questioned the death of the prophet elder, implying Lin Feng might be involved. Li Ya and Tian Tian were whispering. She wondered if Lin Feng had used some forbidden magic because he had suddenly become unusually strong. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, angrily gritted his teeth, despising the foolish crowd for not seeing through Lin Feng's charade. The black-haired young man extended his hand, pretending to want to help Lin Feng, who was bowing his head. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. Bai Qingfeng forced a smile, declaring that everything was just a misunderstanding and it was time to reconcile. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with anger. The two men shook hands, creating a dramatic scene of reconciliation. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, smirked, thinking to himself, "Want to put on a show? Fine, I'll indulge you." Lin Feng awkwardly expressed his thanks, saying he was only knocked unconscious by the demon dog. He forced a smile, inviting the other to help him more in the future. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, smiled back, saying there was no need for formalities. He was the one who should be grateful. He leaned close to Lin Feng's ear, whispering a chilling sentence. Bai Qingfeng's eyes glowed with an eerie red, revealing that thanks to him, he was no longer the sole suspect in the murder of the prophet elder. Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror, his face paling at the unexpected confession. The black-haired young man stepped back, raising his hands as if innocent. Lin Feng was still in shock, utterly furious. The brown-haired girl rushed over, holding Lin Feng's hand tightly. She worriedly reminded him that everyone was watching, asking why he had suddenly targeted Bai Qingfeng. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment but unable to speak. He pushed the girl's hand away, growling that he knew everything clearly. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, looked at Lin Feng, a whirlwind of deep questions in his mind. He wondered who this person truly was and what his goal was. He sank into thought, an eerie purple energy surrounding him. Bai Qingfeng realized that in the original novel, there was no character so powerful disguised as Bai Qingfeng. Lin Feng was furious, his eyes blazing as he asserted that the original novel could not be wrong. The two men faced each other, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes, declaring that he initially only wanted to retrieve the sealed artifact. He continued, asserting that as long as the sealed artifact was destroyed, humanity would eventually perish. Both released energy, dazzling light clashing in midair. The black-haired young man growled, declaring that troublesome individuals should die. A cafe named Café Sempre appeared, exuding an unusual sense of peace. A hand gently placed a coffee cup on the table. In the cafe, Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, and the brown-haired girl sat opposite each other. She politely thanked him for saving her yesterday. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, smiled back. It was nothing. In his mind, he wondered if he had truly saved her, as he remembered nothing. The brown-haired girl continued the story, announcing that the team would soon set off to find the sealed artifact. She revealed that Lin Feng had never shown anyone the map, but she overheard that it was in the south. She worriedly said that the journey would be long, hoping he and Lin Feng could get along. The girl also mentioned that she and Lin Feng had known each other since childhood, and he was originally a kind person. Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, stirred his coffee, thinking to himself, unfortunately, he is no longer himself. Bai Qingfeng took a sip of coffee, pondering the irony of fate. He wondered about the filthy soul that had usurped an innocent body, enjoying love that wasn't its own. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh red blood, making the brown-haired girl sitting opposite him exclaim in horror. Bai Qingfeng wiped his mouth with a napkin, flashing a sinister, meaningful smile. He secretly scoffed at humanity's taste, then turned to ask the brown-haired girl if she thought Lin Feng's personality had changed due to illness. His eyes glowed with a brilliant purple, and he pointed forward, saying there was an artifact in the south that could help Lin Feng return to normal. The young man asserted that he would definitely obtain that sealed item. The brown-haired girl immediately stood up, her eyes wide with surprise, asking if he could truly help Lin Feng return to his former self. Bai Qingfeng replied with a meaningful smile, his reflection in the mirror showing the Demon King with brilliant purple eyes. The scene shifted to a peaceful street corner with tall buildings and lush green trees. Lin Feng, in a white military uniform and red cloak, strode along the cobblestone path. He thought to himself, everything so far was still in the prequel. The main story hadn't even begun. Lin Feng was astonished, as he clearly remembered that Bai Qingfeng had not been revived, and the great prophet had also died from the start. The young man suddenly recalled that yesterday, when he first met Bai Qingfeng, he had acted very strangely, as if wanting to flee. Lin Feng wondered if his transmigration had altered the original plot, causing Bai Qingfeng, black-haired, who should have disappeared, to still be present. He knew clearly that in the original novel, there was no unknown person impersonating Bai Qingfeng. He realized that was why the killer of the great prophet was never found in the original story, because he should have disappeared yesterday. Lin Feng knew that no one found that person, and he never appeared under the name Bai Qingfeng again. But because he had caused someone who should have disappeared to participate in the quest for the sealed artifact, Lin Feng was worried. Would this change the ending of the story, the young man wondered? He clutched his head in despair, shouting that he was useless in the original story, wanting to change his fate to become the protagonist. Lin Feng never expected the plot to spiral out of control to this extent. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he suddenly realized something. The young man turned his head, staring towards the roadside cafe. Inside the cafe, Bai Qingfeng was chatting intimately with the brown-haired girl, which greatly surprised Lin Feng outside. Bai Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and cold. Lin Feng stared, his eyes full of determination, secretly thinking that the plot would not change. He was confident that he was the only one who knew everything, and he would get everything he wanted, because the young man was a child of destiny. The next day, brilliant light shone through the enormous stained glass windows of a magnificent building. The chairman of the Awakening Association stood before a group of people, calling Lin Feng's name. He emphasized the importance of finding the sealed artifact for the future of humanity. He assigned the mission to Lin Feng, saying that it was now his team's turn to lead the expedition. The chairman decisively shouted, ordering them to depart. Lin Feng smiled confidently, saying, "Just wait and see." While Bai Qingfeng merely snorted coldly with disdain, Lin Feng led the group forward heroically, his eyes resolute. The scene suddenly shifted to a ruined world, where gigantic red monsters were roaring. Another monster roared ferociously, bearing terrifying fangs and claws. Amidst the desolate battlefield, a group of warriors bravely confronted the bloodthirsty monster. Bai Qingfeng unleashed 2 streams of brilliant purple energy, preparing for a powerful attack. Lin Feng charged forward, unleashing a fiery sword strike that tore through the air. The entire combat formation fought tenaciously, facing countless surrounding monsters. He secretly thought, although the monsters were weak, their numbers were endless. There was truly no end. Bai Qingfeng frowned slightly, telling himself that he was crazy to help humanity, but he had to go with the flow. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes showing surprise. A fierce shout rang out, and green energy erupted from a warrior's hand. Lu Shaoqi, the black and gray-haired man, poured his strength into his sword, activating the toxin skill. A dazzling green light burst from his weapon. The toxic energy quickly enveloped a hideous monster. The power spread into brilliant green waves across the battlefield. Each monster was engulfed, their bodies disintegrating in the poisonous light. The entire area was submerged in a deadly green, with no enemy escaping. Lu Shaoqi stood firm amidst the ruins, surrounded by the calm after the storm. He breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters had completely disappeared. Bai Qingfeng observed the black and gray-haired young man, secretly assessing, "This kid is still doing well." Tiantian cheered excitedly, praising Lu Shaoqi as amazing. The young man humbly replied that he wasn't good at single-target attacks, but area of effect attacks were fine. Lu Shaoqi said he could only help everyone this way. Lin Feng subtly smiled sinisterly. He turned back to face his teammates, announcing that he had something to say. Team leader Lin Feng explained that the artifact was close, but the terrain ahead was complex and contained more dangerous types of monsters. A brown-haired man suggested that the group should rest in a nearby town, allowing him to scout ahead first. The entire team immediately objected, worried about his safety. Someone asked if the team leader would be all right. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly, asserting that it was a team leader's responsibility to find the safest path. The blond young man firmly stated that he had made up his mind, and no one could persuade him otherwise. Bai Qingfeng stood silently, his eyes full of contemplation. Lu Shaoqi burst into tears, emotionally saying that the team leader was a good person. Bai Qingfeng maintained a puzzled expression. Lin Feng smiled sinisterly, secretly exclaiming, "It's a success!" He thought it was all thanks to Lu Shaoqi, a new hunter born from a poisonous lair, who would become a world-renowned powerhouse. The blond young man continued to ponder. In the original story, Lu Shaoqi would be the protagonist's capable right-hand man. Lin Feng recalled that it was thanks to him that Lu Shaoqi obtained the potion to cleanse the toxins accumulated since childhood. He told himself that from then on, Lu Shaoqi had voluntarily submitted to him. And now, before the main plot began, Before the protagonist appeared, he would win him over first. The blonde young man not only wanted to obtain the sealed artifact, but also wanted to seize the fortune of this world's future hero. Lin Feng turned his back to the group, a smug smile on his face. He instructed the group to wait for him in town, and then they would continue the mission together. He thought those rare ingredients were extremely difficult to find, known only to a few, but fortunately, the novel had described them very clearly. The blonde young man asserted that Lu Xiaoke would soon serve him. Bai Qingfeng stood silently, his brilliant purple eyes concealing many thoughts. He wondered, not fully understanding human nature, but he always thought Lin Feng was not the type of person to give selflessly. Tian said she heard there was an underground auction nearby and wanted to go shopping. The red-haired girl invited Li Ya to come along, promising to meet everyone again in a few days. Li Ya turned to look at Bai Qingfeng, her face cold. She thought, if what Bai Qingfeng said was true, Lin Feng's soul had been infiltrated by demonic energy, causing a sudden change in personality. The brown-haired girl was determined to obtain an item that could purify souls from the auction. She wanted to bring Lin Feng back to his true self. Li Ya clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. Bai Qingfeng watched Li Ya and Tian as they walked away. The armored man said, now that only 3 of them remained, they should listen to young master Bai Qingfeng and rest first. Bai Qingfeng exclaimed, wait. The armored man turned to question him, asking if he had anything to add or was dissatisfied with the young master's arrangement. He secretly thought the young master seemed displeased with this young man. He was certainly not a good person. Bai Qingfeng replied with a smile that he was very touched by team leader Lin Feng's determination to explore alone, but also worried about him. He suggested that the group secretly follow Lin Feng, so if he encountered danger, they could step in to help. The armored man and Lu Xiaoke agreed, saying that they were also worried about the young master. The armored man praised Bai Qingfeng as a kind person. Tian secretly thought that Bai Qingfeng truly cared about Lin Feng, a warm and kind person. Bai Qingfeng humbly replied that he did everything only for humanity. He flashed a sinister smile, his brilliant purple eyes glowing, telling himself, come on, Lin Feng, let me see what your true goal is. Bai Qingfeng's eyes widened in surprise, sweat pouring down as he felt a terrifying pressure. He exclaimed, such a strong, oppressive feeling. A gigantic king chess piece suddenly emerged from the ground, surprising Lin Feng. A king! So fast! The king piece continued to rise, the blonde young man gritting his teeth, ready to fight. Damn it, it's here. With a resounding crash, the king chess piece was fully revealed, emitting a menacing, brilliant red light. He was utterly astonished, realizing what was before him. Chess soul? The king piece swung its arm, preparing to strike, and Lin Feng immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes resolute. The blonde young man, without hesitation, swung his sword, creating a fiery slash. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, astonished by the opponent's power. So strong! With a fierce clash, Lin Feng's sword strike was blocked by the king piece's giant hand, sending him flying back. The king piece didn't stop. A giant leg swept down, aiming directly at Lin Feng's position. A painful cry rang out as he was crushed by the terrifying power of the chess piece. Bai Qingfeng, black hair, suddenly flinched. A giant purple pawn piece spirit appeared, and he muttered, this is? The pawn piece spirit raised its giant sword high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the fallen Lin Feng. The observer exclaimed in surprise, a pawn! Lin Feng gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with determination, as a surge of power suddenly erupted around him. A giant purple knight piece spirit appeared behind him, surprising Lin Feng. A knight? He sneered, confidently brandishing the S-rank demon-slaying sword. Just wait and see me chop off your leg! Lin Feng charged forward, shouting, look at my sword, and unleashed a fatal slash. But unexpectedly, the knight piece spirit opened its mouth, bit down on his sword blade, and crushed it. He stared in horror, unable to believe his eyes. My S-rank weapon! The king and pawn piece spirit stood tall, emitting terrifying energy. Lin Feng realized, this power far exceeds S-rank. It's so unfair. He trembled, raising a glowing feather-shaped object, deciding to retreat. I should run away first. Immediately, brilliant wings of light sprouted from his back, sending the young man soaring upwards. He shot away like a flash of lightning, leaving the chaotic battlefield behind. The wings continued to beat strongly, carrying Lin Feng even higher, trying to escape the reach of the chess pieces. Suddenly, he froze in midair, his eyes full of surprise as he looked down. A confused, huh? Escaped his lips. Another terrifying rumble echoed, as a giant purple queen piece spirit suddenly rose, blocking his escape route. Lin Feng's face turned pale, stammering speechlessly. What? The giant purple queen piece spirit unleashed a powerful attack, surging energy, engulfing everything. The entire area trembled, shattered rock fragments flying suspended in midair. Lin Feng lay flattened on the ground, letting out a painful cough, his body exhausted after the fatal blow. A small, sparkling object fell from him, rolling amidst the rubble. Suddenly, the elder prophet's spirit materialized, its red eyes staring intently at the dying Lin Feng. Two giant spirits, one red and one purple, stood tall like two gods of death, the elder prophet coldly declared. It's over. He was utterly desperate, his face contorted with fear, only one thought remaining in his mind. There's no escape. The elder prophet's spirit slowly extended its giant hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. That fiery red hand plunged down like a mountain. Lin Feng only managed to utter a weak sound. Number. The young man cried out in despair, unwilling to accept his fate. No, I am a traveler. How can I die here? Just as he was in a critical moment, another hand, pale but full of power, suddenly appeared, blocking the elder prophet's attack. A surge of purple energy exploded, tearing through space. Giant rock formations crushed into dust. Lin Feng cowered, covering his head with both hands, trying to dodge the flying debris. He looked up, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. Who is that? A figure darted past like lightning, making him exclaim in his mind, this speed. I can see every movement clearly. All around, the giant chess pieces had been crushed into fragments, and he realized in horror. In such a short time, all the chess pieces were crushed. Lin Feng staggered back in shock, trying to process what was happening, when two voices called out, Young Master and Captain! Gao Hu and Xiao Ke appeared, their faces full of worry as they saw his condition. His two teammates hurriedly asked, Young Master, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. Why are you here? Gao Hu explained that they had been worried about Lin Feng and had secretly followed him, ready to help. Xiao Ke continued, revealing that Bai Qingfeng himself had suggested they follow to ensure Lin Feng's safety while he explored the S-rank dungeon alone. Lin Feng was startled. What? Bai Qingfeng? He suddenly realized, was the person who just fought Bai Qingfeng? Then, at the same time, Bai Qingfeng, black hair, stood amidst the rubble, his purple eyes glowing powerfully. He looked around, a series of light blue spirits hovering in midair, seemingly surrounding him. Bai Qingfeng wondered to himself, are these the spirits of hunters who died at the hands of the chess pieces? He looked down at the crystal in his hand, thinking, they are thanking me for freeing them, even though they know I am the Demon King. The blue crystal sparkled in his palm. It was rare material, refined crystal. Lin Feng's face flushed with anger, his teeth grinding. Damn it, the worst outcome has already happened. The refined crystal is in his hands. Bai Qingfeng, black hair, smirked mysteriously, his eyes sharp as if everything was within his calculations. Bai Qingfeng stood amidst the rubble, holding the sparkling blue crystal, facing Lin Feng and his two teammates. He smirked provocatively, bringing the blue crystal closer to his face, his purple eyes glowing with calculation. Oh? You really want it? Bai Qingfeng spoke with feigned regret, while Lin Feng growled in his mind. It's mine. Gao Hu patted Lin Feng's shoulder, advising him to cooperate. The young man gritted his teeth, filled with resentment at being outmaneuvered by Bai Qingfeng. Lin Feng brushed off the advice, turning his back on his teammates, snapping, I don't need you to worry about me. He decisively ordered his teammates to retreat, declaring he would continue alone. Lin Feng rushed off, while Gao Hu and Lu Xiaoke called out in surprise. Bai Qingfeng silently watched Lin Feng's retreating back, an inscrutable smile forming on his lips. He smirked, his purple eyes flashing. The more you hide, the more suspicious it becomes. Wherever you go, I'll follow. The scene shifted to a chilling S-rank dungeon, the White Bone Washing Lake, where countless skeletons were piled up. And behold, Bai Qingfeng was already waiting, casually sitting on a giant skull, holding a 3-fire pill. He smiled and greeted Lin Feng. Hello, we meet again. How are you? Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror, roaring. It's you again. The young man was so furious he wanted to explode, but Bai Qingfeng remained calm as ever. The next time, at the A-rank Bone Cliff Dungeon, Bai Qingfeng appeared again, holding bone dragon scales, asking Lin Feng with feigned concern. Hello, are you hurt? And so, at the S-rank Howling Wind Abyss Dungeon, he casually sat on the cliff, holding Peerless Water, greeting Lin Feng, who was clutching his head and screaming. The moon hung suspended in the purple sky like a mockery of Lin Feng's helplessness. Lin Feng screamed in despair, his eyes bloodshot, accusing Bai Qingfeng of stealing all his rare materials. Bai Qingfeng stood there calmly, the rare materials sparkling in his hands, as if they were obvious spoils of war. He thought to himself, Lin Feng deliberately sent his teammates away just to collect these materials. But no matter how precious they were, it wasn't worth doing that. Lu Xiaoke approached, trying to ask Bai Qingfeng to persuade Lin Feng. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, realizing that the materials in Bai Qingfeng's hands were exactly what he had been searching for all this time. He quickly flashed a bright smile, asking Bai Qingfeng to show him the materials. Bai Qingfeng merely uttered a meaningful Without further ado, Bai Qingfeng began refining. The rare materials burned fiercely, melting and blending together. In just a blink, a perfect S-rank refined potion was created. Emitting a mystical glow, he calmly held the sparkling purple potion bottle, his eyes still full of mystery. Lu Xiaoke stammered, utterly astonished. Bai Qingfeng simply said, Xiaoke, the gray-haired girl, also couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, "That's truly the legendary S-rank refined potion. No pharmacist has the formula." Bai Qingfeng turned to Lu Xiaoke, asking a meaningful question. "Do you really want it?" He casually handed the potion bottle to Lu Xiaoke, declaring, "Then take it. It's useless to me." Lu Xiaoke was dumbfounded, his hands trembling as he held the precious potion bottle, his face a mix of extreme astonishment and confusion. Lu Xiaoke was utterly astonished, unable to believe that the precious potion was given to her so easily. Her eyes fixated on the potion, realizing it was the key to purifying the toxins accumulated in her body over many years. Bai Qingfeng flinched, an unpleasant feeling washing over him, making him frown. Lu Xiaoke unexpectedly hugged his leg, sobbing and declaring that she would become his most loyal follower. Bai Qingfeng was completely shocked, not expecting to be stalked like this. He frantically pushed her away, snapping, "Get away from me! It's just an S-rank potion. You don't know anything." She looked up, her eyes still tearful, staring blankly. Despite his rejection, Lu Xiaoke became even more enthusiastic, declaring him to be carefree and insisting on following him. Bai Qingfeng could only roar in disgust, trying to escape her grasp. He screamed internally, wondering how a demon king like himself could gain a human fangirl. It was utterly troublesome. Finally, Bai Qingfeng couldn't take it anymore and kicked Lu Xiaoke far away, while Lin Feng watched everything from a distance. Gao Hu looked worriedly at Lin Feng, who gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe that Bai Qingfeng had so easily gained Lu Xiaoke's trust. Bai Qingfeng turned his head, letting out a soft, surprised "huh?" He thought to himself, why did Lin Feng have such an unpleasant expression, looking as if his lover had just been stolen? He continued to deduce, recalling the ingredients he had stolen, which Lu Xiaoke had painstakingly searched for all this time. A light flashed in his mind. His glowing purple eyes narrowed, as if he had realized something. He suddenly understood that Lin Feng had planned to win over Lu Xiaoke a long time ago, but he had stolen her away first. Bai Qingfeng secretly admired his opponent's plan, but still wondered how Lin Feng knew the location of those rare ingredients. He still had a big question. Why was Lin Feng so certain that Bai Qingfeng was dead? Perhaps only when Li Ya brought back the soul, restoring item, would the truth be revealed. Lin Feng sighed heavily, his face clearly showing fatigue and disappointment. He ordered Gao Hu to return and rest, waiting for Li Ya and Tian Tian to come back before setting off to find the ancient artifact. Bai Qingfeng remained calmly seated, watching. Bai Qingfeng silently watched Lin Feng, his gaze full of hidden meaning. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a growl escaping his throat. His face filled with resentment. He glared at him, declaring in a harsh voice, "Bai Qingfeng, you've blocked my path too many times. I can no longer keep you by my side." Night fell, and a hotel appeared silently under the moonlight. Inside, Gao Hu knelt before Lin Feng, respectfully calling him second young master. Lin Feng gave a cold command, his red eyes radiating killing intent. "You, go kill Bai Qingfeng." Gao Hu was utterly terrified, trying to object, reminding him that Bai Qingfeng had saved him many times and was a good person. Lin Feng growled, telling Gao Hu to stop talking nonsense and reminding him of his loyalty since childhood. Gao Hu still trembled, arguing that Bai Qingfeng was too strong and he couldn't possibly defeat him. Lin Feng smirked, suggesting Gao Hu use forbidden arts to increase his power, regardless of the cost to his life force. Gao Hu was horrified, trying to remind him of their family relationship, but Lin Feng coldly countered with talk of loyalty and the future of humanity, forcing him to sacrifice himself. Gao Hu was utterly terrified, his eyes wide, cold sweat pouring out. He swallowed hard, trying to calm himself, then whispered in acceptance, "I understand." Gao Hu knelt down, respectfully declaring that he would sacrifice himself. He emphasized that it was for his oath of loyalty to Lin Feng, not for the future of humanity. Lin Feng curled his lip in disdain, his red eyes flashing, and he coldly growled, How meaningless." Late-night silence enveloped the village park, the full moon shining brightly down on the fountain. Bai Qingfeng stood there, his sharp eyes fixed forward, his expression strangely calm. Suddenly, he flinched as the water surface beneath his feet began to freeze in a strange way. Bai Qingfeng's eyes widened in surprise, a sense of unease suddenly rising within him. A colossal block of ice abruptly emerged, throwing him into the air. Bai Qingfeng quickly regained his balance, exclaiming in shock, "Freezing water? Someone wants to assassinate me?" Before he could collect himself, Another colossal ice wall emerged, trapping him in a cold snare. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake surface had transformed into a sea of sharp ice, imprisoning Bai Qingfeng in the frigid space. He was utterly terrified, cold sweat pouring out, realizing in horror. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake froze. SS rank? When did I offend an expert of this level? Another block of ice rushed forward, pushing Bai Qingfeng further away, leaving him no time to react. Amidst the violently shifting sea of ice, he looked truly small and helpless. A loud sound echoed, signaling the appearance of even more colossal blocks of ice. From a distance, a figure slowly walked across the ice surface, making crisp, cracking sound. Gao Hu appeared majestically, standing on a towering block of ice, his eyes glowing red, his face etched with terrifying cracks from the SS rank forbidden art consuming his life force. He gazed thoughtfully at Bai Qingfeng, his red eyes harboring immeasurable danger. Bai Qingfeng was thrown high again, Gao Hu coldly tracking his every movement. He fell, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, indicating that the previous blow was not light. Bai Qingfeng wiped away the blood, revealing a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red with excitement. Well, this is truly wonderful. He continued to smile, his eyes blazing, exclaiming, truly astonishing. Gao Hu looked up at the sky, coldly declaring, "You are the first person to injure me." The two faced each other on the vast sea of ice, a chilling energy enveloping Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng smiled sinisterly, blood streaming from the corner of his eye, his glowing purple eyes lighting up, and he retorted, "You are the first person to injure me!" But he continued to smile meaningfully, declaring, "You can only go this far." His HP bar had only decreased by a single point. Gao Hu raised his hand. A glowing red energy orb appeared, his eyes blazing, and he growled, "Mister, Bai, I respect you. That's why I won't let you suffer too much. I will finish you with a single blow." Bai Qingfeng still smiled sinisterly, fresh blood dripping, and he provoked, "Certainly. I also want to see the capabilities of an SS rank expert." A glowing red snowflake-shaped energy attack pierced through Bai Qingfeng. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Fresh blood oozing from Bai Qingfeng's wound froze instantly, making him realize in shock, "Even my blood is freezing?" Then he clutched his chest, his glowing purple eyes flaring as he felt the bone-chilling cold. So cold. It's as if all the blood in my body is freezing. Gao Hu stood opposite, proudly declaring his ability. "That's right. I can control all types of liquids, including the blood in a person's body." Suddenly, Gao Hu flinched, his red eyes showing surprise. "Wait, you." The traitor still stood firm, a faint purple energy enveloping his body, making Gao Hu admit, "Your blood seems different from others. I truly cannot control it completely." Gao Hu gritted his teeth, deciding to change tactics. "In that case, I'll have to try a different method." Blue energy began to surge violently around him. The night sky was gloomy, the full moon hanging high, signaling that something was about to happen. Gao Hu looked up at the sky, his hands blazing with fierce blue flames, a resounding whoosh echoing. Bai Qingfeng stared at his opponent, the bloodstain still on his cheek, silently asking, "That powerful black substance, is it mana?" Gao Hu growled, his eyes bloodshot, his face distorted by power, as if someone was questioning him. "Like a human using demon mana to wield it. Aren't you afraid of going mad?" He roared in fury, declaring, "This is for young master! For the glory of the Lin family!" A colossal blue lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking the ground with an earth-shattering boom. Gao Hu stood tall amidst the fierce blue energy, his face filled with determination mixed with madness. The traitor remained still, observing, maintaining a terrifying calm, unfazed by his opponent's display. The sky changed color, and blue raindrops began to fall. The icy rain gradually became denser, blue raindrops shooting down like arrows. Each drop of water transformed into sharp ice blades, tearing into the ground, creating a deadly frozen field. Bai Qingfeng was surrounded by thousands of ice blades. He unleashed purple energy to defend himself, creating a piercing swish sound. Numerous ice blades shattered upon impact with him, but the traitor still stood firm like a fortress wall. Gao Hu let out a hi-yap shout, pouring all his strength into the final attack. He roared, "Arc!" continuing to unleash sharp ice blades, the swish sound tearing through the wind repeatedly. The icy power ravaged the ground, turning everything into shattered fragments with a resounding crash. The entire vast area transformed into a deadly frozen land, sharp ice shards standing like fangs, a chilling whoosh enveloping everything. Gao Hu stood in the middle of the icy battlefield, looking up at the sky, panting, as if he had won. But then, he collapsed onto one knee, his body trembling from exhaustion, painfully exclaiming, "Ah!" Gao Hu bowed his head, his face contorted with exhaustion, muttering, "Finally, it's over." He closed his eyes, accepting his cruel fate. My life will also end soon. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng's foot appeared, stepping closer to the kneeling Gao Hu, a chilling step, echoing, signaling that the battle was far from over. Gao Hu, still kneeling, was utterly terrified, his face contorted in despair. What? The soldier looked up at Bai Qingfeng, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? The traitor smiled sinisterly, a small streak of blood on his cheek. He said, "That's right. It's over. You've delayed for too long." The black-haired man's HP and energy bars were almost full, and he remarked, "But you are quite formidable, to be able to reduce my HP to this extent." Then he clicked his tongue again. "On second thought, it's not much." Bai Qingfeng's eyes turned a brilliant purple, and he leaned down to look at Gao Hu, his tone full of challenge. "Now, it's my turn, isn't it?" Gao Hu was utterly horrified, trying to speak but failing. "No, it can't be." The traitor's hand rested on Gao Hu's forehead, causing the soldier pain and panic. The black-haired man gave an eerie smile, his brilliant purple eyes glowing in the darkness. He whispered, "Then." Gao Hu was still astonished, trying to push Bai Qingfeng's hand away. "Impossible! You!" The soldier closed his eyes, accepting his fate. "All right, just kill me. I won't live much longer anyway." Gao Hu thought to himself, his heart full of resolve. "No matter what, sacrificing myself for the Lin clan has always been my long-cherished wish." Bai Qingfeng said to Gao Hu, his hand emitting a healing green light, "Even if I don't kill you, you will soon die from the after-effects. You were too confident to sacrifice your life to activate forbidden magic." Gao Hu exclaimed in surprise. "Then please finish me quickly." The green light enveloped Gao Hu's head, leaving the soldier stunned. Bai Qingfeng continued to heal him, Gao Hu utterly terrified. "What? Why are you healing me?" The traitor smiled, meaningfully. "Did I say I wanted you dead? I don't want more trouble. Besides, my target was never a minor character like you." Gao Hu looked at him with an incredulous expression, almost bursting into tears. "How can you be so nonchalant? I just tried to kill you, but you..." Bai Qingfeng thought to himself with a smug expression. "Ah, your loyalty has touched me. I truly respect people like you. Just make up an excuse. My goal isn't to kill 1 or 2 human experts. My goal is to destroy the sealed object and annihilate all of humanity. I cannot lose the big picture for something small." The black-haired man's purple eyes flashed, and he continued to ponder. Furthermore, a long-haired, brown-haired girl was hiding behind a tree, observing from afar. She thought to herself, "This Bai Qingfeng is truly a kind and gentle person. This is the first time I've seen someone so strong and righteous." Bai Qingfeng's purple eyes flashed, and he looked up towards the girl. Someone is watching. He reached out his hand to help Gao Hu stand up. "All right, let's go back and rest." Bai Qingfeng gave a mischievous smile and said to Gao Hu, "If you're afraid you can't explain it to your young master, I can help by putting on a little act. I can pretend to be injured." Gao Hu's eyes widened, so astonished that he was speechless at his kindness. The soldier took Bai Qingfeng's hand, his voice full of gratitude. "How can I repay your kindness?" Gao Hu turned and left his steps agile as if he had never been injured. Bai Qingfeng watched the soldier's retreating figure. The traitor smiled contentedly. "All right. One person is gone." His purple eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, "There's one more." Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, feigning extreme pain. The brown-haired girl was startled and terrified, rushing to his side, continuously calling out, "Mr. Bai Qingfeng!" Li Ya quickly helped Bai Qingfeng up, anxiously asking if he was all right. Bai Qingfeng groaned faintly, but in his mind, he was smiling sinisterly because Li Ya had fallen into his trap. She helped him stand up, asserting that he couldn't be unharmed after an SS rank attack. She believed he was just trying to act strong. Bai Qingfeng looked up, feigning surprise as he asked Li Ya why she was there. His eyes glowed brilliant purple, a sinister smile lurking. He asked if she had obtained the soul-restoring medicine. Li Ya replied that she had bought it at an auction for an exorbitant price. The brown-haired girl again looked suspicious, feeling she would appear distrustful if she gave him the medicine. Li Ya continued to worry, wondering if taking the medicine could be harmful if his soul wasn't possessed. Bai Qingfeng suddenly touched her cheek, saying she might be the cause. Li Ya was startled and blushed. He continued to flirt, saying she was very beautiful and all boys were attracted to her. The traitor also said that the other soul might target her, and he was worried about her safety. Li Ya's face flushed, and she stammered, asking if he thought she was beautiful. She thought to herself that although countless men had complimented her, only when Bai Qingfeng said it did she feel happy. Bai Qingfeng smiled, saying he knew she and Lin Feng were engaged. However, he was still worried and didn't want her to get hurt. Li Ya clutched the medicine bottle in her hand, her heart pounding. She said she understood. She held out the medicine bottle, saying she would give it to Lin Feng, and thanked Bai Qingfeng for his concern. The traitor stood upright, watching the girl, smugly thinking about greed, obsession, jealousy, indifference, and lust. He concluded that humans are truly easy to manipulate. He turned around, his purple eyes glowing. Bai Qingfeng smirked, thinking that there was still another person easily manipulated. Gao Hu, lying on the ground, asked in astonishment, "What? Possessed?" He couldn't believe Lin Feng was no longer himself. The scene shifted to a luxurious dinner. 4 people sitting around a table laden with delicious food. A black-haired young man asked why only 4 of them were there tonight. He wondered where Bai Qingfeng and Gao Hu were. Lin Feng was spearing a piece of meat with his fork, saying there was no need to wait. He told everyone to eat first. He turned to Li Ya, saying that while she was away, he had explored the surrounding dungeons. Lin Feng was familiar with the routes, so she could rest assured following him. Li Ya held her bowl, her face displeased, and replied, "Ah, all right." She told herself she had to give Lin Feng the medicine to confirm Bai Qingfeng's suspicion. She turned to Lin Feng, saying she heard he was injured 2 days ago. Li Ya had made medicine to restore his health. A red-haired girl sitting next to Lin Feng giggled. Lin Feng smiled, reaching out to touch Li Ya's hand. He said thank you for her concern. He continued, saying he would treat her well in the future. Lin Feng's hand rested on the girl's thigh. Li Ya blushed, her eyes wide with confusion and anger. The black-haired young man asked Li Ya what was wrong. She replied, "Nothing." Lin Feng still smiled sinisterly. Li Ya blushed, telling herself Lin Feng wouldn't do this. He had always been passive and shy since childhood, not even daring to confess his feelings properly. She thought Bai Qingfeng was right. Li Ya flinched, trying to push Lin Feng's hand away, saying, "Let go." He still smiled, asking her what was wrong. The black-haired young man and the red-haired girl looked at Li Ya and Lin Feng with surprise. A black-haired young man surprisingly welcomed Gao Hu back, asking about his mission. Lin Feng smiled meaningfully, telling himself that Gao Hu had returned and everything was complete. He spread his arms and stepped forward, feigning concern as he welcomed Gao Hu. Gao Hu painfully recounted having to sacrifice 20 to 30 years of his lifespan to use forbidden magic. Lin Feng gave a faint smile, saying that the sacrifice was negligible as long as the mission was completed, promising to treat him well. He was about to say something else. Suddenly, Gao Hu's eyes widened, his gaze full of rage and shock. Bai Qingfeng appeared from behind, giving a sinister smile. He asked Lin Feng and Gao Hu why they were surprised to see him alive. Gao Hu leaned close to Lin Feng's ear, whispering that he had also gathered some information. Lin Feng immediately pushed Gao Hu away, growling, "Get lost." He roared in anger, cursing Gao Hu as a bastard. Li Ya rushed to Bai Qingfeng's side, calling his name. Bai Qingfeng smiled at her, warning her to be careful of Lin Feng. Lin Feng glared, questioning Li Ya. "You are my fiancé. What are you doing?" The red-haired girl asked the black-haired young man who he would help if they fought, but he remained vague. Lin Feng continued to angrily blame Gao Hu, saying that he couldn't even do a simple task. Gao Hu knelt in pain, realizing that the second young master, who was originally timid and kind-hearted, now looked at him with cruelty. He stared at the glowing bowl, inferring that the second young master was truly in danger. Gao Hu gritted his teeth, making up his mind. The red-haired girl asked the black-haired young man who he would help if they fought, but he remained vague. The black-haired young man suddenly realized something. Lin Feng looked at Bai Qingfeng, who was smiling meaningfully. Gao Hu handed the glowing bowl of medicine to Lin Feng, pretending to be concerned about his health. Lin Feng drank the medicine while scolding Gao Hu as trash, only fit to be a servant. He thought to himself that since everyone was present, he couldn't let Gao Hu lose face. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened, revealing extreme pain. The bowl shattered, and the glowing liquid splattered everywhere. A glowing soul, identical in appearance to Lin Feng, appeared and choked him, declaring, "The one they care about isn't you, it's me." Li Ya looked at her captain in astonishment, asking urgently, "Captain, what's wrong with you? Who are you talking to?" The possessor ordered her to create a chaotic scene, while Lin Feng's true soul declared that he couldn't be defeated. Lin Feng's true soul screamed to reclaim his body, both souls struggling fiercely for control. The possessor clutched his head in pain, overturning the dining table and sending food flying everywhere. He ran off, clutching his head, causing Gao Hu to call out anxiously, "Captain, where are you going?" The possessor gritted his teeth, fearing that everyone would discover he wasn't the real Lin Feng as the other soul tried to reclaim the body. Gao Hu and Li Ya looked at each other worriedly, both unsure what to do about his unusual condition. The gray-haired young man and Tian Tian sat at the dining table, their eyes vaguely following Lin Feng's disappearing figure. Lin Feng's true soul stood before the window, painfully realizing he was about to disappear because he couldn't reclaim his body from the possessor. He sat down at the table, determined to leave behind something useful, a trump card to use against the possessor. The true soul recalled the novel The Hero Who Defeated the Demon King from the possessor's memories, a book that prophesied the future of this world. The novel told of Li Shi, a young genius who would become the protagonist and hero in the future. It even predicted that Li Shi would accidentally kill a useless person named Lin Feng, angering the Lin family. The book also revealed that Li Shi would undergo many adventures and eventually destroy the Demon King. Rereading the written lines, he realized that Bai Qingfeng, the young man from another world, was upright and kind-hearted. He decided to send this novel away, hoping Bai Qingfeng would receive it if he successfully defeated the possessor. A glowing blue spirit messenger bird appeared, carrying the important letter away. He hoped Bai Qingfeng would use the novel to help the true protagonist save the world and defeat the Demon King. He told himself that this was probably the only great thing he had done in his useless life. His soul weakened, about to lose control of his body, and he could only hope Bai Qingfeng would stop the possessor. The blue light faded. Lin Feng's true soul completely disappeared, leaving his body slumped on the table. The possessor woke up angrily, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, vowing to eliminate all who knew the secret of his identity. A magnificent scene appeared. The 10,000 Demon Cave. A mysterious SS rank dungeon. Giant demon statues stood tall, creating a chilling atmosphere. Tian Tian and the gray-haired young man were astonished by the SS rank dungeon, wondering why the demons hadn't moved yet. The possessor stood at the top of the stairs, a sinister smile on his face, as he realized the divine artifact fragment was within his grasp, just as he had planned. Li Ya ordered Gao Hu to prepare to act and snatch the fragment, but to be careful not to injure Lin Feng. The possessor attacked unexpectedly, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from the divine artifact fragment, causing Li Ya's entire group to fall. Gao Hu questioned in horror. "Young master, why did you ambush us?" Li Ya's group fled in panic as fierce monsters pursued them from behind. Bai Qingfeng turned back, his face full of determination, declaring that he would stay and block the path so everyone else could escape. Li Ya, Gao Hu, and Tian Tian looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe such a sacrifice. Gao Hu loudly urged everyone to run, saying that Mr. Bai's sacrifice could not be in vain. Tian Tian looked at him with sharp eyes, secretly thinking that he was only acting, but his actions were saving people, and hoped he would kill the imposter, Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng used all his strength to push the giant door, creating a resounding noise. He smiled sinisterly, his eyes glowing purple, telling himself that only when everyone was gone could he reveal his true identity to his followers. The Demon King leaned against the wall, a smug expression on his face, welcoming his followers after years of separation. From above, 3 giant, terrifying monsters swooped down as if to devour him. He kicked a blue monster away, declaring it had been a long time since he left the Demon Tower. A surge of purple energy erupted from him, sending the bone monster and the wolf flying, and he growled, asking if they had forgotten who he was. The giant blue, red, and green monsters all retreated in terror before his overwhelming power. Bai Qingfeng continued to unleash powerful attacks, purple energy engulfing and scattering the monsters. He flew into the air, purple energy swirling around him, completely controlling the situation. The Demon King transformed completely, his purple eyes blazing and a sinister smile evident. He asked, "Now, do you remember?" The monsters immediately knelt, shouting in unison, "Hail, Demon King!" He smiled smugly, gesturing to his now subservient followers. At the same time, Lin Feng, the possessor, flew up, holding the glowing divine artifact fragment, confidently declaring that he had made a blood pact with it and was the hero. He was suddenly surprised, his face revealing panic as he saw something ahead. The possessor stood facing a giant demon army, including wolves, skeletons, and dragons, all emitting blazing red energy, and he wondered in horror why there were so many demons here. Bai Qingfeng, in Demon King form, appeared on the back of the wolf monster, looking down at him with a sinister smile, greeting a demon in human form. Lin Feng frantically looked up at the hole in the ceiling, deciding he had to escape immediately to become the hero. The Demon King ordered the monsters, "Kill him and take the divine artifact fragment." A giant insect monster with sharp fangs charged straight towards the possessor. Lin Feng swung his sword, attacking the monster and creating a dazzling flash of light. He fired multiple bright energy streams from the divine artifact fragment, attacking several monsters at once. The possessor leaped into the air, swinging his sword to strike the giant wolf monster. He flew higher, continuing to fire energy streams towards the bone monster and another monster. Bai Qingfeng, in Demon King form, appeared in mid-air, surrounded by purple energy, coldly declaring that it was time to get serious. The possessor Lin Feng screamed in pain, his sword piercing straight into the giant monster. He struggled wildly, trying to escape the monster's grip, shouting, "Let me go! Damn it!" The monster angrily writhed, fresh blood splattering, as Lin Feng relentlessly attacked. The possessor gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination but his face filled with agony. The monster immediately counterattacked, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. Lin Feng was thrown into the air, his white cloak stained with fresh blood. He fell straight down amidst a swarm of giant bone and snake monsters, still defiantly declaring, "I will escape from here at all costs. I have the divine artifact fragment. I am the savior of this world. I am the hero." From above, Bai Qingfeng, in Demon King form, smiled sinisterly, ordering the monsters. Excellent. Keep going. No need to keep him alive. Another monster lunged, biting Lin Feng's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Feng's occupier screamed in horror. Bastard! Let go! He was attacked by multiple monsters at once, screaming in agony. Lin Feng tensed, swinging his sword to create a brilliant golden energy surge, temporarily repelling the monsters. He trembled, his face covered in wounds and blood, muttering to himself, I'm almost at the exit. There's still hope. Bai Qingfeng appeared right in front of him, smiling mockingly. Hope? Ah, hope is the most brutal violence. Lin Feng collapsed, his face distorted by pain and despair, his mind still echoing. I'll get out soon. Once I'm out, I'll become a hero. A large drop of blood fell, his face covered in scratches and blood, his golden eyes burning with extreme panic. Lin Feng's occupier looked up in horror, seeing Bai Qingfeng standing above. He exclaimed, It's him! He wondered in shock. How is he so fast? He was just at the bottom a moment ago. Bai Qingfeng smiled coldly, declaring, You won't be able to escape. He panicked, suspecting, Is he really that strong? Don't tell me he's been toying with me all this time. A terrifying explosion rang out, fire and smoke engulfing the entire area. Lin Feng was thrown back, his body engulfed in flames, in extreme pain. Another explosion continued to destroy everything, rocks and debris flying everywhere. He coughed up blood, lying sprawled on the ground, his entire body covered in severe injuries. A brilliant golden energy surge erupted from Lin Feng's body, repelling the hand trying to touch him. Bai Qingfeng, now back in his normal human form, looked at his repelled hand, wondering, Is the divine artifact fragment rejecting me? What's happening? Why can't I touch the divine artifact fragment? He looked down at Lin Feng lying there, smiling sinisterly. Bai Qingfeng, are you still alive? Did you come here to steal something? Lin Feng's occupier, though barely breathing, still tried to lift his head, declaring, You want the divine artifact fragment? You also want to become humanity's hero? No way. It has already formed a contract with me. It can only belong to me. Even if you kill me, you cannot break the contract. Bai Qingfeng looked down, pondering. It has formed a contract? Now this is troublesome. At that moment, Lin Feng's true soul, glowing blue, emerged from his body, looking directly at Bai Qingfeng with resolute eyes. Lin Feng's true soul erupted with blue energy, flying into the air. He looked down at the gasping occupier, declaring that he would not let him escape. The true soul asserted that the occupier was unworthy of being a hero, vowing to drag him to hell with himself. Bai Qingfeng stood there, pondering that Lin Feng's soul might have appeared because the occupier was too severely injured. He wondered if this instability was a golden opportunity. Lin Feng's true soul reached out towards the occupier, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his chest. The occupier screamed in horror, asking what the other was doing. Lin Feng's true soul roared, reminding the occupier that they were one. He declared that he could also break the contract, causing the occupier to scream in panic. No! A blinding light separated from the occupier, flying straight towards Bai Qingfeng. The system announced that the contract had been cancelled, and the divine artifact fragment returned to an ownerless state. The occupier roared in fury, calling the true soul insane. He was enraged that he had worked so hard to seal the King of Devils to obtain the divine artifact fragment, and now all his efforts were in vain. He continued to curse, calling the true soul as stubborn as a pig. The occupier sarcastically remarked that he deserved to be killed by the protagonist at the very beginning of the novel. Lin Feng's true soul retorted coldly, exposing the occupier. He said that even with the original novel and the divine artifact's blessing, the occupier had degenerated, acting only for personal glory, even willing to kill comrades. Bai Qingfeng clutched the glowing divine artifact fragment, thinking about its true purpose. He found it strange that he had to form a contract with it. Everything was unfolding in an unexpected direction. The divine artifact fragment emitted a brilliant light in Bai Qingfeng's palm. The occupier lay on the ground, trying to get up, warning Bai Qingfeng not to rejoice too soon. He continued to threaten Bai Qingfeng, warning him not to kill him. The occupier also threatened that his family would hunt down the opponent, and no one would believe he had obtained the divine artifact. He furiously speculated, suspecting that Li Ya and Gao Hu had colluded with Bai Qingfeng. The occupier believed there was something unusual about the medicine they had given him. The occupier blamed the medicine, believing it had given Lin Feng's true soul an opportunity to reclaim the body. He furiously swore to kill everyone upon returning to the association, including Li Ya and Gao Hu. Suddenly, the occupier froze, his eyes wide open. The occupier's eyes were filled with extreme horror. Lin Feng's true soul suddenly drew his sword, stabbing directly into the occupier. He was utterly terrified, unable to react in time. Bai Qingfeng witnessed the scene, his eyes sharp with a hint of surprise. Lin Feng's true soul coldly reiterated that the occupier had degenerated. He declared that he would not let him continue to cause chaos, despite the occupier's warning that both would die if this body was destroyed. Lin Feng's true soul smiled tragically, blood staining the corner of his mouth. He told Bai Qingfeng that he would entrust the divine artifact fragment to him, hoping he would save the world. Bai Qingfeng looked at Lin Feng's true soul, muttering, "But you." He secretly wondered if this person was truly trash given such courage and determination. Lin Feng's true soul began to dissipate into countless blue light particles. He smiled, never expecting that trash like himself could die a heroic death, alongside an evil enemy. The occupier lay slumped on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, his eyes wide open. He screamed in despair, refusing to accept this fate. He tried to say something, but could only utter a helpless "I." A skyscraper appeared, and on the large screen, the announcer joyfully reported. The hunter team had retrieved the divine artifact fragment, bringing hope to seal the demon tower. The announcer continued, Bai Qingfeng's image appearing on screen. He was praised as the team leader, humanity's savior. At the Hunter Association headquarters, the crowd cheered loudly, the atmosphere filled with joy. A brown-haired man marveled at Bai Qingfeng's generosity. He had put in effort to find precious ingredients, refine them into medicine, and given it all to this person. Another man praised Bai Qingfeng as the kindest person who had forgiven and helped his assassin. A long brown-haired girl was captivated by his handsomeness, believing many would adore him. A group of men whispered, one of them claiming to have heard of Bai Qingfeng for a long time. He believed he was a hidden expert, born to be the world's savior. Tian Tian walked beside him, recounting that the old chairman had declared Lin Feng immoral. She said that he had repeatedly tried to harm his comrades, so the association decided to conceal his existence. All glory was given to Bai Qingfeng, the red-haired girl continued, saying that now his heroic story was spreading everywhere. Everyone believed Bai Qingfeng would become the savior who would destroy the King of Devil. Bai Qingfeng smiled sinisterly, denying that the glory belonged to him. He declared it all belonged to Bai Qingfeng. A fleeting image appeared. Lin Feng with orange blonde hair, holding a sword, smiling smugly. He declared he never expected a useless person like himself could die like a hero alongside an evil enemy. Back in the present, Bai Qingfeng secretly thought it was interesting that the true hero was unknown. Meanwhile, the name of Bai Qingfeng, a coward and hypocrite, was renowned throughout the world. Tian Tian called him benefactor and asked where he was going. Bai Qingfeng replied that he would repay the precious gift he had received, as he disliked being indebted to anyone. In another room, the silver-haired chairman was talking to a black-haired woman. He worriedly said that the soul from another world she summoned seemed to have died with Lin Feng. The parallel world summoner reassured him, telling him not to worry as she could summon many more souls. The summoner sat cross-legged, continuing to explain that no one cared if souls entered the bodies of useless people. Everyone would just think it was a good thing when a good-for-nothing suddenly changed. The chairman's face showed clear worry. The chairman asked if that was unfair to those who were possessed. He argued that their sudden loss of body and identity was no different from being killed. The summoner irritably asked why he always hesitated, emphasizing that it was all for world peace. She believed sacrificing a few people for the benefit of the many was a good thing. The black-haired woman continued, arguing that if thought of that way, then the sudden displacement of souls from parallel worlds to this one was equally unfair. They were living peacefully and suddenly had to become heroes in a dangerous parallel world. She explained that this was an agreement between summoners from many different worlds. They used prophetic power to create passionate novel stories, making the souls believe they were the saviors of this parallel world. She concluded that they would then let the souls serve this world tirelessly. If one died, another would come, forming an endless line of replacements. The chairman pondered thoughtfully. The chairman nodded, saying it was a good plan. He then regretfully said that the great prophet had died, unable to help her write novels anymore. The chairman added, "Moreover, you." Unexpectedly, the chairman suddenly transformed into a demonic figure, his eyes glowing red and covered in a purple energy aura. He coldly declared, "You will also die soon." The parallel world summoner was utterly terrified. The transformed one lunged, grabbing the summoner. A sound rang out. He stabbed through the black-haired woman's chest. Fresh blood splattered. The transformed one smiled sinisterly, claiming to be someone who disliked reading passionate novels. The dying summoner cried out in pain, asking why he was killing her. The transformed one held a glowing divine fragment, explaining that a fool had sacrificed himself and given him this precious gift. He disliked being indebted, so he decided to reclaim it. He also added that he had decided to help that fool get revenge. A man in a black wizard hat exclaimed in horror, "Damn it! The great summoner is dead! Go check!" Bai Qingfeng walked away, secretly calculating that even though he only had one fragment, humanity had also lost one. He believed that even if they collected enough other fragments, it would be difficult to completely seal the demon tower. He wondered if he should return to the demon tower. A long, brown-haired office worker rushed over, calling Bai Qingfeng. She said she finally found him, and there was a letter sent a few days ago. Bai Qingfeng was surprised to receive the letter, wondering who would write to him. He opened the envelope, seeing many words inside. Bai Qingfeng wondered what it was. Reading the letter, Bai Qingfeng realized it was a novel by Lin Feng, the original work of the great summoner and prophet. In flashback, Lin Feng's true soul, Orange Blonde, wrote it as his only chance to reclaim the body, leaving behind a parallel world trump card. Lin Feng's true soul diligently wrote the letter, believing this was the only chance for Bai Qingfeng to become the protagonist. He hoped he would save the world and defeat the King of Devils. This was perhaps the only good thing he could do in this meaningless life. Bai Qingfeng read the letter, a smirk playing on his lips as he pondered its contents. He realized the story's true protagonist had yet to appear. Lin Feng was merely a supporting character. The real chosen one was Li Shi. He knew that when the first snow fell, that person would destroy the Demon King. Bai Qingfeng sneered sinisterly. He wondered why he hadn't stayed in this world and eliminated that genius immediately. A colossal water demon, with a muscular body, horns, and glowing yellow eyes, roared as it surged from the water. A neatly dressed young man with black hair unexpectedly unleashed a powerful electric current at the demon. The water demon convulsed violently from the electric shock, its mouth agape in pain. The colossal demon crashed to the ground, still continuously jolted by blue-purple electric currents. The black-haired young man stood above, with 3 others behind him. The 3 men around him were astonished and praised the young man. One exclaimed, "I can't believe a newcomer like you defeated a C-rank demon." They told him to choose his spoils first. The black-haired young man merely smiled faintly and replied curtly, "No need." He turned his back, crossing his arms confidently. "You can divide them among yourselves," he said. "I'm not interested in spoils of this level." The blonde-haired man asked him, "Do you want to form a team with us, Li Shi?" He also muttered that the young man was so young yet spoke with such confidence. Li Shi firmly refused. "No, thank you," he said. "I don't trust anyone, and I don't need any teammates." He pointed to a system notification panel appearing before his eyes. "I only need this," Li Shi said. "Quest to defeat a water attribute demon completed. Reward: physical strength increased 10 times. Li Shi introduced himself. He was Li Shi from an ordinary border town. He recounted that half a month ago, a system panel suddenly appeared before him, offering new quests every day. Each time he completed one, he received excellent rewards. He was enveloped in a brilliant light, feeling his body enhanced tenfold. Li Shi realized that by completing quests, he continuously strengthened himself, embarking on a path to become more powerful. Li Shi struck a confident pose, while the 3 men behind him continued to discuss. The blonde-haired man criticized him for being delusional. The long-haired man, however, praised his caution and humility. Li Shi thought to himself, just like the protagonist, only he could see the system and its quests. Li Shi looked serious, telling himself that to become stronger, the most important thing was to keep a cool head and a cautious attitude. He knew he had a long way to go, but that day would surely come. Back in the present, the office lady reported to Bai Qingfeng. She stated that half a month ago, he had asked her to keep an eye on a hunter named Li Shi. Today, someone matching the description appeared in the headquarters lobby. Bai Qingfeng was surprised. "Oh!" Bai Qingfeng flashed a sinister smile. "Li Shi has appeared? Take me there," he ordered. As they walked, Bai Qingfeng asked her, "By the way, what season is it now?" She replied, "We are approaching autumn, sir." Li Shi appeared at the registration counter, introduced himself, and expressed his desire to join the Hunter Association headquarters. However, the female employee refused. She explained that his level and experience were too low. She suggested he apply to a branch instead of the main headquarters. Li Shi frowned in thought. He realized his power had increased too quickly, and the ranking system couldn't keep up. If he didn't join the main headquarters, he wouldn't receive the latest quest information, which would inconvenience his future system quest. Suddenly, a hand rested on Li Shi's shoulder. Bai Qingfeng stood beside him, flashing a charming smile. He invited Li Shi to join his team, promising to help him bypass procedures to enter the main headquarters. The condition was that Li Shi had to accompany him to retrieve the divine fragment. Li Shi coldly replied, "I don't need teammates." Li Shi turned his back and walked away, declaring, "And I don't need to do quests right now either." He thought to himself, if he couldn't enter the main headquarters, he could join a branch to gain experience. He told himself he was just starting to get stronger, so he should proceed cautiously, step by step. Suddenly, a beep sound rang out. A giant system panel gave Li Shi a quest. Join the Hunter Association today for a 10 times magic power limit. Realizing refusal meant losing it forever, he pondered the choice. Bai Qingfeng stood from a distance, looking at Li Shi with a sinister smile. The brown-shirted man next to him wondered why Li Shi was looking up and daydreaming. The traitor thought to himself, this situation is too familiar. Isn't this exactly like Lin Xiao? A mysterious figure, clad in a tattered cloak, stood beside a dazzling yellow car in the bustling city street. Sitting in the car, he ordered the driver, "To the Hunter Association headquarters. Hurry!" The old driver prattled on about Bai Qingfeng, a hero who had just brought back a divine artifact fragment, but the mysterious man snapped, "Stop talking, hurry up, I'm in a rush." He gritted his teeth, urging the driver to speed up, his mind swirling with thoughts of having just been reborn into the past. Li Shi from the future, with eyes full of anguish, told himself he had to prevent his past self in this timeline from dying, because that man was the Demon King. Meanwhile, the current Li Shi, wearing a gray cloak, stood in the grand hall of the headquarters, waiting. A female employee announced, "Li Shi, 20 years old, D-rank hunter, affiliated with Mr. Bai Qingfeng's team." The girl congratulated him on officially joining the Hunter Association headquarters, and a system notification appeared. Quest completed. Reward. Magic power limit increased 10 times. Li Shi was overjoyed, raising his hands to the sky, feeling a surge of power. Confident that he had reached entry-level B rank in just half a month, the young man even proclaimed himself the chosen one, causing his long, brown-haired female colleague and Tian standing nearby to shake their heads in exasperation. Bai Qingfeng approached, flashing a sinister smile, announcing that he had just received confidential information about a second divine artifact fragment. He invited Li Shi to prepare for their journey, while the surrounding crowd cheered, praising him as a savior of humanity. The traitor thought to himself, the so-called confidential information was merely a fabrication to lead Li Shi into a secluded dungeon and eliminate him in silence. The fervent fans even compared Bai Qingfeng to Lin Xiao, the deceased hero, and praised him for selflessly nurturing new recruits. He sneered, claiming to be just a pathetic demon king who wanted to use the safest method to kill Li Shi in the suburbs, then feigned embarrassment when praised. After a long day of travel, the team stopped at an abandoned inn in the suburbs, where Bai Qingfeng suggested they rest. He explained that this used to be a town attacked by demons, warning everyone not to wander at night due to many nearby dungeons. Bai Qingfeng arranged separate sleeping quarters for men and women, and assigned rotating guard duties, demanding everyone follow orders. Suddenly, a ding sound rang in Li Shi's head, accompanied by a purple exclamation mark icon. The young man startled awake, wondering why a new quest had arrived so early, at only 12 a.m. A system notification appeared, assigning a quest to go to an A-rank dungeon 3 km north to kill the puppet demon, with an S-rank potion as a reward. Li Shi hesitated briefly, worried he wasn't strong enough to deal with an A-rank dungeon and its potential dangers. But then, he suddenly realized the value of the S-rank potion, recalling that half a month ago he couldn't even afford food, and resolved to seize this opportunity. He stood up, declaring he would go out for a bit, trusting in the system's arrangements and his status as the chosen one. A blonde-haired member tried to stop him, reminding him of Boss Bai's orders and the dangers outside, but Li Shi ignored him, saying he had personal business and would return by morning. Other members, like the long-haired man and Tian, began to discuss, worried about Li Shi's weakness and his impulsive actions, especially with an A-rank dungeon nearby. Bai Qingfeng smiled sinisterly, dispelling his teammates' worries, saying to let Li Shi handle his own business and that he would surely return safely. Meanwhile, Li Shi had stepped into the paradoxical A-rank dungeon, wondering where the puppet demon was. He looked down, discovering a red humanoid demon, holding a sword, kneeling amidst a fiery energy current. Li Shi roared in pain, lightning bolts coiling around his body as if tearing him apart. The black-haired young man gathered all his strength, unleashing a powerful electric current towards the puppet demon, shouting loudly, "That's it!" A collision sound echoed, and the puppet demon's arm was knocked off its body. But immediately, many other puppets rushed forward, forcing him to continue dodging and counterattacking. The young man looked down at his bleeding hand, telling himself that without high-level weapons or potions, he could only fight head-on. The fiery red puppet charged, delivering a powerful blow that shook the air. He dodged continuously, fiery red sword slashes tearing through the air, passing close to him. Li Shi panted, realizing that despite giving his all, he had only scratched the demon, while its random attacks were powerful enough to render him helpless. The young man dashed along the cliff face, horrified to realize he had been cornered, with no escape. He fell straight into the fiery abyss, wondering if this A-rank dungeon was fate or if he had been too hasty. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association lobby, Li Shi from the future was shouting, desperately asking a female employee about his own whereabouts. The registration desk employee politely refused, explaining that they were not allowed to disclose Hunter's activity information. The reincarnator gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with fury as he couldn't find any clues. He realized that Li Shi of this timeline had registered as a hunter and was undertaking a quest with Bai Qingfeng. The reincarnator was extremely worried, knowing that if he didn't act quickly, the current Li Shi would die without realizing this was a trap set by the system's true mastermind. The scene shifted to an abandoned inn in the suburbs, where Bai Qingfeng was sitting, controlling a wooden puppet with red energy, while two others were sound asleep on the bed. He flashed a sinister smile, manipulating the wooden puppet with threads of energy, thinking to himself that an immature genius would die without anyone knowing, and he would have a perfect alibi. The traitor was confident no one would suspect him, because everything from the puppet to the system panel was orchestrated by him to lead Li Shi into the trap. The virtual system panel appeared, asking him what quest he wanted to assign to Li Shi next. Bai Qingfeng gave a cold smile, declaring there would be no next quest because Li Shi would not survive the night. In a magnificent palace with countless blue crystals, the Demon King stood, lamenting that it had been a long time since he was home, and that the human world had become boring since he killed Lin Feng. He, with mesmerizing purple eyes and a noble black cloak, stood amidst red fragments scattered on the floor. The Demon King held a red crystal shard, smiling sinisterly, telling the system that he remembered Lin Xiao once receiving countless high-level weapons and potions by following its instruction. A notification panel appeared, confirming the Demon King as the new master, and he immediately ordered the system to search for the boy Li Shi. He smiled slyly, instructing the system to make Li Shi believe he was the chosen one, who wouldn't need 10 years of arduous training but would quickly grow stronger through small guidance and rewards. The system accepted the order, promising to bring Li Shi within half a month, and the Demon King replied coldly, "I will wait." The Demon King sat on his magnificent throne, mocking Lin Xiao, asking him how it felt to be turned into a chair. He stood up, gazing into the distance, telling Lin Xiao that he once thought all humans were as intelligent and brave as he was, but then realized those rare heroes died faster than ants. The Demon King sat down again, smiling sinisterly, revealing a shocking secret. Lin Xiao's younger brother, Lin Feng, was also a true hero. Half a month ago, in a peaceful border town, the story began at Li Shi's small house. Li Shi woke up with a start in bed, his eyes wide with surprise, wondering what the strange sound he had just heard was. He sat up abruptly, his head spinning, suspecting he was hallucinating from hunger, when a ding sound rang out. A blue system notification panel appeared before his eyes, congratulating him on becoming the new master and promising rewards if he completed quests to become stronger. His face suddenly lit up, a hopeful smile spreading across it as he repeated the phrase, "become stronger." The scene shifted to an A-rank dungeon, where Li Shi lay struggling on the ground, his body erupting with blue lightning bolts, shouting his desire for power. He charged into battle with a puppet demon, his entire body enveloped in electrical energy, confidently declaring himself the chosen. A thunderous punch from Li Shi struck his opponent directly, creating a dazzling surge of electricity. He continued to attack, lightning bolts exploding around him, telling himself to believe in himself and never give up. His face was filled with resilience, his teeth clenched, determined not to give up. He threw another powerful punch, electrical energy converging on his fist, determined to defeat the demon. The puppet demon shattered, wooden fragments scattering along with fresh red blood, signaling a fatal blow. Li Shi laughed maniacally, his bloodshot eyes burning with fire, his hand clutching a fragment of the demon, shouting, "I've got you!" He delivered a final kick, decisively smashing the puppet demon to pieces, ending the battle. Li Shi stood amidst the rubble, his sword still stained with blood, breathing a sigh of relief. "It's over." Suddenly, a hand appeared, hovering over the demon's corpse, emitting an eerie, glowing red light, surprising him. Bai Qingfeng appeared, a sinister smile on his face, holding a red energy orb, saying he had underestimated Li Shi's abilities when he defeated the A-rank demon. He also revealed that he would have set an S-rank trap if he hadn't feared Li Shi's suspicion. The colossal shadow of the Demon King appeared behind Bai Qingfeng, mocking Li Shi as the prophesied protagonist. The traitor added that if he hadn't intervened, in 10 years Li Shi would have become the second Lin Xiao. Both Bai Qingfeng and the Demon King laughed savagely, red energy erupting, declaring that Li Shi would no longer have a chance to grow. He also said that Li Shi had been too hasty in seeking power, and that was why he would die tonight. Li Shi felt his body being controlled by eerie red threads, hovering like a puppet. He stared in horror at the demon's corpse, wondering why the system hadn't given him a reward, and there should have been an S-rank potion. A hand holding a sword appeared, approaching, signaling a new threat. Li Shi spun around, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. The Demon King appeared majestically, a sword in his hand, mocking Li Shi for dreaming. He also asked if Li Shi was thinking about his first words in the next life. Li Shi broke out in a cold sweat, utterly terrified, wondering who had just appeared, if it was a new puppet. He felt immense pressure and doubted if he could defeat it. The Demon King launched a fierce attack, purple energy erupting, engulfing Li Shi in a destructive surge of power. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Hunter Association. Li Shi from the future, hooded, urgently requested an emergency quest from the female registration desk employee. He needed a hunter with immediate teleportation ability and was willing to pay any price. The scarred face of Li Shi from the future became clear, his purple eyes burning with anxiety and determination, urging the employee to hurry. 3 frames appeared. The Demon King with a sinister smile, Li Shi from the future showing clear tension, and the current Li Shi still sound asleep in bed. The chairman stood in the middle of a high-tech room, his eyes full of contemplation as he thought to himself, if Li Shi, who had just joined the general headquarters, was indeed the legendary fated savior, then his growth rate was too fast. The chairman remained standing, continuing to analyze the situation. According to the prophecy, it should have taken him several more decades of effort to reach his current level. 3 empty thrones appeared, symbolizing the missing power. Everything had deviated from its original trajectory, as if guided by an invisible force, starting 1 or 2 months ago. The chairman, with a worried expression, realized that Immortal Shaolin, Prophet Song Zhao, and Summoner Lin Fei had all passed away one after another. Now, only 4 of the 7 elders remained, and the future of humanity was facing an unprecedented crisis. A mysterious figure, with pink hair and glowing red eyes, wearing a sinister smile, scoffed. Serves those at the bottom of the elder rankings right. The pink-haired figure continued to smile, his tone full of contempt. The immortal is dead, the prophet cannot foresee his own fate, and the summoner summoned a useless person. He sat cross-legged on one of the thrones, a smug look on his face. Bai Qingfeng calmly said, "Sir, don't worry. If this Li Shi is truly the legendary person in the prophecy, even if he acts recklessly and makes mistakes," the traitor smirked, his red eyes full of hidden meaning. He declared, "I will give him a chance to start over." The chairman stared at him, a look of profound shock on his face. He asked in astonishment, "You will make him reincarnate?" Bai Qingfeng smiled mysteriously. His right hand raised as if controlling something invisible, he revealed. "If my future self has already made Li Shi reincarnate, then there are now 2 of them in this timeline." The mastermind continued to explain, his tone full of calculation. "The abilities of the 7 elders influence each other, and the future is constantly changing. I truly don't know which direction the story will take." Suddenly, the scene shifted to a ruined dungeon. The Demon King brandished his flaming sword, charging straight at Li Shi. He growled, "You will die tonight." The Demon King's sword struck hard, sending Li Shi flying. The young man painfully realized he was completely outmatched by the enemy. Li Shi rolled on the ground, trying to dodge the fatal attacks. He could only run, and run. The Demon King swooped down from above, creating a powerful shockwave, destroying everything around him. Consecutive explosions erupted as the Demon King continued his fierce assault, turning the battlefield into ruins. Li Shi narrowly dodged another attack, but cold sweat drenched his back. He secretly sighed in relief. "That was close. I dodged it again." The young man suddenly noticed something unusual. His eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, "Wait!" The Demon King swung his sword, creating glowing red slashes, attacking continuously. Li Shi realized he wasn't his target. Explosions continued to echo. The Demon King relentlessly destroyed the ground. Li Shi suddenly understood. He was using the terrain to dodge attacks. The Demon King continued his relentless assault. Terrifying explosions repeatedly tore through the space. Li Shi knelt, looking down at the abyss before him. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. The young man looked down at a boiling lava pit, with nowhere left to cling. He was cornered. Li Shi desperately realized that the Demon King didn't even need to kill him directly. Just destroy this last platform, and he would fall into the lava, turning into ashes. Suddenly, the Demon King appeared right in front of him, stabbing his sword through Li Shi's shoulder. The young man cried out in pain. "Fast! Too fast!" The enemy looked at Li Shi with sharp eyes, a contemptuous smirk on his face. He was skeptical, thinking that Li Shi might have fire resistance and wouldn't die in the lava. The Demon King continued to ponder, not wanting to miss any escape possibility of his opponent. He thought, what if Li Shi's previous escape was just a pretense, and he actually had flying skills? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he needed to kill Li Shi to be sure. Li Shi was severely wounded. The Demon King prepared to deliver the finishing blow. He mocked his opponent for being too cautious, then declared he would decapitate him and tear him to pieces. What a flawless finishing move. The young man was in pain, sweat pouring down, his eyes filled with despair. He thought to himself, the Demon King truly knew how to finish things. He even guessed a little correctly. His heart was indeed slightly off-center compared to normal people. Was this his end? Li Shi, his entire body engulfed in fierce flames, was astonished to realize he was still alive after the Demon King's terrifying finishing blow. The young man lay struggling on the ground, covered in blood. He whispered that he was still alive. An unbelievable miracle. In a strange dream, Li Shi saw his past self, with Li Ya and 2 other men, listening to them discuss entering an SS-rank dungeon tomorrow. The young man in the dream wore a sinister smile, telling himself that the SS-rank dungeon was extremely dangerous, the perfect place for Li Shi to die. In another development, Li Shi from the future, with a face full of scars, was talking to a female employee at the registration counter, requesting immediate teleportation. The reincarnator growled angrily, revealing that it was the SS rank dungeon where he had died in his previous life. And in this life, he would not only turn the tables but also destroy the Demon King and claim the precious item fragment. Returning to the present Li Shi, he sat blankly at his desk, his face tired and dejected. The young man gritted his teeth, telling himself that last night's mission was too difficult, almost costing him his life, and he needed to quickly increase his strength. A sudden system notification appeared, congratulating him on completing the mission and receiving an S-Class potion, while also offering the next mission to upgrade to S-Class, which stirred him. He pondered, realizing this mission would definitely be very difficult, and he needed to be more cautious. Li Shi decided to refuse, thinking that he almost died last night. He couldn't rush even though he wanted to be stronger, and prepared to press the decline button. But then, the system continuously fired off a series of notifications about incredibly massive bonus rewards. Mana, HP, Strength, S-Class Potion, S-Class Weapon, Treasure Map, Countless Riches, S-Class Recovery Potion, S-Class Armor, and Luck X100. The young man was stunned by the shower of rewards, exclaiming that with all these things, he would surely become a peak powerhouse. Li Shi let out a crazy laugh, wondering if getting stronger could be this easy. Without hard training, without caution, without gradual accumulation. Had he been too careful? He decisively pressed the accept button, declaring that hard training was only for the mediocre. True heroes only needed to face challenges and unleash their talents. The system announced a new mission. Newbie. Get ready to head to the nearby SS rank dungeon, where traces of an item fragment have been found. Li Shi immediately left, leaving the entire team behind. He turned back and told Tian Tian that he would no longer join them, as he had personal matters to attend to. Tian Tian angrily rushed forward, trying to stop him, reminding him that they were on the same team and had to follow the captain's orders. Li Shi coldly pushed her aside, telling her to move away and not delay his important business, causing the girl to cry out in surprise. The entire team immediately surrounded the young man. A gray-haired man angrily scolded. "Hey, you arrogant brat! How dare you treat Tian Tian like that? Unacceptable! Let me teach you a lesson." Li Shi looked annoyed, but the system displayed a notification. System. Understood, Master. The system issued a humane side quest to apologize to Tian Tian by bowing, cheering her up, spinning 3 times, and shouting, "I am a little dog. Woof, woof, woof," in line with its goal of shaping a kind, upright, chosen one. At the same time, the system also issued a warning. Reward. An S-Class lightning weapon. If you refuse the quest, you will lose your qualification to use the system. Li Shi panicked, his eyes wide as he looked at the reward and the threat, stammering, "An S-Class weapon? Wait, revoke my qualification?" The young man clutched his head in panic, wondering what was happening, why the system was doing this. He was only a little rude to them, and now he might lose his master qualification. Was he wrong? But this quest was too humiliating. The entire team stood watching Li Shi in extreme panic. The gray-haired man, the team captain, continued to threaten. "That's right. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and apologize to Tian Tian, otherwise I'll beat you." Tian Tian, however, softly said, "Just let it go." Li Shi gritted his teeth, finally accepting his fate, telling himself, "All right, a true man knows when to yield. I can't lose the system anyway." To the astonishment of the entire team, Li Shi suddenly bowed deeply. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing to Tian Tian piteously. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Tian Tian." Another teammate exclaimed in surprise, I haven't even hit him yet. Why did this guy change his attitude so quickly?" Li Shi was still playing the puppy act, continuously barking woof woof to apologize, making Li Ya, Tian Tian, and the other teammates burst into surprised laughter. The young man was utterly embarrassed, covering his face and secretly wishing he could disappear into the ground immediately, never wanting to see this group again. Meanwhile, the system announced that he had received an S-Class lightning bracelet pair as a reward. Li Ya and Tian Tian were still giggling. The red-brown-haired girl said that Li Shi was really strange and told Tian Tian not to hold a grudge against him. Tian Tian smiled brightly, happily replying that she only recognized these people as her teammate. Suddenly, Li Shi revealed a mysterious smile, his eyes sharp as if piercing through the future. The scene shifted to a ruined dungeon, where the reincarnator stood facing an eerie mirror, contemplating the SS rank twin dungeon and the important fragment within. He explained that this dungeon had been undefeated for centuries, not because of strong monsters, but because of its bizarre rules. A large mirror reflected the image of the reincarnator. He revealed that anyone who entered would create a clone of themselves and had to destroy it to win. The reincarnator smirked, asserting that no one could defeat their current self, which was why no one had succeeded. However, he had discovered a fatal flaw. The mirror only copied the current version, while he was the future version of himself. The reincarnator confidently declared that only his future self could defeat his current self, then charged into battle with his clone amidst an explosion of purple energy. He easily dodged the clone's attack, confident that he knew all of his current self's fighting habits and had prepared a special weapon to counter the lightning bracelet. The reincarnator accurately predicted the clone's next move, then unleashed a powerful lightning-fast attack. With a resounding SSHHRK, he stabbed through his clone, exclaiming triumphantly, "I did it!" The clone shattered into thousands of fragments. The reincarnator smugly declared that in the end, it was just a clone, and he, the chosen one, had conquered the long undefeated dungeon. The eerie mirror also completely shattered, emitting a brilliant purple light, signaling a resounding victory. A dazzling, glowing item fragment flew out from the clone's wreckage. The reincarnator reached out to catch it. He clutched the fragment, enveloped in brilliant golden light, and declared grandly, "Even without the system, I am still the chosen one." With a determined expression, the reincarnator affirmed that he would become humanity's hero, possessing a weapon designed to deal with the Demon King, and would be a beacon of light for all. Back in reality, Li Shi held the glowing sword, his eyes sharp as he looked up, muttering that it was time for the Demon King to appear. Li Shi stood there, his gaze firm, a mysterious purple dark aura surrounding him, with a strange demonic figure appearing behind him, full of majesty. Suddenly, Li Shi felt an ominous premonition, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You?" A clone of Li Shi, with a scarred face and crazed eyes, charged to attack, forcing him to dodge with difficulty. Li Shi was astonished by the clone's terrifying speed, wondering if the item fragment was on the enemy's blade. He couldn't hesitate, deciding he had to ambush the clone at all costs. Li Shi clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, telling himself to believe in himself, that he was the chosen one. With a decisive SSHHHLUCK, Li Shi counterattacked, piercing through his clone. Confident that he had succeeded, he smirked, smugly declaring that the item fragment had pierced the immortal Demon King's heart. But unexpectedly, Li Shi saw his clone still standing, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Blood flowed from Li Shi's mouth. He looked at the clone, his face full of dismay, unable to believe his eyes at this ironic situation. Li Shi's eyes widened in horror, his face etched with wounds and an expression of disbelief. The two Li Shi clashed in a fierce battle, fresh red blood splattering amidst the hazy smoke. The reborn one, with a scarred face, was stunned to realize that his opponent was the Li Shi of this timeline. He looked down at his clone lying motionless on the ground, wondering if he had just killed himself. The reborn one gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage as he realized there were two Li Shi in this dungeon. A mysterious girl with long reddish-brown hair, wielding a weapon and rushing forward, explained that this dungeon was Twin Mirror, forcing players to confront their own clones. Another man, with a panicked expression, was surprised to learn that Li Shi had secretly come here alone to challenge. Li Shi's four teammates stared at the battle, unable to distinguish who the real Li Shi was. The reborn one watched his clone dissipate into particles of light, leaving a cold void on the ground. Li Shi, with a wound on his face, exclaimed in horror, "Look, the one who died." Tian Tian pointed at the dead clone's wrist, asserting that it was the real Li Shi because he was wearing the same weapon and outfit as when they started. The reborn one roared in anger, a dazzling light erupting from his fist as he realized he had been tricked. One of Li Shi's teammates immediately ordered the elimination of the imposter holding the item fragment, whom he believed to be a monster created by the Twin Mirror. The deafening clang of metal echoed as the reborn one and his clone clashed in an unforgiving battle. The reborn one's clone was sent flying, falling to the ground while he continued to fight another clone. The reborn one was surrounded by three other clones. He dodged sharp attacks and realized he was at a disadvantage. He told himself that he was outnumbered and couldn't defeat them. Another clone of the reborn one charged to attack. He realized that attacks from the item fragment didn't cause much damage to ordinary people. The deafening clang of metal echoed again as the reborn one continued to fend off relentless attacks, his eyes full of confusion. He gritted his teeth, wondering why he had to kill himself in this dungeon. The reborn one fell, his eyes empty as he looked up at the sky, questioning his presence here. He was shocked to realize that he had transformed into the Demon King's form. Half a day earlier, Li Shi sat in contemplation, looking out the window and thinking about the difficult mission from last night. He told himself that he was still too weak and needed to quickly increase his strength. A system notification appeared, congratulating him on completing the mission and receiving an S-grade potion. The system reminded Li Shi that the previous mission had been rewarded, and he had received an S-grade transformation potion. Li Shi held the purple transformation potion in his hand, thinking about its value an item that could save lives in dangerous moments. The next mission required him to immediately go to the nearby Twin Mirror Dungeon to eliminate monsters and collect item fragments. The system specifically advised Li Shi to use the transformation potion to transform into water attribute Bai Qingfeng, as this would help him easily defeat the clone. Li Shi looked at his clone in the dungeon, wondering if the system suggestion was correct, and if Bai Qingfeng truly had a water attribute as rumored. Li Shi was writhing in pain, his body smoking, and beginning to deform, as a reddish-brown-haired girl launched a fiery attack at him. He continued to transform, flames engulfing his body, constantly questioning in his mind why everything was so different from the previous timeline. Despite his best efforts not to interfere with the original events, the young man was covered in injuries, blood streaming down his face. Li Shi couldn't understand. Everything had deviated too much, completely different from what he had experienced before. From Li Shi's position, a gigantic, thorny, ferocious creature was emerging from the ground, creating large cracks. A purple-haired man frantically cried out, "Captain," as Li Shi lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. The purple-haired man announced that the dungeon boss had been easily defeated, but Li Shi had been killed by his own clone. Bai Qingfeng, with a sinister expression, tightly grabbed the dying Li Shi's head. The injured one screamed, calling him the Demon King and ordering everyone to kill him. Bai Qingfeng's group, including Li Ya, Tiantian, Gao Hu, and others, burst into laughter at the clone's insane words. Tiantian chuckled, sarcastically remarking that this clone must have lost its mind, sometimes claiming to be Li Shi, sometimes denying it, and now calling the captain the Demon King. She added that this reward was truly worthwhile. They had obtained a valuable item fragment, and this clone's strength was not even comparable to a B-grade Li Ji. Bai Qingfeng maintained a contemptuous expression, gripping the clone's head and declaring him just a fool, not worthy of existence. Li Shi was stunned, his eyes full of confusion, wondering what Bai Qingfeng meant, and if he knew his true identity. The traitor looked directly into Li Shi's eyes, asking with a sarcastic tone if he truly thought he was the chosen one, the only one who had experienced time reversal. Li Shi was utterly shocked, his face paling, unable to believe what he had just heard. Bai Qingfeng smirked, his eyes sharp as if wanting to pierce through the opponent's heart. He placed a hand on Li Shi's shoulder, inviting him to join his team and revealing that the next mission was to find another item fragment, which would help him easily enter the headquarters. Bai Qingfeng smiled smugly, boasting that he had just received confidential information about the location of the second item fragment, then urged Li Shi to prepare to depart immediately. He turned to Tiantian, instructing her to tell everyone to prepare to leave soon, while he would go back to his room to rest. The girl obediently complied. Bai Qingfeng entered the room, telling himself that he had dedicated himself to the missions, and now he had almost become a true hero. As soon as he opened the room door, he was startled, his eyes revealing clear panic. Before him was a purple-haired man, covered in blood, standing tall in the room. The purple-haired man, with half his face in shadow and glowing red eyes, greeted, "Hello, me, from this timeline." He was Li Shi from the future, currently in Bai Qingfeng's body. Li Shi, future, tightly grabbed Bai Qingfeng's head, nodding slightly as if he understood everything. The young man, without hesitation, threw Bai Qingfeng into the air, signaling Gao Hu to prepare to attack. Gao Hu immediately received the order, unleashing a brilliant blue energy stream, heading straight for the target. Bai Qingfeng was hit by a fatal blow, his body flung far away. He couldn't believe what was happening. The traitor fell to the ground, motionless, fresh blood staining the cold stone floor. Both Bai Qingfeng and Li Shi lay slumped on the ground, dead with their eyes open. The traitor's last thought was, "Clearly, I am the protagonist." Li Shi, future, in Bai Qingfeng's body, held the brightly glowing second item fragment, while Tiantian smiled, praising how smoothly the mission had gone. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, holding the glowing item fragment, ordered them to be kept safe in the tower. The reborn one then asked how to avoid the fatal chest wound in his future. Another hand suddenly snatched the glowing fragment, and the regressor revealed that winter would arrive in 2 months, and snow would fall. Li Shi in Bai Qingfeng's body appeared with a horrifying chest wound, bleeding profusely, sitting on a throne. He explained that he had been severely stabbed by a hero named Ouyang Wufang with a weapon embedded with an item fragment, almost dying. He continued, saying he had tried to hold his last breath until he found the elder who could reverse time, forcing him to reverse time for him. Li Shi, with a pensive expression, asked if that meant he would be safe for the next 2 months. The reborn one then worriedly asked about the opponent's wound, thinking he didn't have long to live. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body with pointed ears, horns, and a bloodied face, realized his cruel words. The reborn one asked if the opponent had forgotten the Monster Tower's boost to the Demon King after 3 months. A skill notification panel appeared, displaying passive skill, Health Lock, with an unconditional activation mechanism and permanent duration. Li Shi in Bai Qingfeng's body explained that the Demon King had the passive skill Blood Lock in the tower, He said he was also the Demon King, so as long as he was in the tower, he couldn't die. Li Shi sneered, likening himself to a bound soul trapped like Rapunzel. The Reborn One retorted that if not health-locked in the tower, he'd have killed him on the spot. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, now transformed, warned that the abilities of the 7 elders could influence each other, and one wrong step could lead to a butterfly. He continued to explain about Shaolin, who had been reborn many times, the prophet who predicted the future, the summoner who called souls from other worlds, and the elder who had reversed time for others many times. The Reborn One added that the opponent's timeline had been altered many times for the future, and he could no longer guarantee 100% certainty. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, with a smug expression, agreed that it was enough. Ouyang Wufeng would not appear until winter in 2 months, so he could relax until then. He continued, saying that he had been in the human world for 3 months, busy with missions and searching for fragments, and hadn't had a chance to truly enjoy himself. This was a good time to rest. The Reborn One also added that he could use these 2 months to scout the enemy, understand himself, and ensure victory in every battle. Understanding human cities and civilizations would be beneficial for the monster race's future attacks on humanity. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's transformed body, angrily asked if the opponent was just using noble reasons as an excuse to leave the monster tower after thousands of years, noting he could see the opponent never wished to return. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, with a sinister expression, said to take care of this place, Princess Rapunzel, as he would be vacationing in human cities. Li Shi, now transformed, with an annoyed expression, muttered that it was irritating. The opponent didn't even bother to find an excuse anymore. A man in a purple shirt was announcing on a large screen, congratulating the human hero Qingfeng Bai for leading his team to obtain the 2nd item fragment. He continued to announce that the ceiling of the monster tower had far exceeded expectations. The future of the human world was bright and promising, and they were filled with hope. A group of people was walking on the street, and a red-haired man was hiding in the bushes, making rustling sound. The red-haired man, with an excited expression, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing what a human city looked like 20 years ago, with so many of his kind. He continued to point to the sky, telling admin that there was fresh air, blue skies, white clouds, and tall buildings. The red-haired man compared the sun to a painting, brighter than even a light bulb. A small blue spirit appeared next to the red-haired man, saying that number 13 must cherish this opportunity to reverse time. The blue spirit said that the gods were watching, and he must ensure he finds the item fragment. The red-haired man, with a determined expression, said that he would definitely complete this great mission bestowed by the god. A notification board appeared, displaying comments from God of Truth, from M74 Nebula, God of Cancer, God of Wind, Pluto, and Center of the Universe, all live streaming and commenting on the human world 20 years ago. The red-haired man, with an excited expression, said there was no need to rush. Now that he had arrived in this era of peace, let the gods from the higher dimensions in the live stream room experience the daily life of human cities. The red-haired man, with bright eyes, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing coffee, something he had only seen in books. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, sat opposite, thinking that the poor guy, he would give him a discount later. The red-haired man was drinking coffee, thinking that it was worth coming here. This was the legendary coffee, and he had to savor it carefully. Both Li Shi and the red-haired man spat out their coffee, with disgusted expressions. Both exclaimed that it was disgusting. The blonde woman behind them, with a surprised expression, remarked that there was another one. A large zoo appeared, with animals like giraffes and rhinos kept in cages, and many people visiting. Lu Shisan tightly hugged a zoo employee, angrily questioning, "Hey, how can you lock up animals like this?" He continued, agitated. "It's not fair. They're so pitiful." Meanwhile, a monkey in a cage cried out in panic. A zoo employee tried to explain, "Sir, zoos exist to protect rare and endangered animals." He continued to reassure, "We treat the animals very well here, with premium food and top-notch veterinary care." Lu Shisan remained furious, shouting as 2 other employees held him back. "Hey, what's the point of living well if you're confined to one place from birth until death?" He even humorously compared, "How are these animals any different from Princess Rapunzel?" A pink-haired girl, a zoo employee, stood by the pool, proudly introducing, "This is our zoo star, Lanlan the dolphin." She ordered, "Lanlan, show everyone your fire hoop jump." The dolphin immediately performed, creating a loud splash as it jumped into the water. The crowd applauded loudly, everyone excited. A little girl cheered excitedly. "Amazing. Mom, I love Lanlan the dolphin the most." She also said she would give it snacks later. Lu Shisan stood up abruptly, angrily shouting, "How can you still laugh at such a dangerous performance?" He continued to criticize harshly. "Are you devils?" he roared, clenching his fists. "Why torture it with such cruel methods? Do you want to be treated like that?" The man added, "It's better to end it quickly. Even the evil demon king in the tower isn't as perverted as you." The pink-haired girl looked at him with an annoyed expression, while Lu Shisan continued to shout, What's entertaining about this kind of performance? A burly zoo employee angrily chased the two protesting men out. You are disrupting the show, please leave! Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, stood watching Lu Shizan, who was rubbing his head after being kicked out, and wondered, a zoo? What a strange place. Lu Shizan turned to look at Li Shi, surprised to realize, huh, you are? He immediately changed his attitude, excitedly saying, oh my god, I've seen you in history books. I can't believe I'm meeting you in the flesh. Li Shi calmly replied, huh? It's nothing big. I just found 2 item fragments. Lu Shizan knelt down, pleading, what luck. I've been searching for you everywhere. This time I came here specifically to find you. He continued to beg, please, let me join your team. All I need is to find 1 item fragment with you. Just 1. Li Shi just himphed. The reborn one thought to himself, I don't even know where the next fragment is. In his mind, a system notification appeared. Master, I have detected something similar to a system on this person, but it is only visible to you. Li Shi frowned, thinking, does this person also have a system? The blue spirit appeared, explaining that it was not just a system but much more advanced than. The blue spirit continued to display information about the gods and the mission to find item fragments, along with comments from other gods about the Demon King and number 13. Lu Shizan raised his head with a resolute expression. It's okay. I know the location of the next item fragment. Let me join. Li Shi smiled and agreed. All right, welcome to my team. He added, don't you want to ask how I know the location of the 3rd item fragment? The reborn one replied indifferently. It doesn't matter. Whatever you say, I might not believe you. Lu Shizan smiled brightly, saying that whether he believed it or not, he was still very happy to cooperate and would work together to find the item fragment. Number 13. Lu introduced himself. My name is Lu Shizan. My surname doesn't matter. What matters is my number. He began to recount his tragic past. Lu Shizan continued to recount his grim past, where he believed that for 9,999 out of 10,000 people not to die in the apocalypse, it was better for everyone to become slaves to the gods. He recounted that when the elder brought him back to the past, the elder asked why he was still trying to turn more people into slaves for the gods. The elder wondered why he didn't simply ignore the system and administrators, daring to change the past, rebelling against the future gods, as humanity had resiliently resisted monsters for thousands of years. Number 13. Lu still eagerly expressed that it was a great honor to search for item fragments with the reborn one, as he had heard stories about him since he was a child. Li Shi just smirked, replying that he was exaggerating. The reborn one found the time-reversing elder's question quite comical, considering it the kind of thinking of a relic from a peaceful era. He questioned himself, how could a captive lion dare to rebel against its owner? Would a lion in a zoo dare to escape? Li Shi waved his hand, telling Lu Shizan to go home so he could introduce him to his teammates. Number 13. Lu asked blankly, home? What is home? The reborn one remarked that he looked even less human than himself. He explained that the generation of slaves from 20 years in the future had experienced the horrific collapse of civilization, meaning the words home and hope had never existed in the mouths of young people like them. He added that they had nowhere to go, nor did they know the path they were on. Lu Shizan excitedly announced that he had arrived at the headquarters of the legendary Hunter Association, humanity's 2nd most powerful organization, second only to a few noble families. He raised his hand in a victory sign, accompanied by the text, logging in, and sarcastic comments from cosmic entities about humanity's performance. A notification appeared, stating that it was attempting to crack number 13 Lu's system, with 10% progress. Li Shi looked at the virtual screen, thoughtfully telling the system that it was right. Lu Shizan definitely had something similar to a system that only he could see. The reborn one suddenly turned to scold him. Stop it. Look at his silly face, staring at a wall of air. Everyone thinks it's strange, all right? Li Shi's system replied coldly, you are not anyone. Li Ya and another short-haired, brown-haired girl looked towards the two. Li Ya commented that Li Shi's illness had spread to both Bai Qingfeng and the other guy. 2 other men were also observing, one saying that seeing Bai Qingfeng talk to thin air was strange, and the other guy was no different. Li Shi stood at the door, inviting Lu Shizan in and introducing his teammates. Let me introduce you to my teammates. They are all wonderful people. I'm sure you'll like them. Lu Shizan whispered in his mind. Does the Demon King praise humans? The Reborn Ones group welcomed him, and the long-haired, gray-haired man asked, hello, so you're the new person Bai Qingfeng brought back. Number 13. Lu smiled, pointed to himself and said, nice to meet everyone. The atmosphere here is great, just like home. The long-haired blonde girl wondered if the captain had brought back another strange recruit, while the long-haired, gray-haired man asked, the captain brought back another recruit? Lu Shizan secretly thought, ha ha ha, this place is nothing like home. Li Ya looked at him, saying, this is where laborers gather, and resentment is overflowing. Home is much cozier than this place. Lu Shizan burst out laughing, declaring, Ha ha ha, but I think this place is warm enough. Anyway, compared to this place, he sank back into his memories, an image of him lying amidst a pile of skulls, enveloped in a crimson light, and the words, "My previous life had no warmth at all." The long-haired blonde girl smiled and said, "I think this new recruit has good energy." "Welcome to the team." The long-haired blonde girl asked about his past, while Lu Shisan thought about a cozy little home, where everyone has enough to eat and wear, is sheltered from wind and rain, and life would feel warm. A group of people put their hands together, full of vigor, preparing for the upcoming mission. The Abyss Labyrinth, an SS-ranked dungeon, appeared with its complex mazes and thick black fog. The third item fragment was hidden in a challenging rule-based dungeon. This rule-based situation was similar to the SS-rank Twin Mirror dungeon, where everything followed its own rules. The location of the third fragment was identified as the entrance to the Abyss Labyrinth, a rule-based dungeon that Li Shi had once read about in history books. But upon arrival, the Reborn One was utterly surprised, while Lu Shisan pointed and asked, "But why are there so many people here?" Although the Abyss Labyrinth had hundreds of entrances, dozens of hunter teams had flocked here, creating a chaotic scene. A man in a blue shirt explained that a few days ago, news of the item fragment had been leaked on television, causing everyone to rush here. His teammate, a man in a purple shirt, nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Everyone wants to seize the third fragment to become a hero." However, the man in the purple shirt also expressed concern, as this was an SS-ranked dungeon. Many teams here lacked sufficient strength, and blindly rushing in could cost many lives. Amidst the crowd, a short, brown-haired woman and a gray-haired man suddenly cheered as they recognized one of the strongest teams from the association headquarters. They whispered, believing that he was the hero capable of becoming the next light of humanity after Shaolin. Li Ya and Gao Hu were also present, while everyone around excitedly recognized Mr. Bai and wanted to take photos with him. Lu Shisan clutched his head and screamed in frustration, blaming himself for being useless because the information about the fragment's location had been leaked. While the crowd continued to take photos nonchalantly, Li Shi gently placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, reassuring him. "Shisan, don't be discouraged." The young man continued to affirm his promise. "I promise to make you a teammate. We will always be teammates." He smiled encouragingly. "Come on, let's fight side by side. We will surely succeed." Lu Shisan burst into tears, touched by the Reborn One's kindness, and promised to do his best, despite his name being 13. Li Shi subtly smirked, thinking to himself, "Excellent. Another fool tricked. Children really are easy to deceive." Then he decisively declared, "Let's go! All the teams have chosen their own entrances. We'll just pick one randomly and set off." The Reborn One explained that the item fragment was definitely at the end of the labyrinth. Lu Shisan asked in surprise, "Choose randomly? Shouldn't we choose carefully? What if we pick a dead end?" Li Shi replied coldly, "It doesn't matter." The young man suddenly thought, finding it strange that following the Demon King brought a sense of security, and wondered if that was why his teammates trusted him absolutely. The team quickly arrived at a crossroads, where Lu Shisan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, we've reached a crossroads. Which way do we go? Look, there's a rule at this turn." We've entered a small rule-based space. A stone tablet appeared, clearly engraved with a harsh rule. "Kill your Timothys. The sole survivor in the team can proceed and eliminate one wrong path at this turn." Lu Shisan was stunned, his body emitting a bright red light, and he thought to himself, "Do I have to kill all my teammates again?" Li Shi looked around, realizing that the rule had been activated and the exit was blocked by an invisible barrier. He hastily explained that the entire space was covered by a barrier, and if they didn't complete the rule's task, they would be trapped here forever. Li Shi looked at his teammates around him, his eyes full of confusion, wondering, do we really have to kill each other? Lu Shisan cried out in despair, not wanting his teammates to die such a tragic death, and hoped to find another way out. However, the Reborn One smirked confidently, a surge of purple energy erupting around him. A purple beam of light tore through the space, striking the ground where the rule's text was slowly cracking, signaling that this space was about to collapse. Lu Shisan stared in astonishment at the Reborn One, who stood there with an unbelievably calm expression. "Who cares about these ridiculous rules? Just smash them," Li Shi declared decisively, pointing to the path ahead. Lu Shisan was stunned to realize that the Reborn One had not only broken the barrier, but also trampled on the game's rule. He wondered why he had always instinctively followed these absurd rules. Memories flooded back. Since birth, he had lived under the constraints of the gods, with cruel rules, killing loved ones, challenging high-level monsters, fighting continuously for thousands of hours, even offering fingers to the deities. And the pinnacle of cruelty was the rule. Whoever violates it shall be granted death. The Reborn One looked up at the chained figure suspended in the air, a soul bound by invisible rules. He told himself that he had never thought of jumping into the ocean, a metaphor for accepting fate. He turned to his teammates, his eyes firm as he declared, "If I don't like the rules, I'll break them. If there's no path, I'll create one myself." After all, his team was one of the strongest, wasn't it? The Reborn One dashed like lightning, purple energy exploding, tearing through all obstacles in his path. He didn't choose within the framework, but created an entirely new path himself. Because with hope and perseverance, there is always a way out. He turned back and ordered Lu Shisan to go with him to the endpoint, while the other 4 would go to the 99 other entrances to force the hunters to abandon the challenge. Liam mused that the rules here were too inhumane. If not stopped in time, many people would lose their lives. "Captain, wait for me. I'll go with you." Lu Shisan hurriedly ran after him. He recalled an elder once asking, "Why do you still try to enslave humans to the gods?" He had once replied that it was because they couldn't see hope. But now, for the first time in his life, he saw brilliant hope right before his eyes. Lu Shisan yearned to catch up with the Reborn One's footsteps, grasping that faint glimmer of hope. He wanted to fight for a new path, for the future of humanity. The Reborn One thought to himself, no wonder the Demon King's teammates were so calm when facing the rules. That was because the Demon King was not only extremely powerful and intelligent, but also capable of inspiring hope in others, even without the support of the tower's rules. However, something unexpected happened. The chest containing the item fragment was empty. The item fragment has been taken. The Reborn One was surprised, wondering if someone was faster than them, or if someone else had broken the rules. He couldn't believe it. No one could reach his level of power. Yet the Demon King had failed to retrieve the item fragment. Now everyone's fate has reached a crossroads. The Reborn One thought to himself, his eyes full of contemplation. Fortunately, the hunters at the 98 entrances hesitated in time before the brutal challenge, saving them from slaughtering each other. However, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, except for the first entrance, where the Reborn One's group had set foot. By the time they arrived, the challenge had ended, and all the other hunters' teammates had fallen. A member of the Vanguard team made a cruel choice. He murdered all his teammates, completed the challenge, and seized the precious item fragment. A surge of purple energy suddenly flashed from the Reborn One's hand as he exclaimed in surprise, "What? The item fragment has been stolen?" Li Shi pondered, feeling something amiss about the cruel perpetrator. A sinister premonition creeping into the young man's mind. Lu Shisan suddenly flinched, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Li Shi, wondering if that person was the one who would finish off the Demon King in the next 2 months. In the modern city, undercurrents were surging, signaling a fierce war between humans and monsters. This was a golden opportunity for powerful clans to compete for resources. 1,000 years ago, power was concentrated in the eastern clans, but now the balance had shifted entirely to the west. The Ouyang clan, one of the 7 great clans, prided itself on its ancestor, who had gathered 10 item fragments and sealed the monster tower 1,000 years ago. That legacy had solidified the Ouyang clan's position for 1,000 years. But now, the Lin and Li clans, with their east-west combination, were rising strongly. However, after the deaths of Lin Xiao and Lin Feng, the Lin clan weakened. The Li-Lin alliance disintegrated, opening up a struggle for the top clan position among the remaining 6 clans. A man in the Ouyang clan proposed increasing hunter training, but another worried about internal conflicts amidst the rising monster. Another member asserted that in chaotic times, the clan needed to produce heroes like 1,000 years ago to strengthen its foundation. Another argued that there was no need to rush to the front lines, as the Hunter Association was handling it. However, the elderly man in the purple robe firmly stated, the Ouyang clan must return to its 1,000-year-old peak. Suddenly, an Ouyang clan member frantically reported, "Master, an intruder has broken in." He also revealed that the intruder was extremely powerful, having defeated many guards. A burly man, covered in scars, roared angrily, "Who is he? Daring to break into the Ouyang clan? He truly seeks death." Amidst the rubble, Ouyang Wufeng appeared majestically on a horse of light, surrounded by fallen guards. A surviving guard tremblingly asked, "WRs, who are you? Why are you dressed so strangely?" Another guard looked down in horror at the ground, where brilliant golden seals were glowing, and stammered, "What is this? Seals?" Ouyang Wufeng looked down coldly, speaking with disdain. 1,000 years have passed. Has the Ouyang clan weakened to this extent? 2 guards pointed in surprise at the sword on his back, where an item fragment was glowing. They realized he was the mysterious hunter who had stolen the 3rd item fragment from the Abyss Labyrinth a few days ago. Ouyang Wufeng smirked, asking disdainfully, "Hunters? Is that what you call cultivators these days?" He introduced himself. "I am not a hunter. I am Ouyang Wufeng. You may call me Ancestor." The elderly man in the purple robe sprang from his seat, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment. "What? You are Ouyang Wufeng? The hero who gathered 10 artifact fragments 1,000 years ago?" "The ancestor of the Ouyang clan. Legend has it that Ouyang Wufeng mysteriously disappeared after sealing the monster tower. Did he not die, but rather transmigrate 1,000 years into the future?" Another man, suspicious, demanded that he prove he was truly Ouyang Wufeng. Ouyang Wufeng turned his back, his gaze full of confidence. I don't need to prove anything. What you need to know is that the Ouyang clan needs a strong person, and I am that person. That is enough. He began to recount the past, about the era 1,000 years ago when he was the protagonist of history. It was an era of war and famine, where resentment and fear had transformed into monsters, plunging the world into destruction. He continued, saying that during that chaotic time he, Ouyang Wufeng, the eldest son of the Ouyang clan, led a group of cultivators to attack the monster tower. But the Demon King was too powerful, so he decided to gather 10 artifact fragments, accepting a small sacrifice to save the world. That path was full of thorns. When he awoke, all his comrades had fallen. Leaving him alone, he realized that the path to saving all beings was inherently so cruel, and then he charged into the monster tower with the 10 artifact fragments. A sudden bolt of lightning brought him 1,000 years into the future, to this era, to continue his mission of saving all beings. He declared that he must gather 10 artifact fragments of the current era and once again seal the monster tower. Li Shi, in Bai Qingfeng's body, was having a headache because the 3rd artifact fragment had been stolen by someone else, and he didn't know who that person was. While Lu Shisan excitedly announced that the team was about to arrive at the association, and even invited them home for cookies, suddenly, a strange purple energy burst forth, startling him and Lu Shisan, who turned back. Li Shi exclaimed in surprise, "Who's there?" Before they could react, a series of gleaming golden chains flew in from nowhere, shooting like arrows and binding the entire group tightly. Lu Shizan's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding what was happening, and exclaimed that this was an extremely strange way to attack. The entire team was tightly bound by chains, unable to move. Lu Shizan cried out in panic. Li Shi suddenly realized that this might be an ancient cultivation technique from 1,000 years ago, with all sorts of merged spells and artifacts. A powerful suction force from the purple energy suddenly pulled the entire group away, giving them no time to react. A powerful white-haired figure appeared, Ouyang Wufeng. He grabbed Lu Shizan's neck tightly, making him cry out in pain. Lu Shizan's teammate, Xiao Ke, immediately roared, demanding, "Who are you? Let him go!" Amidst the chaos, Li Shi stood there, unusually calm, the purple energy surrounding him further enhancing his mysterious aura. Lu Shizan was astonished to realize that the chains had been removed, but Tiantian was still in danger. He suddenly thought, this person must be Ouyang Wufeng, mentioned in history as someone who transmigrated from ancient times and would destroy the Demon King within the next 2 months. Ouyang Wufeng coldly tightened his grip on Lu Shisan, his sharp sword tip pointed directly at Li Shi, and he ordered, "Bai Qingfeng, hand over the 2 artifact fragments to me." Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, only tightened his grip on Lu Shizan's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I will kill him," Lu Shizan painfully gasped, calling out for the captain. Li Shi and Ouyang Wufeng faced each other, their gazes meeting intensely. Li Shi secretly pondered about the newcomer. Lu Shizan felt uneasy. He didn't like Ouyang Wufeng at all. This scene reminded him of the first time Tiantian faced the Demon King, and he wondered what choice the Demon King would make. As cosmic beings watched, some praising Ouyang Wufeng, some plotting divine descent, others coveting Li Shi, he sighed in Bai Qingfeng's body, knowing human suffering was only the gods' entertainment. Ouyang Wufeng looked directly at Li Shi, his tone full of contempt. "So it's you, the one who obtained the 3rd artifact fragment and didn't hesitate to kill your own comrades." Ouyang Wufeng's sword gleamed with an artifact fragment, making Li Shi carefully consider his options. He knew he needed to keep his distance from that weapon. Lu Shisan still tried to shout, telling the captain not to worry about him. He emphasized that artifact fragments were hard to come by and could not be easily surrendered. Ouyang Wufeng smirked, tightening his grip on Lu Shizan's neck even more, and coldly asked, "Still want to talk while being choked?" Xiao Ke could no longer hold back. He roared Tiantian, and then swung his sword, charging forward. Li Shi maintained a cold expression, declaring that the 2 artifact fragments were not on him, but had been hidden. He added that Lu Shisan was not as valuable as the artifact fragments, and they could just kill him. Hearing this, Ouyang Wufeng released his grip, and Lu Shizan fell to the ground. He coldly said, "All right, the strong don't need emotions." Then he looked at Li Shi and remarked, "It seems you are just like me." Before disappearing in a dazzling blue light, Ouyang Wufeng left a warning. "Bai Qingfeng, remember my name, Ouyang Wufeng. You have 1 day to think. After 1 day, come to the Ouyang clan with the ransom, or come to collect Tiantian's corpse." Xiao Ke grabbed Li Shi's shirt, begging him not to abandon Tiantian, as he once saved her from the Demon King. A man in purple urged focus on the artifact fragments, while a short, brown-haired woman argued Ouyang Wufeng, a famed hunter, likely wouldn't harm Tiantian, and this was just a trap. Li Ya and Gao Hu both volunteered to help, wanting to use their family's influence to find a solution. But Li Shi brushed them off, coldly ordering, "All of you, stay out of this." He declared that he would go to the Ouyang clan alone tomorrow. Li Shi recalled Ouyang Wufeng's words, "The strong don't need emotions. It seems you are just like me." He subtly smirked, thinking disdainfully, Who do you think you are?" Li Shi's eyes flashed with determination. He affirmed in his mind, "You and I are completely different." Xiao Ke hesitantly asked the captain if he was really going to save Tiantian. Li Ya affirmed,
"It sounds like it. He won't abandon Tiantian."
She suddenly saw a small blue spirit float past and immediately asked, "Newcomer, where are you going?" The blue spirit replied, "I'm going to find someone." While cosmic beings argued over motives, bets, and artifacts, Li Shi and Bai Qingfeng's body ignored them all, intent only on preventing the Demon King's war with the cultivator. Li Shi looked down at the city. He realized that Ouyang Wufeng was the one who would lure him into the Demon King's deadly trap in the next 2 months. He also realized that his new teammate, number 12, had never appeared in his original timeline, which indicated that things had started to deviate. Li Shi and Bai Qingfeng's body thoughtfully realized that Lu number 12 also possessed the destiny of a protagonist. Ouyang Wufeng appeared, smirked, and directly asked Li Shi if he had returned to the monster tower to find artifact fragments to save Tiantian, then snapped his fingers challengingly. The reborn one skillfully caught the gleaming golden artifact fragments, then smiled meaningfully and retorted, "Don't you know your own personality?" Li Shi's face transformed, his eyes glowing blood red, and he coldly declared, "I will kill Tiantian Li." Ouyang Wufeng, with his mesmerizing purple eyes, realized that Tiantian was the only one who knew the Demon King's true identity and advised him to silence her permanently. Li Shi returned to his normal appearance, confirming the plan. He would exploit the chaos at the Ouyang clan to eliminate Tiantian, then pin the blame on Ouyang Wufeng himself. The young man further explained that Tiantian was a high-level hunter, and her death would ignite conflict between the Hunter Association and the Ouyang clan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Too good an opportunity to miss. A mysterious voice echoed, praising Li Shi for not accepting Ouyang Wufeng's choice and instead opting for a cunning third option. The voice warned him not to engage Ouyang Wufeng directly because his power was immeasurable, and also affirmed that it would monitor the artifact fragment on the opponent's sword. In a flashback, Li Shi, in his Demon King state, covered in blood with only half HP, gasped a warning to his other self not to die and to wait for him to recover so they could both become invincible. The next day, Bai Qingfeng, Li Shi, accompanied by a group of black-clad bodyguards and a white-bearded elder, appeared before an ancient building. A bald man immediately reported his presence. Bai Qingfeng held up 2 gleaming golden artifact fragments, declaring that he had come to ransom his teammate. The young man's eyes suddenly widened, revealing extreme astonishment. Tiantian was imprisoned in an iron cage, her entire body covered in blood, lying motionless on the cold ground. A close-up of the girl showed her gasping in pain, fresh blood still continuously flowing from her wounds. Tiantian looked up, her face stained with blood but bearing a weak smile. She called out Captain and said that she knew he would come to save her. Li Shi was stunned, his eyes filled with surprise upon seeing Tiantian still alive and so loyal. Ouyang Wufeng, standing next to the cage, coldly declared that he didn't like hostages, then gestured for the bald man to continue whipping Tiantian. He explained that after a day and a night of interrogation, he couldn't extract any information from the girl. Ouyang Wufeng even suspected Tiantian was mute because he couldn't get a single word out of her. The bald man continued to swing the whip forcefully, splattering blood, causing Ouyang Wufeng to complain that the stubborn members of the Hunter Association were truly difficult to deal with. Ouyang Wufeng irritably said that even a small girl was so stubborn that she made him tired after a night of torture. Bai Qingfeng, Li Shi, pondered deeply, realizing that Tiantian had not revealed his true identity despite being brutally tortured, wondering if she was truly that loyal to him. The young man resolutely reaffirmed that he was here to ransom the girl. Ouyang Wufeng was surprised when Bai Qingfeng darted like lightning towards Tiantian. He disdainfully said that Bai Qingfeng was weaker than he thought, daring to exchange 2 artifact fragments just for a woman. The white-bearded elder and the bodyguards also showed contempt. Ouyang Wufeng ordered the girl to be released immediately. Bai Qingfeng embraced Tiantian. The girl whispered in his arms that she hadn't revealed anything. Tiantian burst into tears, saying that he had saved her before and she would never betray him. Li Shi replied with a rare gentleness, "Yes, I know." A purple light burst forth, enveloping the two. Bai Qingfeng held Tiantian tightly. A powerful energy source was being activated. The white-bearded elder and the bald torturer angrily questioned Bai Qingfeng for daring to cause trouble and attack the Ouyang clan's ancestors. Bai Qingfeng, with blazing red eyes and explosive energy, coldly declared, "Isn't it obvious? I came here to destroy your clan." Amidst the dark scene, Tiantian murmured Xiao Ke's name with a hopeful expression. Xiao Ke appeared, smiling brightly, called her name, and extended his hand towards her. The young man embraced Tiantian, reassuring her that the entire team had come to rescue her, just waiting for the captain's order. Meanwhile, the Reborn One moved swiftly, the blazing red energy surrounding him, creating dazzling lightning bolts. The white-bearded elder was furious, blue energy erupting around his hands, threatening Bai Qingfeng that he would die at the hands of thousands of Ouyang clan members. The Reborn One smirked disdainfully, retorted, "Thousands of members?" Then snapped his fingers powerfully. A series of rifles on the city wall simultaneously activated, with rapid click sound. Bai Qingfeng pointed and commanded, "Fire," declaring, "Times have changed." Behind him, a line of blue-clad soldiers had taken their positions, ready. A barrage of bullets tore through the air, piercing the Ouyang clan soldiers, who were enveloped in blue energy. The white-bearded elder panicked, trying to use energy to protect himself, but the bullets still embedded themselves in him. The bald torturer and the others screamed in horror, realizing that it was the armies of the Li and Lin clans who had declared war. A series of bombers appeared in the sky, dropping bombs, causing terrifying explosions. Many other fighter jets sped away, launching a barrage of missiles towards the target. A woman controlling the missiles smiled confidently, asserting that technology would always surpass the individual power of most hunters. In the missile control room of the Lin family, a man ordered an attack on the Ouyang family and pressed the launch button. A giant missile shot into the sky, leaving a blazing trail of fire. The missile struck, creating an earth-shattering explosion, turning the area into a sea of fire and rubble. The panicked crowd discussed, realizing it was in the direction of the Ouyang family, and hearing that the Li and Lin families had allied to attack. Bai Qingfeng stood amidst the rubble, his eyes cold, pondering the value of waging war just for a teammate. Gao Hu and Li Ya smiled, reassuring Tiantian that they were just taking the opportunity to annex the Ouyang family, that's all. The whole group stood amidst the rubble. Gao Hu and Li Ya chatted and laughed. Xiao Ke hugged Tiantian, while Bai Qingfeng stood a little further away. Xiao Ke explained that this was the captain's plan B. While Tiantian was touched by his concern for her, the Reborn One suddenly frowned, wondering where Ouyang Wufeng had gone. It was impossible for him to be defeated so easily. Ouyang Wufeng appeared, holding a brightly glowing item fragment, chanting, "Bearer of all things, Earth." Bai Qingfeng observed, realizing the ground was shaking violently. Giant chunks of earth and rock flew into the air, creating a chaotic scene. The whole team watched in astonishment as the chunks of earth and rock flew up. Xiao Ke and Tiantian frantically calling the captain's name. Li Ya and Gao Hu rushed away, ordering the soldiers to quickly save Bai Qingfeng. Another man, with an angry expression, declared modern weapons useless when elite hunters fought. Old Whitebeard, amidst the ruins, implored Ouyang Wufeng to eliminate Bai Qingfeng immediately for having incurred the wrath of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Wufeng, with sharp eyes and a glowing red glabella, held a mysterious talisman, preparing to act. A massive purple energy field erupted, engulfing the ruined area, with continuous purple lightning bolts. At the epicenter of the explosion, Li Shi was surrounded by purple lightning, his body seemingly enduring immense pressure. The Reborn One appeared amidst the rubble, his body still emitting purple light, and a cheer rang out. "The captain has escaped!" He frowned, assessing the situation as extremely dangerous, and Ouyang Wufeng stronger than any hunter he had ever faced. Li Shi told himself he had to maintain his hunter identity, only using human abilities without revealing his demonic power, which prevented him from fighting at full strength. Ouyang Wufeng, with green light emanating from both hands, unleashed the skill, Wood. Endless Rebirth. From the ground, giant thorny green vines emerged, attacking Li Shi amidst the rubble. The Reborn One realized this was poisonous vines, a 5-element skill lost for nearly 1,000 years, and understood why his opponent could kill him in the future. Ouyang Wufeng, with sharp eyes, chanted metal, indestructible, creating a brilliant golden shield around himself. A barrage of automatic rifles flew in from nowhere, aiming directly at Li Shi, firing relentlessly at the vines binding him. The Reborn One was tightly bound by the vines, thinking that if he kept pretending to be a hunter and didn't use his demonic power, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. Bullets flew relentlessly, embedding themselves in the green vines wrapped around the young man, creating deafening rat-a-tat sound. Li Ya, Xiao Ke, and Tiantian simultaneously cried out, "Captain!" in panic, while Gao Hu cheered. "Amazing!" Ouyang Wufeng narrowed his eyes, his blue gaze full of contemplation, seemingly assessing the situation. Li Shi struggled free from the vines, his body still emitting purple light, fortunate to have abundant HP. He looked at his massive HP bar, but still frowned, realizing he couldn't prolong this situation indefinitely. The Reborn One calculated that if he revealed his true power, he would have to kill everyone here, or retreat to the monster tower and hide for another 1,000 years. Ouyang Wufeng, holding 2 red and blue talismans in his hands, declared that he knew Bai Qingfeng's name and praised him as impressive. He continued, his voice full of confidence, "But unfortunately, you have met your match." Li Shi sneered contemptuously, while his opponent prepared to unleash water and fire skill. In the sky, giant columns of water erupted, creating a terrifying spectacle. The crowd below panicked, murmuring about what was happening to the Wu Yang family, and someone realized, the water element is rebelling. Giant columns of water crashed down on the city. Li Ya frantically urged everyone to flee as the city's water system collapsed. The massive water column continued its destruction, submerging everything in its fierce waves. Li Shi walked amidst the rubble, his body still emitting purple light, while behind him, a blazing red pillar of fire erupted. Contrasting with the giant water column, Ouyang Wufeng, standing amidst the chaotic scene of water and fire, declared, "The end of an era always demands sacrifices." The Reborn One faced him, wondering who the real Demon King was here, and realized he could no longer conceal his power. Li Shi stood amidst the rubble, looking up at the giant blue water dragon roaring above. He frowned, beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes full of contemplation amidst the chaotic scene. In the distance, Ouyang Wufeng stood there, a giant blazing red fire phoenix descending from the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. Two opposing forces, the water dragon and the fire phoenix, collided fiercely, creating a terrifying sight. The Reborn One narrowed his eyes, looking forward, the firelight reflected in his vigilant pupil. A series of earth-shattering explosions occurred consecutively, shaking the entire battlefield, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. Gao Hu, Li Ya, Tian Tian, Xiao Ke, Old Whitebeard, and the blue-clad soldiers all cheered joyfully, believing the attack had succeeded. Gao Hu excitedly shouted, "Captain! We did it!" Ouyang Wufeng closed his eyes, his face full of contemplation, thinking to himself, "Wait." He couldn't see clearly, but in that instant, a terrifying power blocked his attack. He opened his eyes, looking towards Li Shi, a faint purple light flashing in the Reborn One's hand. Ouyang Wufeng continued to speculate. "This power feels like magic?" The elder frowned, his eyes sharp, wondering. Could it be that, to enhance his power, Bai Qingfeng used forbidden monster magic? He continued to deduce, recalling a man from the Lin family who had sacrificed his lifespan in exchange for magical power. Ouyang Wufeng scornfully said, "A human having to resort to this method? Truly pathetic." Li Shi stood upright, hands in his pockets, his gaze firm as he looked at his opponent. He thought, "To deal with me, you created such a grand spectacle, harming your own people and city." The Reborn One continued to think, it seems he still hasn't realized. Well, who would have thought the Demon King would exist in human form? Ouyang Wufeng smirked slightly, holding a jade-green gourd. He said with contempt, "Fool. All of this is just an appetizer." The elder raised the gourd high, his eyes full of killing intent. "Now, I will get serious." Text appeared, introducing the Supreme Gourd, a 1,000-year-old immortal artifact, capable of devouring anything simply by calling its target's name. Ouyang Wufeng looked at the gourd in his hand, his eyes sharp. He said, "Bai Qingfeng, after all these years, you are the first opponent to make me serious." He continued, "I have remembered your name." The elder raised the gourd high, green energy radiating, and shouted loudly, "Bai Qingfeng," he challenged. "If I call your name, will you accept the challenge?" Li Shi suddenly lunged forward, his right hand swinging up, purple light flashing, blocking his opponent's chant. The Reborn One threw an extremely powerful punch, purple energy exploding around his fist. He growled, "Get lost!" Li Shi's powerful punch landed directly on Ouyang Wufeng, creating a huge shockwave. The elder was knocked to the ground, the gourd falling from his hand. He exclaimed in astonishment, Lying on the ground, Ouyang Wufeng looked at the rolling gourd in panic. He wondered, how can this be? Why didn't the gourd suck him in? Is it broken? Or perhaps, Li Shi continued his attack, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent, sending the gourd flying further away. Ouyang Wufeng was sent flying. He clutched his face, his eyes full of horror. He realized, he's not Bai Qingfeng? He roared, "Who is he?" The Reborn One glided through the air, creating powerful, imposing vortexes of wind. He clenched his fist, his gaze firm. Li Shi thought to himself, no wonder Ouyang Wufeng was the one who collected all 10 fragments 1,000 years ago. He admitted, "He is stronger than any human I have ever met." Li Shi, eyes blazing, resolved to unleash his full power and reveal his true identity, knowing Ouyang Wufeng could kill his future self. As Li Shi and Ouyang Wufeng were fiercely battling, a voice full of authority rang out, "Stop!" Ouyang Wufeng exclaimed in surprise as he realized his magic had suddenly vanished, while Li Shi thought to himself about this familiar feeling, recalling that this was what had once sealed Feng Lin. The president of the Awakened Association, who possessed the ability to neutralize all supernatural powers within his range, sternly questioned, "What are you doing? Both of you are valuable fighting forces of humanity against monsters. Yet now, you are fighting each other." Lu Shisan sighed in relief. glad he had delayed the Demon King and Ouyang Wufeng's clash, fearing early war before the Divine Gate opened and humanity was ready. Gao Hu, Li Ya, and Tian Tian, along with the other soldiers, watched happily, Gao Hu asking Lu Shisan if he had sought out the president for mediation, while Tian Tian believed the captain could handle Ouyang Wufeng on his own. Li Shi angrily pointed at Ouyang Wufeng, demanding that the president revoke his ability so he could beat this bizarre cosplay guy to death. Ouyang Wufeng calmly replied that if the president continued to interfere, he would prepare a beautiful coffin for that mysterious young man and hold a funeral soon. The chairman sternly stated that their infighting was a great waste, and suggested they face a larger, more difficult, but also much more rewarding challenge. The chairman revealed the Hunter Association had long tested countless methods against monsters, from sealing the monster tower to a new path summoning supreme gods to fight for them. Ouyang Wufeng unexpectedly asked about the gods. Hadn't they been in seclusion for 1,000 years? Li Shi also secretly wondered, after a millennium, had the gods completely disappeared? The chairman said humans and monsters had warred since ancient times, and the gods left a gate, openable by one fragment, that would summon them to fight for its opener. The chairman said that since humans gained the first fragment, they had sought the gate, now located thanks to Lu Shisan. An SSS rank mission would summon hunters worldwide, and he urged Li Shi and Ouyang Wufeng to cooperate. Ouyang Wufeng pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying that he had also heard of this historical tale. He confidently asserted that, in his era, the gods possessed power far exceeding both monsters and humans. If they could gain divine support, the monsters would stand no chance. Li Shi flashed a sinister smile, secretly calculating that if he could open the gate and make the gods fight for the monster faction, they would conquer humanity together. The young man then decisively declared, "I'm in." Lu Shisan also smiled brightly, volunteering to go along. Lu Shisan's smile turned sinister as he exposed the truth. The god's tale was a lie to trick humans and monsters into opening the gate, not for aid, but for enslavement, his true mission. Lu Shisan revealed the gate was meant for the future, but with his time reversal it would open 5 years early. He believed enslavement by the gods was the only way to save humanity and the planet's natives. Li Shi eyed Lu Shisan warily, realizing this newcomer revealed the gate's location. He warned that Lu Shisan had never lived his reborn self's timeline with a powerful system bent on opening it, and resolved to expose his true motives. Li Shi turned to look at Ouyang Wufeng again, noting that he was powerful and could use monster magic while maintaining a mysterious identity. The reborn one told himself he must discover Ouyang Wufeng's true purpose. The chairman gleefully declared them best friends, and that they would go open the gate together, making Li Shi puzzled and secretly wonder why their relationship had suddenly become overly close. They entered a mysterious room with a gigantic circular door, known as the Elder's Chamber. The chairman told Lu Shisan that, thanks to the assurance of the Time Reversal Elder, he had decided to trust his information and allow the hunters to challenge the dungeon he provided. The location was correct. The God's Gate was right there. Lu Shisan exclaimed in surprise upon realizing this was the legendary Elder's Chamber, and he also remarked that the Time Reversal Elder still maintained his unchanged appearance. The Time Reversal Elder, a young man with pink hair, mischievously smiled and replied, "You know how to talk, kid." The Time Reversal Elder looked at Lu Shisan, saying that he sensed the time reversal ability within him and knew he came from the future. Therefore, he trusted his own judgment from the future, as he possessed an extraordinary ability to read people. In a fleeting moment, Lu Shisan recalled the image of the Time Reversal Elder 20 years later, imprisoned by the gods, still youthful in appearance but with weary eyes. He thought, like the humans who survived that era, no matter their outward appearance, they were all spiritually exhausted inside. Lu Shisan looked up, wondering if bringing the gods to this planet 5 years earlier and enslaving all of humanity was the right decision. The Absolute Command Elder, a humanoid robot, sat there as a notification appeared. A high-level system has been detected on Lu Shisan. Analyzing. The Absolute Command Elder spoke, presenting a new proposal for the Gate Dungeon Challenge, stating that he wanted to apply a completely different method. Ouyang Wufeng was sipping tea, his hand conjuring magic to send an urgent message to his clan about the upcoming mission. He proudly explained that this was an ancient magic that could transmit messages over 10,000 miles, incredibly miraculous. Suddenly, Lu Shisan appeared, pulled out a modern phone, and scoffed that nowadays anyone could make a call. No need for such cumbersome methods. Ouyang Wufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed that the world 1,000 years later was truly amazing, and that he was starting to like this era. The newcomer Lu Shisan was enjoying a glass of pure filtered water, lamenting that in the world 20 years later, one had to exchange many reward points to obtain such a precious thing. While Ouyang Wufeng was still confused about how to make a phone call, Lu Shisan was engrossed in admiring the blue sky and fresh air. Two girls at the next table whispered that these 3 guests were very strange and that they were participants in tomorrow's big challenge. Li Shi, sitting on the rooftop, gently stirred his cup of tea, secretly thinking that the other two were truly embarrassing, and wondered why he, the Demon King, was the most normal person here. The two girls at the table below looked up, politely reminded the young man not to sit on the rooftop, and commented that all three of them looked very strange. Ignoring the reminder, Li Shi calmly took a sip of tea, his expression serene as if nothing had happened. Ouyang Wufeng also thoughtfully drank his tea, seemingly pondering the novelties of this era. Lu Shisan smiled contentedly, took a sip of water, and remarked that this era wasn't too bad. All three were relaxing, enjoying a rare peaceful moment at the cafe. Suddenly, Ouyang Wufeng spat out a mouthful of tea, his face contorted in disgust, asking what this disgusting liquid was. Li Shi commented from the rooftop that it's not too bad once you get used to it, and Lu Shizan nodded in agreement, while the white-haired man was still retching. The scene shifted to a large screen where Tian Tian and Xiao Ke were introducing the Godgate mission in the SSS rank dungeon city of Vile Souls, which would be broadcast live. Xiao Ke and Tian Tian introduced themselves as members of Bai Qingfeng's team, who would be the MCs for the broadcast, guiding and commenting on the participants' progress. A group of people were watching the program, listening to the history of the SSS rank dungeon, which was an ancient city from 1,000 years ago, rumored to be where the first items and deities appeared. They continued to hear about the city's glorious past, once a gathering place for countless heroes and nobles, but which then declined due to the oppression of the aristocracy, leading to accumulated resentment. The fierce war between the Lord and the rebels transformed the city into a dwelling place for countless vengeful spirits and the unreleased dead. For 1,000 years, anyone who dared to set foot inside faced death, until the latest information revealed the God Gate hidden within this SSS rank dungeon. Tian Tian excitedly announced that the live broadcast had surpassed 1 billion views, while Xiao Ke declared the mission officially started and the camera would switch to 300 elite hunters. The hunters had gathered at the dungeon entrance, a glowing red gate, and were informed that each of them had been implanted with a chip by the Absolute Command Elder to broadcast their journey live. Online viewers commented enthusiastically, expressing excitement, discussing the dungeon's terrifying nature, and sharing strange stories about the place. The chat stream continued to scroll, with comments ranging from skipping work to watch the live stream to calls of humanity's hope rests entirely on this mission. Li Shi, Ouyang Wufeng, and Lu Shisan were also watching the broadcast on their phones, listening to viewers' comments about the participating teams and their curiosity about the SSS rank dungeon. The contestants began to enter the dungeon. 300 hunters officially faced the city of Vile Souls. The mission had truly begun. However, bad news was announced. All hunters were scattered throughout the city, each having to fend for themselves. The camera switched to Long Ji, a B-rank hunter, who had just been teleported into an alley and was cautiously scanning his surroundings. Online viewers expressed admiration for Long Ji's courage in challenging the SSS dungeon, and a vile soul named Headsman, who was once an executioner, appeared with a terrifying threat. Leave a part of your body. Otherwise, leave your life. Longest screamed for help as Headsman swung his axe to attack, but the executioner spirit merely sneered and coldly declared, "Then leave your life." Online viewers panicked, urging him to run, realizing the deadly danger of the SSS rank dungeon. The clanging of metal echoed, signaling a fierce battle. Before he could react, Long Gay took a fatal axe blow from Headsman, his body collapsing in a pool of fresh red blood. The ruthless executioner finished off his victim with a chilling phrase, "Silent offering." Headsman began to drain the life force from Long Ji's body, his eyes gleaming with extreme satisfaction. Viewers were stunned, wondering if he was absorbing life energy, while the vile soul repeated the gruesome refrain, "Excellent. Silent offering. Silent offering." Information from hundreds of hunters conquering the dungeon was compiled, revealing that the vile souls here survived by draining life essence. Online viewers were indignant, believing Longa deserved his fate for not following the spirit's rule. He should have cut off his own hand to survive. It turned out that these spirits were cursed, unable to pass on, and thus had to rely on this cruel method to continue existing in the human world. The SSS rank dungeon challenge had exceeded all expectations, and a moment of remembrance was dedicated to the brave hunters who had fallen. From those sacrifices, invaluable information was gathered, helping to analyze the dungeon and better understand the headsman's spirit. This crucial data was immediately synchronized into the chip of every participating hunter to help them cope more effectively with the challenges ahead. Tian Tian, the program's MC, along with her male co-host, solemnly announced that the camera would switch to the next challenger. A new spirit appeared, a beautiful but enchanting princess, who asked a loaded question. "May I ask you a question?" Information about the princess spirit appeared, revealing she was once a beloved princess who died tragically and became a vile spirit, specializing in asking questions to trap hunters. The enchanting princess directly asked the next hunter, "Do you love me?" Online viewers began to panic, warning that there was no right answer and advising him to run away immediately. When the hunter tried to answer, the princess immediately became enraged, declaring that no answer was correct. A gruesome clack-clack sound echoed, signaling the tragic fate of the newcomer. Viewers desperately urged him not to react, but it was too late. The princess sneered a venomous smile, ordering the hunter to prove his love. Immediately, he was brutally killed, blood splattering everywhere. Viewers lit candles in sorrowful remembrance, wondering what the right choice in this dungeon truly was. The scene was too horrifying, forcing the live channel to return to the studio. Tian's co-host announced that 99.7% of SSS rank hunters had fallen within the first 3 minutes, and everyone observed a minute of silence for the sacrificed heroes. However, he quickly reassured the audience that they had gathered much valuable intelligence from the front lines. This city was once the capital of grace of a prosperous kingdom, but the tyrannical rule of a cruel king led to a rebellion that overthrew the monarch. Even after death, the cruel king's spirit haunted the city, turning its inhabitants into relentless vile souls, transforming the place into the city of vile souls. The king's spirit might be the final boss of the SSS ranked dungeon, and it was highly probable that he knew the location of the teleportation gate. The co-host revealed that this crucial information had been transmitted to the chips of all remaining hunters. Tian anxiously announced that over 200 surviving hunters were currently under attack by vile souls. Tian requested to switch back to the live channel to continue following the developments. Lu Shizan's profile, a rookie with no combat experience, was displayed, revealing he was challenging the SSS ranked dungeon. Online viewers unanimously expressed skepticism, believing he would surely die a tragic death. Lu Shizan woke up in a cold room filled with bodies covered in white sheets, confusedly wondering where he had been teleported. Some online viewers excitedly recognized him as their team's rookie, eagerly anticipating his performance. A nurse spirit appeared, announcing that the morgue key was lost and might have been sewn into one of the bodies. The mad nurse, once a devoted nurse turned vengeful spirit who stitched body parts to herself, asked Lu Shizan to find the key. Viewers, torn between pity and disgust, wondered if he'd have to search the corpses. Surprisingly, Lu Shizan smiled at the mad nurse, shocking online viewers, who thought he was either too scared to react normally, or was this guy joking around in a death trap? Lu Shizan confidently gave a thumbs up, declaring the mission was as easy as pie and he could help. Online viewers were surprised and suspicious, thinking the rookie was just pretending to be calm. As Lu Shizan began to move among the bodies, online viewers realized in horror that these might be the corpses of hunters who had died earlier, and he would have to dissect them to find the key. Lu Shizan flashed a ghoulish smile, his entire body covered in blood, declaring the mission was too simple, even easier than working with the living. Online viewers were horrified, wondering if this rookie was truly normal, or if he was outperforming even the demons. Li Shi, sitting calmly on the roof, took a sip of water and commented that this performance was nothing compared to what the gods had shown 20 years later. Ouyang Wufeng, with long white hair and cold blue eyes, raised his rifle and declared bluntly, "My friend, times have changed." The white-haired man said no more, immediately unleashing a barrage of bullets towards headsmen, red sparks tearing through the air. The online audience was extremely excited, constantly commenting, "Amazing! Unbelievable!" The magic bullets continued to strike their target, creating countless dazzling streaks of light in the night. Viewers continued to marvel, wondering what kind of bizarre combination this was. Headsman, the fiery red demon with a maniacal grin, roared defiantly, "Ha ha ha! Do you think this paltry gunpowder can take me down?" The demon confidently declared that at its current level, it had far surpassed the influence of swords or gunfire. The online audience began to worry, realizing this was a true A-rank spirit. Lu Shizan, observing from a distance, commented that this rookie had a good idea, but reality was often harsh. The audience collectively shouted "Run!" because ordinary weapons were useless against A-rank spirits. Suddenly, Headsman was knocked back by an invisible force, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Viewers were deeply shocked, not understanding what had just happened. The fiery red demon realized in horror that he was severely wounded, wondering why such small injuries could cause so much pain. Ouyang Wufeng calmly explained that his rifle was enchanted with spells, sealing evil spirits and ancient exorcism incantations. He further revealed that his special bullets had been soaked in cinnabar, rooster blood, and black dog blood for 3 days and 3 nights. Ouyang Wufeng continued to fire, magic bullets raining down. The online audience cheered excitedly, even demanding "keep it alive" to extract information. Headsman screamed in extreme pain, his whole body trembling as the special bullet struck him. Viewers continuously praised the amazing performance. On the live screen, Tian and a man in a blue shirt appeared, explaining that there were many questions about whether their team was involved with spirits or supernatural powers. The man in the blue shirt announced that they would switch the perspective to Captain Bai Qingfeng to prove their team was friendly and peace-loving. The screen displayed hunter information, Bai Qingfeng, S rank, completed 8 SS rank missions, 26 S rank missions, 109 Ampere rank missions. Bai Qingfeng appeared, introducing himself as the captain, a kind, fair, peace-loving, and gentle person. The online audience went wild, constantly expressing their admiration. The red-haired man declared that he would use wisdom and strategy to conquer this dungeon, further exciting the viewers. Suddenly, Princess Spirit appeared with a terrifying expression, fiery red eyes, and a mad smile, causing the audience to panic and comment, "Another princess!" Bai Qingfeng frowned, wondering why he could never guess what his team members would do next. Princess Spirit attacked a hooded hunter, making him vanish in an instant. The audience was terrified, wondering who the real spirit was here. Bai Qingfeng, with fiery red eyes and a sinister smirk, asked a loaded question. The online audience was stunned, realizing this was the captain's true face. Princess Spirit roared in anger, her entire body engulfed in fierce flames, threatening to make the foolish humans pay. The audience panicked, calling for everyone to flee. She tried to absorb Bai Qingfeng, but he stood firm amidst the spirit flames. Viewers worried, thinking the captain was about to perish. Bai Qingfeng smirked, revealing that his life force was endless, and the Demon King's lifespan was eternal. Princess Spirit was deeply shocked. The man said no more, delivering a devastating punch to Princess Spirit's face, sending her flying and screaming in pain. The audience was extremely excited. Bai Qingfeng coldly dragged Princess Spirit across the ground, commenting that this SSS-ranked dungeon had formed an independent space beyond the control of the monster tower. He continued to torture the spirit, declaring that he could conquer this dungeon to enhance the monster's power. The audience was deeply shocked by his brutality. Princess Spirit cried miserably, begging for her life and promising to answer all questions. Viewers felt both pity and astonishment at Bai Qingfeng's cruelty. Bai Qingfeng ignored her pleas, instead asking difficult questions about Fermi's paradox, Goldbach's conjecture, and Riemann's hypothesis. Princess Spirit just wanted to die. He grabbed Princess Spirit's face, pulled hard, and demanded she tell him everything about this city. She screamed in pain, promising to tell all. The audience both laughed and feared, commenting that the captain was both terrifying and cute. Princess Spirit began to recount the city's horrifying curse, where 60% of the population was bound by a persistent curse. She continued to explain that both in life and death, the people were imprisoned, turned into slaves under the blood moon, cursed forever, and became terrifying. Her face was contorted in pain, blood tears still falling as she recalled. Initially, spirits appeared sporadically, but their numbers increased over time until they outnumbered the living and turned the city into a place teeming with malevolent spirits. Bai Qingfeng listened silently, then nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Princess Spirit then asked if he could release her once she had answered all questions. Suddenly, a white-clad figure rushed forward. Ouyang Wufeng swung his fiery red sword directly at Princess Spirit, making her shriek in horror as blood splattered. He stood upright, his cold eyes declaring, "Non-humans have treacherous hearts." The swordsman did not stop, continuing to assert, "Spirits are not like us. They do not deserve forgiveness." In another scene, Liu Shisan inserted the key into the metal lock, Mad Nurse standing behind him with a mysterious smile. The man happily said that this key really opened the morgue door. Liu Shisan opened the old door, turned to look at Mad Nurse, and said that they could leave together and she was finally free to gaze at the sky outside. Mad Nurse looked at him in surprise, asking if he would really set her free. She said in confusion, "You're not going to kill me? But I'm a spirit, not a human." Liu Shisan smiled gently, explaining that they were both native inhabitants of this planet, with their own expectations and reasons, so why fight to the death? He raised his hand, his tone firm. "All I've ever wanted is peace in this world." Back in the present, Li Shi observed the screen, where Bai Qingfeng stood in the middle of the road. The online audience murmured praise, saying he had gathered useful information and looked really cool. Li Shi took a sip of water, wondering why Bai Qingfeng wasn't reacting to the situation, and why everything was unfolding so strangely. A dry click sound echoed. Bai Qingfeng turned his back, asking Princess Spirit why she was still following him when he had finished asking all the questions. Another click sound echoed. Princess Spirit appeared beside Bai Qingfeng, smiling charmingly and saying she wanted to follow him. The online audience commented that this was strange, and they also wanted to become his fans. She continued to praise Bai Qingfeng as strong and charismatic, expressing her desire to become his follower and support him as the new king of this city. Netizens continued to spam comments. Bai Qingfeng, with sharp, cold eyes, casually said, "Oh, another pitiful thing has come to me." Li Shi and the viewers commented on Bai Qingfeng's words, wondering who the pitiful thing truly was. Headsman appeared in a fiery red streak of light, holding a large sword, looking extremely terrifying. Headsman roared, his entire body ablaze with fiery red energy, his face filled with ferocity. The online audience excitedly commented that things were getting interesting. Bai Qingfeng looked at Headsman, casually asking, "Oh? Another spirit?" Princess Spirit screamed, "Run!" in panic, while viewers commented on her concern and wanted Bai Qingfeng to kiss her. Headsman, with an angry expression, declared to Bai Qingfeng, "Leave a part of your body." He continued to threaten, "Otherwise, leave your life." The online audience commented on his challenge and the excitement of this dungeon. Bai Qingfeng gave a confident smirk, casually replying, "Oh well then, leave an arm." He suddenly attacked, severing one of Headsman's arms. Headsman's spirit screamed in pain, red blood splattering. The online audience commented that Bai Qingfeng was truly warm, gentle, and innocent for only taking an arm. Headsman clutched his severed arm, writhing on the ground. Princess Spirit and Mad Nurse also lay there, wounded and helpless. Bai Qingfeng approached Headsman, stepping heavily on him. Headsman screamed in pain. The online audience commented on the terrifying nature and inability of spirits to regenerate. Bai Qingfeng gave a sinister smile, his purple eyes glowing brightly. He declared that from that day on, spirits would remember the fear of being dominated by humans, and wished the pitiful spirits find peace. The live screen exploded with important information. The soul of King Jiu is the final boss of this dungeon, hiding in the palace and very likely holding the exact location of the teleportation gate. After the thrilling competition, only 83 hunters remained, while 79 had died and 138 others retreated. Notably, the famous Fire Dragon Squad had temporarily withdrawn from the City of Evil Souls to undertake an SSS-level mission. Based on audience votes, Bai Qingfeng's team was in second place, only behind the Fire Dragon Squad, and the show decided to switch the live broadcast to his team. Lu Shisan suddenly widened his eyes, utterly astonished at what he witnessed, while Ouyang Wufeng, standing behind him, maintained an unusually calm expression. Bai Qingfeng charged in like a whirlwind, delivering a devastating punch that sent the Headsman, the Mad Nurse, and the Soul Princess flying, blood splattering amidst the horrified gazes of the souls. The young man relentlessly delivered another fatal blow, sending the giant soul flying, creating a vivid red streak of blood in the air. With extraordinary power, Bai Qingfeng delivered the final punch, sending the Headsman flying far away, making him roar in pain. The evil soul shrieked in despair as its body was torn apart, fresh red blood splattering everywhere, signaling a tragic end. Bai Qingfeng smirked arrogantly, swinging the giant spear he had just seized, declaring, "This spear is good. It's mine now." He continued to smile cunningly, his gaze sweeping over the trembling souls, wondering who the true villain in this game was. Everywhere, countless other souls had to kneel before Bai Qingfeng's overwhelming power, not daring to look him directly in the eye. The young man's eyes gleamed with a chilling wickedness, making the live viewers both terrified and captivated, commenting that he was the final boss of the City of Evil Souls. Bai Qingfeng stood tall, ordering the souls, including the Headsman, the Soul Princess, and the Mad Nurse, to swear loyalty to him, and together overthrow the tyrannical rule of King Jiu. Immediately, a mighty army of souls was formed under Bai Qingfeng's command, ready to march into a sea of blazing red fire. The voting rankings once again changed rapidly. The army of souls, led by Bai Qingfeng, had far surpassed the Fire Dragon Squad, becoming the most popular team. After years of captivity, the Mad Nurse finally escaped to the outside world, looking up at the blazing red moon and muttering that it was still exactly as it used to be. The nurse suddenly turned around, startled by a strange sound, and discovered the Soul Princess fleeing in a panic. An evil soul rushed forward, launching a surprise attack, leaving the Mad Nurse no time to react and dragging her away in horror. The Soul Princess also could not escape her fate, seized by another soul, which tried to absorb her into its body amidst her desperate scream. The Mad Nurse, after escaping the encirclement, continued to fight, leaping into the air to avoid an attack from another evil soul, muttering about the endless war. Bai Qingfeng, riding a fiery warhorse, led the mighty army of souls, ready to challenge the king's spirit to bring freedom to this city. The Reborn One recalled the distant, heroic figure of Ming Yu, feeling a familiar aura from the one leading the army, as if history was repeating itself. The Mad Nurse, though being tortured to the point of disfigurement, secretly prayed for the one leading the army, hoping he would succeed and become a true hero. Deep within the dungeon of Shenan City, evil souls shrieked in terror, alerting to a terrifying human sweeping through everything. Another monster soul, with panic-filled red eyes, only managed to shriek "Run!" before being swallowed by the chaos. Amidst a sea of blood and vanishing souls, Bai Qingfeng stood tall, causing another soul to tremble and exclaim, "A terrifying human." He intently read ancient records about dungeon prisoners, which revealed that the hero Ming Yu was once deeply imprisoned after his defeat. A horrifying truth suddenly came to light, surprising Bai Qingfeng so much that he exclaimed, "What?" In the library of Shenan City, Ouyang Wufeng stood high above, silently observing the souls struggling in the endless war. The white-haired young man mused, recalling the legend of the terrifying blood moon that appeared during the tyrannical reign of the first king, dyeing the entire city red. Ouyang Wufeng again raised a series of questions about the connection between the blood moon, the king's rule, and the blessings of the gods. Believing the answers lay in the ancient books, the headsman, with a face full of envy and resentment, raised his giant axe high, roaring a challenge to the decaying humans to rot with him in this forgotten city. Amidst the encirclement of the evil soul legion, a female soul shrieked in panic, "Run! We can't defeat them!" while her comrades had already fallen. The headsman growled, swinging his giant axe to create a blazing red energy stream, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in his way. A giant axe, enveloped in an eerie purple light, tore through the air and shot forth, signaling a fatal attack. Suddenly, the headsman was knocked back, and the desperate male soul suddenly realized he had been saved. A glimmer of hope flashing amidst the chaotic battlefield. The crowd of evil souls looked up in astonishment, murmuring, "Look, who is that?" Under the giant blood moon, Bai Qingfeng stood tall on the rooftop, appearing like a god, making those who witnessed him exclaim, "The protagonist has arrived! So cool!" With a resolute gaze, the man called out, "Do not fight each other. Follow me, and both humans and souls can find peace and freedom." The crowd of souls looked up in astonishment, one cheering, "Look, an army!" while another soul whispered, "No, this is." Bai Qingfeng declared eloquently, calling on hunters and souls to unite and liberate the city, searching for the teleportation gate. The crowd of souls and hunters below cheered excitedly, some even marveling at the young man's coolness. On the live screen, a man in a blue shirt announced that after many days of fighting, the hunters had located the royal palace and were about to defeat the king to find the gate. He emphasized that most of this success was due to Bai Qingfeng's leadership, who had ended the conflict between souls and hunters, uniting them to attack the palace. Tian and another blue-haired man appeared on screen. She excitedly announced that Bai Qingfeng's team had far surpassed the Fire Dragon squad in the support ranking. The man in the blue shirt continued to explain that in terms of individual popularity, Bai Qingfeng had also surpassed the Fire Dragon squad's captain, Yan Gu. Afterwards, Tianqian switched the scene to the royal palace of Shenan City, where the final battle was about to begin, greatly exciting the online audience. The crowd of souls and hunters, led by Bai Qingfeng, the headsman, the soul princess, and the mad nurse, chanted the slogan, "Defeat the Soul King, liberate the city's souls," with fervent spirit. Li Shi, with cold, sharp eyes, subtly smirked, declaring that he would not liberate the souls, but would defeat the dungeon boss, then control it and use the souls to enhance the monster's power. He wondered about the absence of Ouyang Wufeng and Lu Shizan, feeling that something was wrong with the two of them. A soul recounted that 1,000 years ago, after the king's tyrannical reign, his statue was fiercely attacked by the people. The enraged crowd of souls looked at the statue of the evil king, calling for its destruction because he had oppressed and ruined an entire city. The soul princess also shrieked with indignation, calling on everyone to unite and destroy the statue, a symbol of hatred that had lasted for thousands of years. Bai Qingfeng raised his fist high, ordering the entire team to charge forward and together defeat the soul. The crowd of souls and hunters rushed into the palace amidst the excited cheers of the online viewers, all overwhelmed by this magnificent spectacle. However, a soul warned that there was a barrier in the palace that automatically absorbed life force, preventing anyone from entering for thousands of years. Other souls worriedly discussed how to overcome the barrier, especially since souls could not pass through and they also had no life force left. Bai Qingfeng, with a resolute gaze, declared that he would try to break the barrier himself, astonishing the surrounding souls and making them doubt his sanity. When he touched the barrier, a blazing red energy burst forth, overloading the barrier and causing it to nearly shatter, making the online viewers exclaim in astonishment. The barrier shattered into pieces. Bai Qingfeng confidently called for everyone to charge in, while Li Shi observed from afar, unable to hide his astonishment at Bai Qingfeng's power. Information about the SSS-level dungeon boss, Soul King Chus, became clear. He was a perpetrator of countless crimes, who after death became the soul controlling the cursed souls of this city. A powerful voice rang out, questioning those who dared to disturb his sleep. The crowd of players and souls immediately erupted, charging to attack the evil king, shouts of "kill" and "attack" echoing everywhere. The evil soul headsman led the army, raising his sword and giant axe high, determined to crush the enemy. The soul king merely flicked his finger, and the two precious rings on his hand gleamed eerily. Instantly, a multitude of charging souls stiffened, unable to move, horrified to realize the terrifying power of the leader. The evil king arrogantly raised his scepter, preparing to unleash his next attack. A blazing red energy burst forth, sending enemy weapons flying everywhere, creating a terrifying scene of chaos. The powerful impact repelled everyone, Online viewers exclaimed in horror at his SSS-level power. The next attack swept everything away, making the survivors realize in horror that they couldn't withstand even one move from the boss. Li Shi, along with the Mad Nurse and the Soul Princess, observed from a distance, his face full of contemplation. The Reborn One explained that King Chus was not just a soul, but also carried a monstrous aura, while the Soul Princess remained skeptical about a human's ability to transform into a monster. Despite all doubts, Li Shi confidently declared that he would defeat the boss, because when an SSS-level dungeon loses its leader, the strongest one will become the new king of this city. The evil king let out an earth-shattering roar, a blazing red energy erupting from his mouth, sweeping away all obstacles. The crowd of players and souls was utterly desperate, realizing that numbers could not compensate for such a vast power disparity. Many souls began to flee, not wanting to die again, while online viewers both mocked and wondered why they didn't take action themselves. Suddenly, Ouyang Wufeng appeared like a flash of lightning, delivering a fatal blow to the evil king, causing the online audience to erupt in astonishment. Li Shi and the headsman froze, too astonished to speak at the white-haired young man's explosive power. Ouyang Wufeng said nothing, merely coldly gripping the evil king's scepter. He swung the Soul King's own scepter, delivering a terrifying counterattack to the leader, leaving online viewers in continuous awe. Bai Qingfeng swung his scepter, unleashing a terrifying crimson energy surge that drew continuous gasps of admiration from online viewers. The evil king was caught off guard by the attack, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what had just happened. The leader roared in anger. "Who dares treat me like this?" The Soul King disdainfully declared, "You are not worthy of knowing my name." But immediately, countless online audience comments called out Bai Qingfeng's name, some even with extremely bold marriage proposals. The red-haired young man continued to swing his scepter, creating a brilliant purple energy surge that filled the screen with beautiful and unbelievable praises from the online community. The evil king took the full force of the attack. His colossal body began to crack and disintegrate. Online viewers were astonished, questioning the power levels of both Bai Qingfeng and the Soul King, finding the disparity hard to believe. Headsman, Soul Princess, and Mad Nurse were all paralyzed, helplessly watching their enemy. The online community erupted with praise, some even wishing to be reborn as the young man. An online viewer with vibrant orange hair, eyes turned into hearts, expressed fervent admiration by forming a heart shape and declaring, "All loyalty to Bai Qingfeng." A couple was engrossed in commenting. The red-haired girl asserted that Bai Qingfeng was truly extraordinary. The young man beside her, however, thought that the legendary SSS rank was nothing special, not much different from S rank. However, Bai Qingfeng suddenly appeared with an expression of extreme astonishment, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe the scene before him. Before him was a giant soul, with long flowing hair and beard, enveloped by golden chains. This was Mingyu, the heroic spirit secretly imprisoned in the deepest part of the dungeon. The giant soul looked at Bai Qingfeng, his gaze full of majesty, then asked, "Who are you?" "I am Chus, king of the Holy Grace City." Bai Qingfeng was completely shocked, exclaiming, "What? You are King Chus? Aren't you the hero who stood up against the king's tyranny?" King Chus calmly replied, affirming that he was the one who had once led the army against invaders, but was eventually captured and imprisoned. Though dead, his soul had always worried for the city and its people. Mingyu directed Bai Qingfeng to a nearby bookshelf, where prisoner records were kept, including details of his life. Bai Qingfeng picked up an old book, exclaiming in surprise as he read information about the Holy Grace City once possessing a sacred item, attracting countless covetous enemies. The red-haired young man continued to read, learning that King Chus had bravely fought against the invaders but was eventually overwhelmed and imprisoned until death. He continued to turn the pages, discovering that afterward, the invaders decided to alter history to easily control the city and blame others. King Chus's soul remained chained, silently observing Bai Qingfeng immersed in the distorted historical accounts. Bai Qingfeng gritted his teeth as he finished reading, discovering that the invaders had hidden the truth about King Chus's resistance, even exploiting his name to plunder and oppress the people. He was stunned to realize that King Chus was not only a great hero who had sacrificed himself, but was also slandered by the enemy, turning him into a symbol of oppression to cover up their crime. Soul Princess exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes when she saw King Chus completely paralyzed. Bai Qingfeng stood tall over the enemy, coldly declaring that he was neither SSS rank nor a true spirit, and demanded that he confess or be crushed to dust. Mad Nurse and Headsman froze, completely shocked by the scene before them. King Chus sneered, admitting that Bai Qingfeng had guessed correctly. The enemy suddenly erupted with purple energy, roaring a terrifying command. "Leave your most important possession, and allow me to transform." He was enveloped by dark energy as King Chus transformed into a colossal monster, declaring that Bai Qingfeng himself had killed him, but now he would revive and become stronger, by absorbing Bai Qingfeng's emotions and desires. A swirling purple light surrounded Bai Qingfeng, but the young man merely smirked, declaring that he had no emotions or desires to offer, because monsters like him inherently possessed none of those things and only enjoyed eternal life. Suddenly, a severe headache struck, causing Bai Qingfeng to clutch his temples, feeling as if something was trying to tear his mind apart. A chillingly familiar sensation. Since coming to the human world, such headaches had frequently tormented him, accompanied by blurry images of spirits around him. In his pain, old memories flooded back, when the hunter spirits on the chessboard of malice knew he was a monster but still thanked him for granting them freedom. Then came the image of the real Feng Lin and his host dissolving together. He also clearly remembered Tian Tian, who would rather die than betray him with a single word. These memories always came with intense headaches, causing an unconscious tear to well up in his eye. The pain was now worse. He was pushed into the air by the purple energy, wondering why everything had turned out this way. The young man's face was contorted in extreme pain, his crimson eyes revealing intense internal struggle. The colossal King Jiu swung his arm, attacking, causing Bai Qingfeng to fall to the ground, a gasp escaping his lips. As the enemy prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a group of strangers unexpectedly rushed forward, shouting for Bai Qingfeng to flee, while also declaring they would come to help. Bai Qingfeng clutched his head, his crimson eyes now glowing with an eerie purple hue, a word escaping his mouth with great difficulty. The headache tormented Bai Qingfeng to the point where he collapsed, groaning in despair under the colossal shadow of King Jiu. Racked with pain, the young man trembled as King Jiu's tail appeared, a tyrant cursed into an SSS rank spirit, now reborn as an even stronger monster by devouring his enemy's emotions. King Jiu roared in horror, declaring he had never felt such powerful emotions, that absorbing even a small part had allowed him to break through to SSS rank, then laughed loudly with arrogance. Bai Qingfeng was stunned to realize the boss had transformed into its second form, now truly an SSS rank spirit, wondering if it was a spirit or a monster, why it radiated such terrifying energy, while around him, Headsman, Soul Princess, and Mad Nurse were all shocked, unable to believe their eyes. A crimson energy surge erupted, spreading throughout the space, creating a suffocating, breathless pressure. King Jiu roared, declaring that all spirits would forever live in fear of him, and the real battle had only just begun. While live viewers panicked, calling for escape and recognizing this as the true SSS rank spirit. Just then, a golden scepter tore through the air and descended, and a colossal spirit, surrounded by golden chains, appeared majestically, declaring he would protect his people. The scepter powerfully collided with King Jiu's, causing him to exclaim in astonishment, while the crowd of live viewers erupted, wondering if this was the legendary hero Ming Yu. King Jiu scoffed that the real Jiu had arrived, but he was bewildered to see two kings appear, while Ming Yu resolutely declared he would protect his people, even if they were just spirits after death, further confusing the live viewers. The live viewer comments exploded. They were astonished to realize that hero Ming Yu was the true king in the past, that history had been rewritten and the palace left empty for centuries, shocked to learn that this cruel king was not a spirit but a monster born from the people's fear and resentment. Live viewers claimed the feared king was only a product of imagination, praising Bai Qingfeng, Lu Shizan, for exposing the truth and admiring the real king who bore 1,000 years of infamy. Bai Qingfeng clutched his chest, feeling empty as if he had lost something important, while the other spirits around him remained bewildered. Bai Qingfeng embraced Tian Tian, wondering if the monster had drained his emotions. He denied the possibility of having emotions, bewildered by what was happening. Ming Yu attacked King Jiu, declaring himself an imaginary monster that even the king could not defeat. He criticized King Jiu for not knowing how future generations had cursed, feared, and slandered him, and that was why he had become a true monster. The battle between the two SSS rank entities was earth-shattering, leaving live viewers stunned. They continuously cheered for Ming Yu, believing that heroes are immortal. Viewers thrilled at the monster spirit clash, even proposing it for Hunter Academy study. When asked if he regretted centuries of sacrifice and misunderstanding, Ming Yu firmly declared he bore no regrets, only eternal righteousness. Headsman loudly called for everyone to charge forward and help the king defeat the enemy. Soul Princess added, affirming that this was their own fear, and today they would conquer it together, while Mad Nurse also rallied everyone to unite and attack. Bai Qingfeng pondered, muttering about eternal righteousness in his heart, telling himself that he knew very well what the right thing for him to do was. A series of spirits simultaneously charged to attack King Jiu. The shouts of justice will prevail, echoing everywhere. The golden chains on Ming Yu's body suddenly glowed brightly, extending like giant snakes, lunging straight at King Jiu's. King Jiu roared in anger, yelling at the small spirits like ants to get away. But Ming Yu's chains tightened, clanging with a deafening metallic sound. Ming Yu gripped the scepter tightly in his hand, his gaze firm and unwavering, ready for the decisive blow. Ming Yu delivered the decisive blow, his scepter glowing brightly, piercing straight into King Jiu's. The heroic spirit roared, declaring powerfully, "No one is allowed to harm my people." Meanwhile, the crowd of spirits below cheered loudly, shouting in joyful victory. The Demon King screamed in extreme pain as the fatal blow struck him, his body cracking, red blood splattering everywhere. The colossal spirit disintegrated into pieces, crimson evil energy scattering everywhere, while witnesses continuously cheered, believing the battle had ended perfectly. Amidst the jubilation, Ouyang Wufeng appeared, his contemplative gaze sweeping across the battlefield, causing online viewers to buzz with discussion about his absence. Commentators continued to wonder about Ouyang Wufeng's disappearance and expressed a desire to see Bai Qingfeng. Lu Shizan also appeared, blending into the crowd, while discussions about the complex relationship between Bai Qingfeng and Ouyang Wufeng continued. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng froze, his expression serious, sensing an unusual energy still lurking. He told himself that an SSS-rank monster could not be defeated so easily. The red-haired young man immediately warned everyone about the monster's third phase, causing the crowd to panic, some believing, others doubting. The hero explained that his sensitivity to monster energy far surpassed that of humans, and he clearly felt a familiar emotional current weaving through the crowd. Bai Qingfeng pondered, wondering why that energy only targeted humans and not spirits, and what it was searching for. The young man suddenly realized that the evil energy was trying to possess. He concluded that it was choosing the strongest body to inhabit, a fact that made the atmosphere extremely tense. Bai Qingfeng's sharp gaze fixed directly on Ouyang Wufeng, as if he had guessed the enemy's target. Unexpectedly, a crimson energy surge from behind rushed forward, striking Ouyang Wufeng, causing him to spit blood and fall. The crowd panicked, not understanding what was happening. Bai Qingfeng reacted extremely quickly, rushing to push Ouyang Wufeng out of danger, timely preventing the possession attempt. The crowd was stunned to realize this was the third phase, soul possession. The young man looked at Ouyang Wufeng, telling himself that if it weren't for his extremely high sensitivity, this plot would have succeeded without him knowing. King Jiu's spirit appeared behind Ouyang Wufeng, roaring vicious curses, declaring he would make Bai Qingfeng suffer eternal humiliation. Finally, King Jiu completely vanished, leaving behind the resounding cheers of the crowd, praising Bai Qingfeng as a savior. An information panel appeared, revealing the quest completion reward and the possibility of him becoming the city's new king. Bai Qingfeng felt a warmth in his chest, realizing that emotions and desires had returned to his body, but this time they were no longer sealed. He wondered if humans could possess such things. Then a severe headache struck, and a terrifying image flashed in his mind. The online audience cheered, praising Bai Qingfeng's leadership and Lu Shizan's wisdom for helping them defeat King Jiu, opening up the opportunity to search for the God Gate. The overall ranking appeared, showing that Bai Qingfeng's team had received far more support than other teams, affirming their top position. A more detailed ranking appeared, confirming Bai Qingfeng at the top, Lu Shizan in an impressive second place, and Ouyang Wufeng also among the top 4. In mid-air, the giant Ming Yu appeared, asking Bai Qingfeng what he would choose, while the crowd eagerly discussed whether he should become the new king. The heroic spirit gently waved his hand, and the golden scepter in his hand immediately shrunk, flying towards the young man. Ming Yu declared Bai Qingfeng the new king of the city, and presented him with the scepter to continue ruling and commanding the entire spirit army. The crowd erupted once more, continuously praising Bai Qingfeng and believing that the power of the Hunter Association would reach new heights. Bai Qingfeng gripped the scepter tightly, feeling a surge of new emotions welling up in his body, a completely unfamiliar sensation. He looked at the spirits imprisoned for thousands of years, feeling a discomfort, as if a feather was brushing against his heart. The young man realized this was compassion, an emotion he had never experienced before. Upon seeing their suffering, Bai Qingfeng raised his head, his gaze firm, and declared decisively, "I don't need a spirit army. I will set you free." The crowd was astonished once again, then quickly shifted to admiration, continuously praising his integrity and extraordinary actions. Without hesitation, Bai Qingfeng raised the scepter high, then brought it down forcefully, shattering it into countless glittering golden fragments. The imprisoned spirits were now freed, soaring freely in midair, creating a mystical scene. After that action, Bai Qingfeng felt an unusual sense of relief welling up in his chest. He told himself that this feeling, in human terms, was sorrow upon witnessing suffering and liberation when that pain was alleviated. The spirits were now completely free, flying around Bai Qingfeng like sparkling blue specks of light. A spirit flew closer, gently touching his cheek, its voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, Master. You are a compassionate person." Bai Qingfeng questioned himself in confusion. How could a demon king like him develop such compassion? He tried to reassure himself that freeing these spirits was merely a way to weaken the power of the human association, nothing more. The blue spirit bowed in gratitude to Bai Qingfeng, then revealed that it could see through human souls but could not see the young man's soul. It speculated that perhaps he was too lost, and hoped the Demon King would find his own path. But Bai Qingfeng merely sneered, asserting that he was the Demon King, and his destiny was to destroy all of humanity. On the comment screen, an impatient viewer immediately asked about the location of the God Gate. The crowd of viewers immediately erupted, cheering excitedly that the war between humans and monsters was about to enter a new phase, and humanity would surely win. Ming Yu, the heroic spirit, shook his head and replied that he only knew of the legend but had never found any specific information about the God Gate. He further revealed that even the invaders who once swept through the city could not find it, and Ming Yu even wished that this city had never received the blessings of the gods so as not to suffer so much. A warrior in heavy armor exclaimed in shock, asking if all their efforts until now had been in vain. He roared angrily, believing that all the information they had obtained after fighting the giant boss turned out to be completely useless. Ouyang Wufeng immediately retorted, asserting that this was not useless information. On the contrary, it was extremely important. Bai Qingfeng turned to ask Ming Yu if the invaders of yesteryear had truly searched every corner of this city. The old spirit nodded in confirmation. They had dug up every brick, overturned everything in their search. Ouyang Wufeng gave a knowing smile, explaining that this eliminated all wrong answers, leaving only one possibility. The God Gate was always right before their eyes. The commentators once again marveled at Bai Qingfeng's team, showing immense excitement and curiosity about what he was about to reveal. The red-haired young man declared that the valuable information he possessed was the result of many days and nights of continuous research in the ancient library. The crowd of warriors, and even Ming Yu, were stunned, not understanding what right before their eyes meant when they had never seen it. Some even speculating if the gate was in the sky or transparent. Bai Qingfeng began to explain that he had found information about the appearance of the blood moon, which strangely coincided with the time the gods' blessings descended. He continued, according to historical records, the city of divine blessing was covered by dense black fog from the outside, but inside, there was always a blood moon hanging. That meant, Ming Yu concluded, that the blessings of the gods had descended in the form of dark clouds, magma, and fog covering the entire city. And then Bai Qingfeng delivered a powerful twist. What everyone had mistaken for a blood moon was not actually a moon, but a giant, spherical teleportation gate. The entire crowd was stunned and terrified. Ming Yu confirmed that in his era, the blood moon was considered an auspicious sign bringing the blessings of the gods. A warrior tremblingly asked if it was truly a blessing. On the chat channel, the invaders began to reveal themselves, praising Lu Shisan for leading humanity to the gate, and now it only needed to be activated with an item fragment. They cheered excitedly, declaring they were about to invade this planet and turn everyone into slaves. Ming Yu looked at the chained Bai Qingfeng, saying that he could see through the young man's soul and saw him facing the same dilemma as he once did, doing the right thing but being scorned by the crowd. The heroic spirit advised Bai Qingfeng to look clearly into his heart, hoping he would find his own path. Then, Ming Yu bestowed the crown and scepter upon the young man, congratulating him on finding his true self and hoping he would have no regrets. Bai Qingfeng, in his fiery red battle attire, charged straight into the crowd of armed soldiers, disregarding a soldier's warning that the future of the world was at stake. The young man roared in fury, declaring that no one would be able to pass him, even if they had to step over his corpse. The chat channel exploded, the invaders confused and angry, calling Bai Qingfeng Lu Shisan and demanding he get out of the way so they could activate the God Gate. Two winged warriors furiously shouted, asserting that they were just one step away from summoning the gods, and the future of humanity could not be destroyed by him. Bai Qingfeng leaped to dodge a lightning-fast attack, leaving a dazzling streak of light. The live audience was astonished by Lu Shisan's power, while also raising a series of questions and doubts about his motives. He unleashed combined fire and poison attacks, creating an astonishing display of power, causing the chat channel to marvel at his rare dual element ability. The opposing warriors were terrified by Lu Shisan's extraordinary speed and power, unable to believe he was so strong. Bai Qingfeng roared, declaring that no one was allowed to pass, while comments on the chat channel continuously attacked and praised his destructive power. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, his gaze distant, as if reminiscing about the past and future, telling himself that he had endured generations of war and slavery, and would become the top player on the entire planet 20 years later. All the soldiers charged forward simultaneously, shouting attack slogans, and determined to seize the God Gate. Bai Qingfeng, in his casual attire, asked Ouyang Wufeng if he intended to try and claim the gate, as he possessed the item fragment to summon the gods and become a hero. Ouyang Wufeng calmly replied that since Bai Qingfeng wasn't going, he wouldn't act either. He looked directly at Bai Qingfeng, questioning his change in attitude towards the gate, suspecting that the young man had obtained some information he was unaware of. Bai Qingfeng nodded, then turned away, expressing doubt about the gods and believing there were too many uncertainties surrounding them. Ouyang Wufeng asked if Bai Qingfeng had anything to say privately, and he revealed that he had hacked into the elders' live stream system, ensuring their conversation was absolutely secret. Even the gods could not hear it. Bai Qingfeng sneered, his glowing purple eyes revealing his true identity as the Monster King, surprising Ouyang Wufeng with this revelation. Bai Qingfeng looked directly at Ouyang Wufeng, making a mysterious offer. If he trusted and agreed to his request, he would reveal shocking information. The Monster King asserted that the gods were their greatest enemies, and contemptuously declared that humans were not worthy of being compared to monsters, leaving Ouyang Wufeng stunned. In another development, Lu Shizan plunged into a fierce battle, wielding a fire sword and a blue energy sword to destroy the besieging monsters. Despite being injured, he fought resiliently, causing online viewers to exclaim in astonishment at this hunter's superior power. Even stronger than an SS rank hunter, a fatal blow struck, sending Lu Shizan flying into the air, fresh blood splattering against the fiery red sky. With a tattered, blood-soaked body, the red-haired young man roared his determination to destroy the gate at all costs. Despite the curses and banishments from the angry gods, he growled, declaring he would prevent the gods from descending upon this planet, his fiery eyes burning with extreme indignation. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the threat from the god of cancer echoed, vowing to kill this mortal, but Lu Shizan remained steadfast, defying time. An urgent voice rang out, asking 13 to stop his insane actions as he was charging straight towards the giant blood moon. Suddenly, a blue spirit appeared, grabbing him, but Lu Shizan coldly declared, "I am not 13. The blue spirit vanished, freeing him amidst a dazzling explosion of light, and he asserted that he was not born to be a slave. He screamed in pain, light exploding around him, and he yearned to be called by his true name. Amidst the brilliant light, Lu Shizan proclaimed himself a true hero, even though no one in this world knew that identity. He accepted the curses from everyone in this era, because a true hero only does what is right according to his conscience. With a blood-stained face and firm eyes, Lu Jie declared he was not afraid to bear a 1,000-year curse. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, the teleportation gate completely destroyed, causing the audience to panic, desperately calling out for Bai Qingfeng and Wufeng. Amidst the fiery ruins, he had achieved his goal, preventing the gods from descending, despite the curses and disgust from those watching. Lu Shizan's body gradually faded, but he calmly explained that when the world cursed, they were cursing a shameful codename. Amidst the curses and extreme hatred from the crowd, the silent hero finally revealed his true name, Lu Jie. The replay screen showed the horrifying event 3 days prior. Lu Shizan, a member of Bai Qingfeng's team, had destroyed the God Gate, causing humanity to lose its last hope, and even in death, he was still considered an eternal sinner, nailed to a pillar of shame. The crowd was still seething with rage, shouting for Lu Jie's life, asserting that without him, the gods would have descended and the war with the monsters would have ended long ago. Lu Jie's monument was attacked by countless shadows, symbolizing the public's extreme fury, with shouts of, "Beat him! Die!" echoing everywhere. In a high-rise building, 3 people silently observed the chaotic scene. The team leader advised in a low voice to stay hidden, while Tiantian reported that reporters had surrounded the Hunter Association headquarters. Bai Qingfeng stood with his back turned, his gaze distant as he looked out the window, feeling that this scene was exactly like the event where the king of Shenan City was cursed throughout 1,000 years of history. Zhao Kei sat down, plucking petals one by one, muttering the mantra, "She loves me not," then sighed deeply, regretting that his plan to confess his feelings to Tiantian had vanished into thin air. The team leader and Tiantian looked at Xiao Kei with expressions that were both amused and sympathetic, while the team leader, with a mischievous smile, declared that he had known about Xiao Kei's crush on the girl for a long time, and that the two were a match made in heaven with fire and poison attributes. Xiao Kei, lost in his daydreams, recounted his first meeting with Tiantian, and had even named their future child Lu Qiuye, a romantic name associated with autumn. He also imagined the child would have fiery red hair like maple leaves and possess a combined power of fire and poison, which was enough to make one faint just hearing about it. Bai Qingfeng turned his face away, his gaze firm, silently telling himself that one hero had fallen, but another hero would step onto the stage. Ouyang Wufeng appeared, standing before an ancient building, recalling his trip to the Shenan City Library, not only to investigate the teleportation gate, but also to search for lost ancient books. The white-haired man revealed that Shenan City was an ancient metropolis that had existed for thousands of years, a place where countless precious ancient texts were stored, and it was here that he had coincidentally found rare information about the Monster King. The atmosphere turned tense at the Hunter Association headquarters, where countless reporters were swarming, relentlessly questioning the chairman about Lu Shizan's anti-human actions. Reporters continuously asked difficult questions, from Lu Shizan's betrayal and destruction of the Divine Gate, to suspicions of whether Bai Qingfeng and his team knew beforehand, even implying his involvement in the deaths of hunters and summoners. The chairman of the Hunter Association, with a resolute expression, declared that he had no comment on the matter, but firmly asserted that every member of the association was a hero who sacrificed for all of humanity. The reporters did not give up, continuously demanding evidence and expressing their distrust in the association. Suspecting the chairman was covering for Bai Qingfeng and wanting to know if the Monster King was the mastermind behind Lu Shizan, Bai Qingfeng suddenly appeared beside the chairman of the Hunter Association, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. And the chairman decisively declared that Bai Qingfeng had nothing to explain. He continued to reassure the public that even though the Divine Gate had been destroyed, humanity still had other methods to defeat monsters. And the future was still full of hope, mentioning two traditional methods: sealing and challenging. Ouyang Wufeng, with a confident expression, stepped forward and declared his readiness to challenge the monster tower, asserting that he could overcome the highest floor, but he presented a condition. Reporters buzzed with discussion upon learning that Ouyang Wufeng was not only a member of the Ouyang family, but also part of Bai Qingfeng's team, wondering if this was an attempt by the Monster King's team to atone. Another reporter immediately pointed out the harsh truth. The mortality rate on the highest floor of the monster tower was 100%. No one had ever succeeded, and this person asserted that Ouyang Wufeng was walking straight into death. The chairman of the Hunter Association roared in protest, declaring that even the immortal Shaolin could not escape the highest floor of the monster tower. He forbade any hunter from challenging it, while also asserting that Ouyang Wufeng was needlessly seeking his own death. Ouyang Wufeng appeared arrogantly, a fiery green talisman burning in his hand. He calmly replied, explaining that no one could overcome the highest floor of the monster tower because the Monster King was guarding that place. The green flame from the talisman flared intensely, drawing all astonished gazes from the crowd. The white-haired man merely uttered a meaningful "however," making the atmosphere even more tense. Tiantian suddenly felt an indescribable unease, as if something bad was about to happen. She wondered if a major incident was about to strike, while Bai Qingfeng and Xiao Ke maintained pensive expression. Ouyang Wufeng smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He uttered a shocking statement. But right now, the Monster King is no longer in the tower. The entire hall erupted, reporters clamoring to question the reliability of this information. They demanded the source and asserted that this would be a golden opportunity for humanity if it were true. Bai Qingfeng and Xiao Ke clearly showed their astonishment, while Tiantian was completely shocked. She couldn't believe it and wondered how Ouyang Wufeng knew this earth-shattering secret. He slowly looked down at the buzzing crowd, explaining that the Monster King had left the tower. Ouyang Wufeng paused, adding more drama to his declaration. A voice rang out unexpectedly, pointing directly at the Monster King. "It's him, Bai Qingfeng!" The crowd of reporters and people turned their heads to look at Bai Qingfeng, their eyes full of doubt and astonishment. Ouyang Wufeng stood in the middle of the hall, his sharp gaze locked onto his opponent. The white-haired man burst out laughing, responding to the accusation with sarcasm. He mocked that the Monster King could not transform into human form, and how could the hunters not recognize someone who was transforming? The chairman of the Hunter Association angrily retorted, asserting that his abilities could make all supernatural powers disappear. He emphasized that Bai Qingfeng had not transformed into a monster and accused Ouyang Wufeng of slandering and causing internal division. He said nothing more, simply and casually drew out a jade-green gourd from within his robe. Ouyang Wufeng held up the gourd, his sharp gaze fixed on the crowd. He revealed that this was a rule-based item, capable of sucking anyone inside if their name was called correctly. The white-haired man pointed the gourd forward, his eyes full of challenge. He said, "Monster King, now I call your name. Do you dare to answer?" Tiantian and Xiao Ke looked at Bai Qingfeng with extremely worried expressions. She thought to herself, "What should I do?" He absolutely must not answer. Bai Qingfeng remained silent, while Xiao Ke voiced his suspicion. He asked how it could be proven that this gourd worked as Ouyang Wufeng claimed, and whether Ouyang Wufeng already had a way to control it, regardless of the answer. Ouyang Wufeng smiled mysteriously, drawing a gleaming sword from its sheath. "Well then, how about trying this?" He raised the sword high, dazzling light radiating from the blade. Ouyang Wufeng declared that this item fragment possessed immense destructive power against monsters, and challenged whether anyone could withstand a full-force blow from him. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, unable to believe their eyes. Tiantian clutched her chest, her eyes full of panic as she looked towards Bai Qingfeng. She wondered what to do in this dangerous situation. A voice echoed in Bai Qingfeng's mind, urgently warning him not to accept Ouyang Wufeng's challenge. Ouyang Wufeng smirked, declaring that the Monster King's power was too obvious. No one, whether human or monster, could withstand an attack from him. He provocatively curled his lip, questioning the Monster King that with his usual arrogant personality, he should not have been able to calmly evade such a question. Li Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that it was fortunate Bai Qingfeng had not acted impulsively. Suddenly, the chairman of the Hunter Association interrupted, sharply criticizing Ouyang Wufeng's words as baseless speculation, lacking concrete evidence. Ouyang Wufeng confidently smirked, asking in return, "What if I do have evidence?" He revealed that it was a type of mind-reading magic lost for thousands of years, which he had secretly activated upon arrival, and could only be used on individuals with significantly weaker power. Ouyang Wufeng continued to declare that the target of this magic was Li Tiantian, the only person rumored to have once followed Bai Qingfeng. Li Tiantian was utterly stunned, her face pale with fear, as Ouyang Wufeng explained that he hadn't forced the Monster King to say anything, but was actually reading her thoughts. She was in extreme panic, unable to believe that her opponent had known her thoughts. He held up a glowing scroll, declaring that all of Li Tiantian's thoughts had been exposed, and her existence was the evidence incriminating the Monster King, his only weakness in the human city. Li Tiantian froze, her eyes vacant as all the secrets in her mind were exposed. Bai Qingfeng remained silent, his gaze sinking in deep thought at the disadvantageous situation. Ouyang Wufeng smiled sinisterly, telling the Monster King directly that he should not have saved Li Tiantian at Ouyang Manor. Immediately, Li Tiantian fainted, her body going limp and collapsing. Xiao Kei quickly caught her, his face full of worry as he called Li Tiantian's name. He angrily questioned Ouyang Wufeng about what kind of dark magic he had used to make Li Tiantian faint. Ouyang Wufeng smiled disdainfully, suggesting that Li Tiantian was faking her faint, or perhaps she was too weak to endure prolonged mind-reading magic. The chairman of the Hunter Association roared in fury, questioning Ouyang Wufeng about his ability to use magic lost for thousands of years, and how he could guarantee that those thoughts were not interfered with. He continued to retort, reiterating that his ability was to make all supernatural phenomena disappear, and Bai Qingfeng had maintained human form in front of him twice, so how could he be a monster? Public opinion erupted with buzzing discussions, unable to believe the accusation that Bai Qingfeng was the Monster King, deeming it a ridiculous farce, yet seemingly plausible given Ouyang Wufeng's excessive confidence. Questions of doubt were continuously raised. Bai Qingfeng is the Monster King? It sounds absurd, but what if it's true? And many agreed with Ouyang Wufeng's challenge, declaring that if Bai Qingfeng refused, he had a guilty conscience. Amidst the storm of discussions, Bai Qingfeng merely bowed his head silently, his eyes filled with deep thought. After a chilling moment of silence, the red-haired man raised his head, his gaze firm, and decisively declared, "All right, I accept." The entire auditorium erupted, shouts of astonishment echoing as everyone realized the Monster King had accepted the challenge, causing Ouyang Wufeng to subtly smirk, asserting that his opponent was merely feigning calmness. In response, Bai Qingfeng calmly looked at his opponent, saying that he also had a question for him, then began to recount the old story of having saved Ouyang Wufeng from possession by King Jiu. His words were like a knife, cutting into Li Tiantian's heart, causing the red-haired girl to suddenly close her eyes, her face revealing clear pain as she recalled the past. Bai Qingfeng looked directly at Ouyang Wufeng, questioning, "Yet now you target me. Is this how you repay me?" Receiving a meaningful reply about the complex nature of humans, he continued, his tone cold, declaring that the Monster King could never understand human emotions or the noble ideals he was pursuing. For the future of humanity, Ouyang Wufeng asserted that he was willing to sacrifice everything, from personal emotions, kindness, to even morality. Hearing this, Bai Qingfeng subtly curled his lips, his fiery red eyes flashing with a strange light, and replied, "Oh, in that case, I have no burden of conscience at all." He gave a meaningful smile, wishing his opponent to enjoy the path to destruction. Ouyang Wufeng burst into hearty laughter, challenging, "I hope you're still as tough after you see me clear the Monster Tower." 3 days later, the streets were packed with people, all awaiting a major event, as broadcasters announced a synchronized live broadcast under the scrutiny of the entire public. One side of the screen showed Ouyang Wufeng beginning his challenge to conquer the Monster Tower, while the other side displayed Bai Qingfeng being strictly monitored by the Ouyang family and the Hunter Association. In a tightly monitored room, Bai Qingfeng sat silently, all his actions recorded, and thorough checks confirmed he was not a shapeshifter or a substitute. Li Tiantian leaned against Xiao Kei, her face full of anguish, blaming herself for pushing Bai Qingfeng into this dangerous situation. Xiao Kei gently patted her shoulder, comforting her to calm down, and the red-haired girl looked up at Xiao Kei, offering a weak smile full of gratitude. An old man with a bandaged arm growled, convinced that when his ancestor reached the top of the Monster Tower and found it empty, it would be undeniable proof that Bai Qingfeng was the Monster King, and then everyone would rush in to take him down. Although the chairman of the Hunter Association asserted that his power would expose the Monster King's true form, he appeared worried, doubting whether Ouyang Wufeng could truly conquer those difficult 99 floors of the tower, as public opinion had completely put its trust in the challenger. 1 day later, Ouyang Wufeng majestically conquered 9 floors of the Monster Tower, his astonishing speed earning everyone's admiration. In just 1 week, the white-haired young man broke through 60 floors of the tower, setting a record comparable to the legend Shaolin of yesteryear. Half a month later, Ouyang Wufeng officially conquered the 98th floor, surpassing Shaolin's record by 10 days, leaving everyone stunned. Public opinion buzzed about his mysterious identity, asserting that this man was the era's strongest expert, the one who had broken all tower-conquering records. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, questioning Bai Qingfang.
Demon King? Did you just call me?
Ouyang Wufeng's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme horror as he realized the unbelievable truth. An old man with a bandaged arm frantically shouted, asserting that the Demon King was right at the top of the tower. Another man realized in astonishment, "It turns out we've misunderstood Bai Qingfeng all this time." Bai Qingfeng subtly smirked, feeling finally vindicated, but his eyes held a hint of worry for Ouyang Wufeng. The crowd of spectators panicked, fearing that everything was just a misunderstanding and Ouyang Wufeng might perish in the monster tower. Another person quickly reassured them, believing that he was strong enough to defeat the Demon King once and for all, and that everyone should wait and see. The Demon King looked at Ouyang Wufeng, his tone full of hidden meaning. Long time no see. He continued to declare that within this monster tower, he was protected by spatial rules, making himself invincible. The enemy also revealed a shocking secret. In his original timeline, Ouyang Wufeng himself had inflicted a serious injury upon him. The Demon King stood there, enveloped by a mysterious purple mist, his powerful gaze fixed on his opponent. Ouyang Wufeng roared in anger, unable to believe that the Demon King was not Bai Qingfeng, and even less understanding what long time no see meant. But he swore to destroy the enemy at all costs. The white-haired young man unleashed an earth-shattering move, summoning the power of fiery earth. The ground violently cracked open, debris flying amidst the flames. But the Demon King remained standing firm at the epicenter. The entire area shook, the ground shattering into large pieces, demonstrating the terrifying destructive power of Ouyang Wufeng's attack. The audience watched in astonished admiration, praising Ouyang Wufeng as a peerless cultivator seen once in a millennium, and noting that this battle had provided valuable data for humanity in the fight against the Demon King. The Demon King stood tall, his health and energy bars showing a permanent locked status, revealing his immortality and limitless magical power. The crowd of spectators cried out in horror, realizing that the Monster King seemed invincible. A middle-aged man showed clear panic, recalling past failures and declaring that the monster tower needed to be sealed to prevent further casualty. Another person clutched their head in despair, urging Ouyang Wufeng to retreat quickly because the opponent was unbeatable. Ouyang Wufeng remained resolute, asserting that no enemy was invincible and there must be a weakness. The cultivator chanted, summoning the power of everlasting wood and indestructible metal. Instantly, green, thorny vines erupted from the ground, twisting and reaching into the air. They lunged forward, tightly coiling around the Demon King's body. He subtly smirked, mocking his opponent's overly uncreative tactic. A colossal golden sword descended from the sky, aiming directly at the bound Monster King. Ouyang Wufeng erupted in a blaze of fury, roaring, "Die!" The fiery greatsword plunged straight down, preparing to finish off the enemy. But the Demon King wore a smug smile, declaring that the entire space within the monster tower was under his control. He shouted, "Spatial shift!" Ouyang Wufeng was startled and astonished, still holding two golden talismans in his hand. In a flash, the Demon King had teleported behind the cultivator, the thorny vines still wrapped around him. His opponent spun around abruptly, his eyes filled with shock as he was still tightly bound by the green thorn. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion erupted at the spot where the Demon King had just stood. He stood firm amidst the purple energy, asserting that he was protected by the rules of this space and invincible while inside the monster tower. The Demon King snapped his fingers arrogantly, commanding, "Object teleportation." The two golden talismans in Ouyang Wufeng's hands unexpectedly flew straight into the enemy's grasp. He scoffed, "Want to try using your own tricks? You pathetic ant, don't die too quickly." The Monster King held the two talismans, one emitting a blue light of water, the other blazing with red fire. He growled, declaring, "Purify all things. Water, burn everything. Fire." Ouyang Wufeng was utterly stunned, witnessing his two talismans activated by the Monster King, creating streams of vibrant blue and red energy behind him. He cried out in horror, "What? My sealing talismans!" The Demon King smirked, his purple eyes flashing with smugness as the two talismans in his hands erupted with terrifying power. Immediately, a colossal water dragon roared fiercely, and a magnificent fire phoenix blazed, both summoned from Ouyang Wufeng's own talismans. Ouyang Wufeng looked up, cold sweat pouring down, his face paling in horror at the sight of the two colossal spirit beasts roaring in the air. The blue water dragon roared across the heavens and earth, charging straight towards him, followed by the brilliant fire phoenix, as if to incinerate everything. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, a wave of blue energy sweeping everything away, causing the entire space to violently shake. Ouyang Wufeng was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and collapsed miserably onto the ground. Despite his severe injuries, Ouyang Wufeng gritted his teeth, his hand tightly clutching the green gourd. He muttered to himself, "If attacking him is useless, then I will use my rules to counter your rule." The white-haired young man roared, raising the gourd high and boldly declaring, "Demon King, if I call your name, do you dare to?" A dazzling purple light carrying destructive power immediately shot out from the gourd. The Demon King flashed a sinister smile. Without hesitation, he caught the incoming purple light with his bare hand, his purple eyes glowing with defiance. The green gourd in Ouyang Wufeng's hand shattered into tiny pieces, leaving him utterly astonished. The enemy scoffed, "Useless trash." His eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. A scream echoed in Ouyang Wufeng's mind. "How can this be? That was an indestructible immortal artifact, yet he crushed it in an instant." The Monster King's hand suddenly flared with a brilliant purple light, signaling an impending new attack. He swiftly grabbed Ouyang Wufeng's neck, lifting him into the air. The Demon King growled, declaring, "In Divine Grace City, you owe me a life. Now, I'll collect." Ouyang Wufeng spat out blood, his eyes wide with horror as he recognized the enemy's words. He wondered in shock. What? "In Divine Grace City, I owe Bai Qingfeng a life." Could it be? He is Bai Qingfeng? Impossible! Bai Qingfeng is in Human City. What in the world is happening? A sword emitting dazzling blue light swung sharply, lunging straight towards Ouyang Wufeng. The white-haired young man tried to block the sword with his arm, but he was clearly struggling in despair, while the Monster King still wore a smug smirk. With a powerful squeeze, the Demon King crushed the sword into 3 fragments. He growled, declaring, "These 3 item fragments are mine!" Ouyang Wufeng cried out in pain, utterly helpless. Ouyang Wufeng lay amidst a pool of dazzling red light, his mind filled with extreme regret, questioning why he had recklessly challenged the Monster Tower. The white-haired young man regretted having doubted Bai Qingfeng, who had saved his life, but now it was too late to change. The Demon King stood tall above, looking down at the defeated with contempt. The Demon King smirked, his tone mocking as he declared, "Since you repaid kindness with enmity, bear the consequences yourself." A fatal wound was clearly visible on the Monster King's chest, leaving the audience stunned and wondering who could have inflicted such an injury on the invincible foe. Ouyang Wufeng glared. Blood splattered on his face, unable to accept this miserable defeat. His body disintegrated into countless shimmering blue crystals, shattering in the air. Beautiful blue crystal fragments floated in the air, while the Demon King sat proudly on his throne, clutching the 3 stolen item fragments. He chuckled sinisterly, his purple eyes flashing as he looked directly at the screen, asking if the broadcast was still ongoing. The Demon King declared he had something to say, then gave a smug smile, wishing his viewers good luck and telling them not to disappoint him. The broadcast signal was abruptly cut, causing the crowd to panic, realizing that Ouyang Wufeng was dead. They despaired as the Monster King became invincible. 3 item fragments had fallen into his hands, and now humanity would need 10 fragments to seal the Monster Tower. The viewers screamed in despair, believing that sealing or challenging the Monster Tower would never succeed again. All of humanity plunged into extreme fear, believing that the end of days had arrived. One person cried out in horror that even the ancestor had died, while the Demon King mocked the audience, challenging them to keep trying. The Hunter Association president banned hunters from challenging the Monster Tower, deeming the Demon King too strong, while another man worried that with 3 fragments already his, sealing the tower with the remaining 7 seemed pointless. A young man with dark brown hair stood up, proposing that he could go to the highest floor of the Monster Tower to retrieve the 3 item fragments. The man in the brown jacket admitted it would be difficult to defeat the Monster King, but there was still a chance to escape with the fragments. However, a man wearing glasses immediately objected, arguing that this action was too reckless and needed more careful consideration. The man wearing glasses explained that the item fragments only increased the chance of sealing, and humanity still had a 70% chance. The president of the Hunter Association mused, declaring that Bai Qingfeng had a noble heart and he would never doubt the young man again. A man wearing glasses said that even with a 70% chance remaining, they had no clues about the other 7 item fragments. He revealed that the Fire Dragon team had been sent to investigate the location of the 4th fragment, but there had been no news yet. A clack sound echoed, and a man hastily announced that the Fire Dragon team had returned. The other man joyfully reported that Captain Yangu had pinpointed the exact location of the 4th item fragment, causing the entire nation to rejoice. The president of the Hunter Association immediately ordered Yangu to rest and prepare to depart at once to retrieve the 4th fragment. But a clack sound echoed again, and a muscular man frantically announced that Yangu would cancel his engagement with Shan Ouyang. A middle-aged man frantically reported shocking news. Yangu had personally come to cancel the engagement. Moreover, he brazenly brought another woman with him. Mr. Ouyang, his head wrapped in white bandages, roared in anger, unable to believe his ears. His daughter Shan Ouyang was in no way inferior to Yangu. Yet that scoundrel dared to break off the engagement for some commoner? Yan Gu, standing next to Meng Di, coldly retorted that the old man shouldn't speak such unfair words. The young man asserted that Meng Di was just a close friend, and his decision to break off the engagement had nothing to do with her. A dry clack sound echoed, signaling that something had just ended. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, young girls' eyes shining brightly with admiration for Yan Gu. They continuously praised him for being as handsome as a television star, stylish, talented, and from a most prestigious family. Yan Gu subtly smirked with self-satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. That smile, according to the whispers, only made him more captivating. Meng Di slightly bowed her head, her sweet voice thanking Yan Gu for standing up for her. She also didn't forget to praise the young man's kindness. The crowd continued to chatter, wondering who the woman next to Yan Gu was. Everyone had to admit her stunning beauty, causing some viewers to exclaim that their hearts were broken. Meng Di subtly glanced at Yan Gu, a thought about the main love interest target in the game appearing in her mind. A system panel showed Yan Gu's info: moderate difficulty, 800 destiny points, favorability 70%, reward 200 charm points, and his liking for gentle girls. The young man reassured Meng Di. Don't worry, I can handle it. The system offered Yan Gu response options. Meng Di smiled and chose, I'm so lucky to have you. Her panel showed 899 charm points, while she secretly thought how easy he was to conquer. Suddenly, Meng Di flinched slightly, her sharp gaze unexpectedly darting in one direction. She spotted Bai Qingfeng in the distance, and a system panel warned he was a hidden character with higher destiny than Yan Gu, rated high difficulty, 0% favorability, and advised not to approach. Bai Qingfeng seemed lost in thought, and the system presented response options for Meng Di, but without any hints about favorability values. Meng Di subtly smirked, her eyes full of confidence. She silently declared that no matter who that man was, she would make him kneel at her feet. Ouyang was still furious. He pointed directly at Yan Gu, growling. He warned him not to think that just because he did something he could bully his daughter. Yan Gu merely sneered, not bothering to pay attention. The old man continued to question, challenging everyone there to see if this wild girl could compare to his daughter. Yan Gu turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on him. He sarcastically said that Ouyang should ask everyone what there was to like about his arrogant and haughty daughter. Yan Gu suddenly turned to Bai Qingfeng, his tone completely changing, becoming polite. He apologized that their noisy argument might have disturbed the young man. Yan Gu and Bai Qingfeng faced each other, their eyes meeting meaningfully. He gently added, hoping Bai Qingfeng wouldn't mind the recent commotion. Meng Di subtly smiled smugly, affirmations of her own charm echoing in her mind. With her gentle voice, sweet smile, and graceful demeanor, she believed no man could resist her. Bai Qingfeng coldly interrupted, definitively stating that he did mind and demanded everyone be silent. The young man gazed thoughtfully into the distance, wondering if winter had come and the prophesied hero would soon appear. Meng Di's expression suddenly changed, her eyes wide with astonishment and anger. Yan Gu lost his composure, sharply questioning Bai Qingfeng.
Bai Qingfeng, how dare you be so rude to such a beautiful and gentle lady? You are no gentleman at all.
He continued, his tone full of sarcasm. I've heard about you. One of your subordinates, Lu Shisan, committed heinous, inhumane, and antisocial crimes. Bai Qingfeng turned his back, indifferently responding to Yan Gu's questioning, calling him such a diligently barking, loyal dog. The young man pondered thoughtfully, wondering if he should investigate the truth behind his own confusing emotions and fragmented memories. Meng Di, her face flushed with anger, couldn't believe it. How could a man treat me with such an attitude? She recalled, believing that she had maxed out her charm stats, making it impossible for any man to resist her. The girl remembered a past full of humiliation, when she was merely the lowest in society, without family, without money, and without any special abilities. In her memory, she was surrounded by a group of people and pushed onto the classroom floor, helplessness engulfing her. She lay sprawled on the floor, her phone fallen nearby, feeling that power brought no luck, only insults and shame. Then one day, she found a phone that changed her entire life. Its screen displaying a love game and asking if she wanted to implant a chip. This super tech love game allowed her to easily conquer any man in real life. Meng Di smiled smugly, declaring that power was the ultimate hallucinogen, both intoxicating and addictive. She delightedly watched every powerful man, who once held everything, now kneeling at her feet, ready to obey her every wish. The girl firmly asserted, "Men are all my prey without exception." Meng Di's sharp gaze fixed on Bai Qingfeng. She declared that he had caught her attention and conquering him would bring greater rewards in this game. Ouyang spoke up, advising them not to argue because of her, as both were key figures in the fight against monsters, needing to cooperate to find the next fragment. Meng Di secretly thought, if Bai Qingfeng participated in the fragment search mission, conquering him would become much easier. Yan Gu praised Meng Di for having a noble heart, But he had no intention of cooperating with a suspicious and rude man like Bai Qingfeng. Yang Gu decided to retrieve the fragment himself after resting. Bai Qingfeng coldly declared he would not participate in the mission. He would simply snatch the fragment after others brought it back. Meng Dilong was inexplicably surprised to see Bai Qingfeng's favorability stat remain stagnant. She wondered if he was an ancient person who didn't know how to love. A middle-aged man in a stylish brown suit spoke up, asserting that was also his intention. He revealed that, according to intelligence, the fourth fragment was located in an ancient S-rank dungeon, which might hold secrets about both monsters and gods. The leader emphasized that even if the fragment wasn't obtained, gathering valuable information would still be a success. He confidently entrusted this mission to Yang Gu and Bai Qingfeng, who possessed the necessary experience and information. The man in the brown suit continued to urge them to set aside their grudges for the future of humanity, making Bai Qingfeng suddenly realize that information about monsters and gods might reveal secrets about his own emotions and fragmented memories. For the greater good, Bai Qingfeng reluctantly accepted the mission, though many doubts still lingered in his heart. Yang Gu smiled with satisfaction, praising Bai Qingfeng for his righteous spirit, then agreed to participate, but with one condition. Meng Dilong must accompany them. Ouyang, Shan Ouyang's father, flew into a rage, rushing to grab Yang Gu by the collar and scolding him for daring to be engaged to his daughter while harboring thoughts for another woman. Shan Ouyang hurriedly intervened with her father, advising him not to be angry because of Yang Gu. She declared her readiness to cancel the engagement, but with one condition. She must also be allowed to join the team for this mission. Yang Gu sneered, thinking this was just an old trick by Shan Ouyang, while Ouyang questioned his daughter why she so easily agreed to cancel the engagement with the man she loved. Yang Gu angrily yelled at Shan Ouyang to stop being narcissistic, but she ignored him, turning to Bai Qingfeng and declaring her desire to join the team out of admiration and wanting to fight alongside him. Bai Qingfeng indifferently declared he didn't care about their love triangle drama. He simply said anyone who wanted to join could, as long as they departed quickly. Yang Gu continuously questioned Shan Ouyang, accusing her of playing games by suddenly changing her mind, even though she had always pursued him and had never met Bai Qingfeng before. Ouyang worriedly asked his daughter, Shan Ouyang, if her recent severe illness had made her malfunction, because her words were too unusual. Meng Dilong subtly clicked her tongue, secretly thinking that Bai Qingfeng was indeed a hot boy, but he was already hers. Shan Ouyang resolutely rejected all advice, asserting her determination to follow Bai Qingfeng and become his most loyal member. In a surprising scene, she revealed a shocking truth. She was not Shan Ouyang, but a comic book reader from Earth who had transmigrated into this world, becoming a supporting character and determined to cling to Demon King Bai Qingfeng, the main character of the comic Lord of the Apocalypse that she once read. The fervent crowd of fans cheered loudly, excitedly, calling Yang Gu's name. He stood there, his handsome appearance captivating, receiving praises like the most handsome, chivalrous, noble, and strongest hunter in the world from fans. Yang Gu announced he was about to lead the team into an SSS-ranked dungeon to seize the fourth fragment, not forgetting to send his fond regards to his fans. Other fans, their eyes shining like hearts, promised to always support and trust him to lead them to victory, considering him humanity's hero. From inside a building, a middle-aged man in a suit sneered, remarking that the hunter profession required strength, not this fan culture. He emphasized that Yang Gu only had S-rank power, but had countless fans due to his handsome appearance. He sighed, comparing him to their captain, still bombarded with threats over the Lu Shisan incident. Outraged at claims the captain was the Demon King, he insisted collecting 3 fragments proved he was humanity's top hero. A teammate claimed that if Bai Qingfeng secured the 4th fragment, they'd still be heroes. But a long-haired woman reminded them Yang Gu led the mission. Fans, however, only cheered for Yang Gu's safety. Li Tiantian, with her fiery red hair, kindly offered Bai Qingfeng a box of cookies, telling him to eat them when hungry because she noticed his irregular eating habits. He seemed a bit flustered, only mumbling in response. Another long-haired woman, seemingly a member of his team, also approached and handed him a bag of gold coins, telling him to spend freely. Bai Qingfeng indifferently thought to himself that he didn't have much to spend in the human city anyway. A man in a black suit handed Bai Qingfeng a phone, complaining about his primitive lifestyle and their inability to contact him. The Demon King looked at the strange metal object, secretly thinking he had no idea what this thing was for. The whole team unanimously told Bai Qingfeng to return safely, because everyone was waiting for him to come home. Bai Qingfeng thoughtfully held the gifts in his hands, his gaze distant. Behind him, Shan Ouyang and Meng Dilong silently observed him. The young man turned and walked away, leaving the crowd and their gazes behind him. Softly uttering a thoughtful he looked down at the gifts, his teammates' words echoing in his mind, waiting for me to come home. Scene transition to the Elder Council chamber, a room filled with digital screens and mysterious robots. Systems like Shaolin's, Hei's, Lu Shizan's, and countless other live streaming systems were collecting data. The more systems connected, the more data poured in. A voice rang out smugly. The penetrator sees the future. The time reversal elder controls the past. And I can control the present. Mengdi Leng's image appeared on a screen, and the mysterious voice declared that only a few more systems were needed. Once all data was collected, that person's plan would officially begin, accompanied by a sinister sneer. 3 days later, on someone's phone screen, a game notification appeared. Bai Qingfeng conquest progress is still 0%. This was accompanied by an enticing tip. Conquering this character will yield extremely generous rewards. Highly recommended. Mengdi Leng was surprised to see the hint about generous rewards, as this was the first time the game had given such a tip. She resolutely declared, "If that's the case, I must conquer Bai Qingfeng." Bai Qingfeng walked, secretly wondering why the two girls, Shanu Yang and Mengdi Leng, kept staring at their phones. He wondered what was so interesting about that black block that they couldn't take their eyes off it. Bai Qingfeng thoughtfully listened as the system reported, "Master, it has been detected that Mengdi Leng also possesses something similar to a system." He subtly curled his lips, secretly thinking, I knew it. The robot asked if she had a system, but the system denied it. Bai Qingfeng deduced she was possessed by another world soul, earning the robot's admiration for his wisdom. Shanu Yang, with her excited, fiery red eyes, couldn't believe her phone was still updating the comic Lord of the Apocalypse after she transmigrated. The girl joyfully realized, "Oh my god, so I can predict the future if I keep following the comic? I'll gather countless useful pieces of information." Shanu Yang became even more excited when the latest chapter was just released, and she even appeared in it. The girl enthusiastically exclaimed, "What's crazier is that I'm in the comic. Oh my god, sharing the screen with the main character I've always followed. What an honor." Mengdi Leng was no less excited. She smiled with narrowed eyes, surrounded by flying hearts. This is truly the ultimate VVIP fan experience. Suddenly, Shanu Yang bumped into Bai Qingfeng, making him let out a small cry of pain. The girl quickly apologized, but memories of the Demon King flashed through her mind. He doesn't like those possessed by spirits. He wants to kill people, she thought to herself. I must quickly make the Demon King like me. Otherwise, this powerful ally might kill me. Yan Gu observed Shanu Yang, secretly surprised. Shanu Yang is always arrogant and unreasonable, yet now she's apologizing to Bai Qingfeng? He told himself, all right, since she's part of my team, I'll help her. Yan Gu stepped forward, gesturing with his hand to intervene. Hey, Bai Qingfeng, a gentleman shouldn't be too harsh on ladies. Bai Qingfeng coldly turned his back and told him, get out of the way. Yan Gu angrily yelled, you too, he asserted. I am the captain. You must listen to me. Mengdi Leng and Li Tiantian completely ignored Yan Gu, and the purple-haired girl kindly said, Brother Bai, it's so hot. Let me wipe your sweat. The black-haired girl also refused to be outdone, quickly offering a bottle of water. Brother Bai, have some of my water. Bai Qingfeng indifferently said, let's keep going. The two girls replied in unison, yes, sir. Sparkling hearts filled the air around them again. Yan Gu angrily yelled, hey, I'm the captain. You must listen to me. Hey, he thought to himself, why is Mengdi so concerned about this guy? What's so great about him to look at? The group stood by a giant chasm, and Yan Gu declared, based on the clues I've gathered and the big data provided by Elder Juedui Ling, the young man continued to explain. I've determined this is the entrance to an SS rank dungeon where the fourth fragment last appeared. It only opens after a very long time, and according to my calculations, it will open in 10 seconds. Counting down, 3, 2. The group stood at the edge of the bottomless pit in the desert. A voice full of doubt rang out. In the desert, how can there be such a giant pit? As it reached one, Bai Qingfeng appeared with an extremely tense expression, beads of sweat on his face. Suddenly, the sky blazed, and countless meteorites plunged down like arrows of death. A meteor shower? A voice asked in panic, but Yan Gu immediately denied. Number. The entire sky seemed to explode. Giant fireballs continuously rained down, creating earth-shattering explosion. A dazzling pillar of light shot up from the depths of the pit, tearing through the night. When the light faded, dawn broke, leaving behind a desolate landscape and a sky full of debris. Mengdi Leng scrambled to her feet, asking in shock, is it morning already? Yan Gu leaned back, his eyes full of doubt. Where's the entrance to the SSS rank dungeon, Inverted World? Shanu Yang also woke up, unexpectedly stumbling when trying to stand. Bai Qingfeng stared at his hands, wondering in surprise. Last night's meteor shower was so powerful, yet were completely unharmed? He stood up, his face full of doubt, while Mengdi Leng sat on the ground, looking around in confusion. He muttered, no, That meteor shower was too strange. It couldn't have had no effect. I have a bad feeling about this. Shanu Yang also joined the conversation, wondering, where's the entrance? Nothing is inverted. Everything is just like last night. Bai Qingfeng added, could it be that we came to the wrong place? Meng Diling put a finger to her lips, pondering. Or did the meteor shower accidentally collide with the dungeon's activation energy, interrupting its opening? Bai Qingfeng asked again. So that means we have to wait until next time? Yan Gu, now wearing a hat and a tightly fitted mask, decisively ordered. Pack up, let's go back. We'll go to the association headquarters to ask the chairman what to do. Bai Qingfeng looked at him in confusion, asking, what are you doing? Yan Gu replied smugly. Hiding my handsome face, of course. Otherwise, as soon as we enter the city, the crowd will go wild, and I don't want to cause a traffic jam. The scene shifted to a modern city, with skyscrapers rising into the clear blue sky. On the streets, giant billboards were filled with images of Bai Qingfeng, along with enthusiastic fans waving flags and cheering. Bai Qingfeng looked at the billboards in surprise, wondering, why are there pictures of Bai Qingfeng everywhere? And they're labeled Hero of Humanity and Light of Humanity too. He continued, this is really suspicious. Before we left, I was still an object of public scorn. Meng Diling also agreed, it's really strange. Why is everyone staring at Bai Qingfeng? Yan Gu, still in his fully covered attire, muttered, I didn't even hide myself well. Why isn't anyone recognizing me? The surrounding crowd suddenly buzzed, exclaiming in surprise as they recognized someone. Many quickly pulled out their phones, disbelieving their eyes when they saw the dark-haired young man appear. They cheered wildly, pointing forward and asserting that their hero had truly arrived. Yan Gu, still fully covered in his ancient-style attire, let out a slight sigh of self-satisfaction. He muttered, as expected, my fans recognized me. Really, there's no hiding anywhere. Applause and camera clicks rang out in quick succession, along with excited shouts from the crowd. Yan Gu showed off, taking off his face-covering hat, flashing a confident smile, and announcing he would give autographs to his fans. Meanwhile, Meng Diling had quickly slipped away from the scene, but unexpectedly, the crowd rushed straight towards Bai Qingfeng, pushing and shoving to get his autograph. One fervent fan even shouted that they had admired him since childhood, making Bai Qingfeng exclaim in shock, what? The young man couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide with astonishment as he heard his name being chanted. He yelled, no way! Numerous hands grabbed Bai Qingfeng, making him panic and shout loudly, asking everyone to let go. The crowd continued to ask for autographs, praising his glorious achievements, even saying that meeting him was a lifelong fulfillment. The young man was surrounded by a sea of people, with signs proclaiming Hero of Humanity and Light of Humanity still held high. Bai Qingfeng screamed in despair, trying to push back the frenzied crowd. The crowd suddenly became bewildered, looking for their target in confusion. Yan Gu also didn't understand what was happening while everyone started shouting, where is he? Find him! Meng Diling walked away, her gaze still fixed on the billboard with Bai Qingfeng's image. She pondered what was happening, wondering if it was related to that strange meteor shower. She quickly picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground. Her only thought at that moment was to check if the comic series had been updated. Shanu Yang stared at her phone screen, unexpectedly exclaiming a confused, what? Shanu Yang's phone screen showed a notification that the series Lord of the Apocalypse had updated with 3 new chapters. She excitedly realized she could preview the next developments of the story. The smile on her lips vanished, replaced by a look of panic and worry. Shanu Yang muttered, wait, don't mess with me. She realized that if things continued like this, she would also become a supporting character. And supporting characters in this story rarely had good endings. Bai Qingfeng ran for his life, his footsteps echoing rapidly on the empty street. The young man fell to the ground, panting and wondering in shock. What the hell is going on? Bai Qingfeng touched the wound on his face, feeling utterly bewildered. He muttered, this is the first time I've seen humans so terrifying. Just then, Meng Diling appeared, looking down at Bai Qingfeng and saying, boss, you're here. The red-haired girl breathlessly announced that the association had been looking for him for a long time. The man in the blue cloak next to her also stammered a greeting to boss. Bai Qingfeng, with lipstick still on his cheek, asked in confusion about their attire. The red-haired girl retorted in surprise, asserting that they always dressed that way. The red-haired girl immediately got angry, scolding the man in the blue cloak to show respect. He quickly bowed his head in apology. Both of them hastily urged Bai Qingfeng to return, saying that the association urgently needed him. The young man wondered in shock why this world was so inverted, whether it was due to the meteor shower that had changed everything. But how could a meteor shower have such terrifying power? Outside the Hunter Association headquarters, a frenzied crowd was chanting Bai Qingfeng's name, praising him as the hero of humanity. The man in the blue cloak explained that fans always crowded the main entrance, so they had to use the side entrance. The red-haired girl suddenly pointed forward, exclaiming with doubt. A ragged beggar was huddled against the wall, abandoned in the middle of the street. The man in the blue cloak explained that he was an orphan who had been begging near the association for many years. The red-haired girl annoyedly asked Bai Qingfeng why he was so strange today. He realized in shock that the beggar was none other than Yan Gu, who originally came from a prestigious family. He began to deduce, if the meteor shower had inverted the world, then Yan Gu's nature must also have changed. But why are there two Yan Gus? If there are two Yan Gus, then... The man in the blue cloak reminded Boss that he was about to oversee the monster hunting campaign, and everyone was waiting. The young man was horrified to see another boss, a man identical to himself, smiling confidently. The red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak both exclaimed in terror when they saw two identical people. At this moment, Bai Qingfeng understood. He suddenly realized it wasn't that the meteor shower had inverted the world, but rather, the meteor shower had transported him to a completely inverted parallel world. He suddenly understood that the meteor shower was not random, but was actually the entrance to the SSS rank dungeon. He recalled Yan Gu mentioning the inverted world dungeon and confidently declared himself to be Bai Qingfeng from a parallel world who had been transported while searching for an item fragment in an SSS rank dungeon. The red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak were holding Yan Gu tightly, while the girl raised her middle finger in disdain, yelling that only a fool would believe Bai Qingfeng's story. The Bai Qingfeng of the parallel world introduced himself as the chairman of the Hunter Association, and everyone usually called him Light of Humanity. The red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak continued to jeer, criticizing Bai Qingfeng for his overly good person action. The Bai Qingfeng of the parallel world was surrounded by a crowd of spirits, hailed as the great chairman whose kindness spread throughout humanity. Bai Qingfeng, the one from the main world, vomited rainbows, unable to stand this nauseating sight. He angrily growled, demanding that the Bai Qingfeng of the parallel world stop speaking such cliches with his face. The young man continued to question the strange smile of his parallel self, asserting that his face would never have such an expression. The Bai Qingfeng of the main world deduced that if everything was inverted, then that pure and virtuous self must actually be a villain. The Bai Qingfeng of the parallel world suddenly grabbed his hand, his eyes full of goodwill. He smiled, declaring that identity didn't matter. As long as they were human, they would be friends fighting on the same side. Bai Qingfeng, the one from the main world, hesitated, then whispered that he was not human. The parallel world's Bai Qingfeng maintained his smile, suggesting they both join forces against a common enemy. He pointed to a picture on the wall, introducing it as the Monster King and his 7 generals. Bai Qingfeng, the one from the main world, was shocked to recognize familiar faces in the picture. The chairman of the Hunter Association and 7 elders. But now they had transformed into monsters. The parallel world's Bai Qingfeng boldly declared that starting tomorrow, humanity would officially march against the monsters and would be victorious. Bai Qingfeng, the one from the main world, looked at the surrounding scene, feeling that this world had become so unfamiliar as to be unrecognizable. He agreed to cooperate in finding the item fragment, but demanded that it belong to him and asked for help finding his 3 remaining teammates. The parallel world's Bai Qingfeng ordered the red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak to find his teammates, believing they were as strong as his parallel self. The red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak reluctantly obeyed, though they still doubted the story of Bai Qingfeng, the one from the main world. A powerful vortex of energy erupted, along with a vow of unwavering dedication. Without regret, the red-haired girl and the man in the blue cloak found Yan Gu, who was curled up on the ground, her entire body numb from an electric shock. She immediately declared, "You must be that guy's teammate." With a radiant smile, the red-haired girl announced that they had gathered all 3 teammates, and it was time to head to the Hunter Association headquarters to dedicate themselves to the future of humanity. Bai Qingfeng revealed that in the parallel world, clans had reversed roles. Servants became leaders. Leaders did menial tasks, and explained this S-rank dungeon was a gateway to that dimension, where even personalities were inverted. The young man continued his analysis, stating that the chairman had once mentioned searching for clues about gods and monsters here, and now he had a direction for investigation. If they succeeded, this information could help them decipher the mystery of similar entities in their own world. One of them suddenly interrupted, posing a doubtful question. Wait, if the parallel world's Bai Qingfeng is a righteous person, then that means... The decisive question rang out, directed straight at Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng, are you truly a terrifyingly evil person? Yan Gu, in the beggar's body, was shocked to realize that all the events, including the dialogue, matched what had happened in the comic. He secretly thought he must protect the Demon King at all costs. Otherwise, he would never be able to return to Earth. The girl in purple immediately retorted, reiterating that this world was reversed, but the changes in each person were different. She cited Li Tiantian and Xiao Ke as examples, who, despite their somewhat unusual personalities, were still top hunters of the association. She continued to deduce that perhaps Bai Ching-feng had only undergone a personality change because his parallel self looked so bright, kind, and benevolent. But then she suddenly realized she had misspoken, feeling as if she was insulting the Demon King. Yan Gu suddenly realized a horrifying truth. In the original comic, the Demon King and he had just argued and then fought, and the recent dialogue had not existed at all. He realized he had the ability to change the storyline, and an idea flashed in his mind. A mighty army of knights was advancing, their leader raising his sword and shouting, "Attack the monster lair! Shed blood for the future of humanity!" As the group marched, a friend offered food to Bai Ching-feng, reminding them they were nearing the monster lair. However, the young man refused, saying he wasn't used to the taste and would eat the food he had prepared himself. The man in the blue cloak looked at the plate of cookies in Bai Ching-feng's hand and remarked that they looked homemade, indicating that whoever prepared them must care deeply for him. Bai Ching-feng looked at the plate of cookies with a distant gaze, indescribable thoughts stirring within him. He held his phone, lamenting that it took him a while to learn how to use this iron brick, but since arriving in this world, it had completely lost signal. He realized that to contact his old world, he first had to find a way to leave here. The young man scrolled through his phone screen, realizing all the last messages had stopped on the night of the fateful meteor shower. A man explained the mission. Humanity had spent 10 years planning, gathering the most elite hunters globally, with a high chance of clearing out the monster lair. Regarding the item fragment Bai Ching-feng asked about, the man said it had the ability to seal the lair, but it was located on the deepest level, the 100th floor. Bai Ching-feng was shocked to learn the monster lair wasn't the monster tower, but a 100-floor cave with the Demon King at its core. The mission was to control, not kill it, or the lair would collapse and bury countless lives. Realizing this world was the opposite of his own, he asked about the gods only to learn they had vanished long ago, unlike in his world's record. This world, through countless records and ruined civilizations, had concluded an obvious truth. The benevolent gods protected all living beings, evil monsters devoured everything, and humans, the pinnacle of divine creation, were eternally loyal to them. Bai Ching-feng was shocked, wondering why this description was exactly like his own world, when he had thought this was a reversed world where everything should be opposite. A severe headache struck, making the young man clutch his temples, while an armored knight stood beside him. The chairman of the Hunter Association assigned tasks, instructing a portion of the forces to remain on guard and designating the 3 strongest individuals, including Bai Ching-feng, to stay on the outer perimeter. Reports rang out rapidly. "We've reached the monster lair." The chairman gave a decisive order. 38,800 hunters were ready to shed blood to eliminate the monsters. The leader declared that the historical catastrophe would end in this generation, igniting the flame of justice and hope for the future. He decisively leaped forward. The chairman shouted, boldly leading the attack, "Charge with me! Charge!" On the first floor of the monster lair, the leader ordered the units behind to provide support and hold back the enemy. Then he unleashed pure holy light, a dazzling beam capable of dispelling all darkness. The man continued to order the vanguard to follow him to the next floor. On the 30th floor, a giant dragon roared fiercely as it was attacked by the hunters. As the chairman was fighting, someone identical to him appeared, also unleashing holy light, causing the leader to say irritably, "Can you calm down a bit? Just let me handle it. It's annoying to see you use that move with my face." Roars and screams echoed. Monster corpses piled up. Fresh blood dyed the battlefield red. On the 68th floor, the chairman faced an enemy identical in appearance to himself. The opponent remarked, "You're strong." The leader smirked in response. "You too. Not bad. For someone who looks exactly like me." Bai Ching-feng stood from afar, scrolling on his phone, a meaningful smirk on his face as he watched the ongoing battle. The chairman of the Hunter Association unleashed a destructive blow, brilliant golden light tearing through the air. On the 99th floor, the red-haired girl attacked with ice magic, while the girl in purple continuously healed her teammates. The chairman ordered the units to stay and provide support, while he would proceed directly to the 100th floor to capture the Demon King alive. Finally, on the 100th floor, the Demon King appeared with a ferocious appearance, growling menacingly. Bai Ching-feng, exhausted, strained to control the purple chains, tightly binding the Demon King who was growling and struggling in a pool of blood. Yet he resolutely declared, "I have it under control." The chairman of the Hunter Association approached, his eyes blazing, unleashing a brilliant golden energy palm, and excitedly telling the young man, "Friend, your power far exceeds my expectations. With you here, we are sure to win. Deliver the finishing blow." The two coordinated perfectly, unleashing the skill yin-yang path, heaven and earth united, creating a massive energy vortex that enveloped the monster. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, its terrifying destructive power engulfing the Demon King, making it scream in pain. The red-haired girl cheered excitedly, while the man in the blue cloak sighed in relief, and the girl, in purple, exhausted, lamented as she watched the Demon King fall. The chairman calmly walked over, stepping on the monster's motionless body, while the red-haired girl joyfully exclaimed,
Amazing! Sir, we finally won!
He smiled contentedly, holding the glowing item fragment, and explained the plan. The mission is complete. The Demon King is barely clinging to life. We must ensure it doesn't die, or the lair will collapse. After the armies from the other 99 floors evacuate, we will finish it off. Suddenly, a thump sound echoed. Fresh blood splattered, causing the chairman to exclaim in surprise. He turned his back, his eyes revealing a cruel look as he declared, They don't need to evacuate. Let those 30,000 elite hunters be buried here. The red-haired girl frantically questioned his actions, while the man in the blue cloak and the girl in purple realized in horror. The Demon King was dead. The lair was about to collapse, and all the weaker hunters outside would be buried forever. The red-haired girl was completely stunned, unable to utter a word as she saw the chairman with a sinister smile. Blood splattered on it. Bai Qingfeng was attacked by surprise, falling to the ground, his body throbbing with pain. The chairman flashed a savage smile, his eyes glowing red like a demon's, and coldly declared,
All of you die, and the world will never know who did it.
Bai Qingfeng was horrified, his mind reeling as he wondered, What is happening? Isn't this a reversed world? In my world, I am the Demon King, an extremely evil person. In this world, he should be pure and righteous. Why has he suddenly become so wicked? He clutched his head in pain, chaotic memories flooding back, images of his old teammates appearing, waiting for him to return home. The young man struggled with a severe headache, a strange, intense emotion rising within him. Not sadness, but something far more uncontrollable. In that moment, another image from his memory suddenly awakened, showing armored spirit brigades standing solemnly. Just then, the Demon King suddenly transformed, grotesque horns protruding from its head, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. The monster completely transformed, standing tall amidst a sea of spears and halberds, a terrifying image appearing. Amidst a sea of people, in a crusade, the hero grew monster horns and became the world's villain.